Simon Court doesn't seem to know what batteries do. Tim Vandermolen wants to charge you to pee, and the Prime Minister, whoever it is this week, doesn't know who the token Māori in his cabinet is. National Party MPs keep lying on social media while ACT keeps blowing their racist dog whistle, and New Zealand first dribbles into its porridge while mumbling about checking what's in your pants. And while all of this is happening, Aotearoa New Zealand's most well-known media sources platform chinless Nepo babies for being loud and dumb on social media, apologising to the government for holding them to account and laundering partisan right-wing AstroTurf lobbyist content like it's cash from Al Capone himself. That's why it's time. Time to bring back this week's The News for all of your locally sourced manufactured outrage, now with 20% more sarcasm. We've brushed off the studio, we've done the mahi, and we've counted the facts. There were 7. So prepare for all of the news that's fit to share on Facebook in an out-of-context post designed to upset people who think their reckons are more valid than experts. Prepare for this week's The News on May Day, May the 1st, 2026. And to help revive your nightmares and recall just how awful things have been, join us for a 2025 This Week's The News Marathon, because if you stop watching, the timeline resets. Hello there, kia ora, and welcome to This Week's The News. Former, as in not currently, a Green MP Golriz Graraman is in the news again after mainstream media outlets claimed that she was under investigation for shoplifting. The incident was said to have taken place at Pack and Save Royal Oak, but Pack and Save themselves have said that they would not name the person involved. The police said that they are investigating a claim without naming anyone directly, and her lawyer has released a statement warning the media not to name people, without confirming or denying that their client was involved. But according to MSM, it's totally her. Said a spokesperson for mainstream media, sales and viewer numbers have been slumping over the holiday period, and it's been really tough to vilify anyone on the left of politics so far this year, with the coalition trying to unsuccessfully minimise the feedback that they've received for their highly controversial agenda. So the decision was made to remind racist old folks to be angry at liberal brown people again, because sales always go up when people can be angry at minorities. Completely coincidentally, and probably not related in any way, a new Curia poll from the ACT Party-aligned Taxpayer Union, the only poll which in 2024 kept putting ACT's popularity 2 to 3 points higher than any other poll, has released another poll today which shows the Labour Party overtaking the National Party in popularity. While it's easy to warn people to be wary of polls, especially from a company that has such close ties to disinformation for hire groups, a company that is not regulated by the National Regulatory Body for Political Polling Organisations can be one to be wary of. It does continue a trend from 2024 though, which saw the Labour Party overtake the National Party in a number of polls towards the end of the year. But don't worry, mainstream media will be sure to be working on some way to vilify the left, like conflating stories about shoplifting former MPs of colour. Nicole McKee, seen here showing you how planting vegetables over things you don't want the police to find is a great way to mark where something might be buried, has been accused of telling fibs after it was revealed that the, quote, massive amounts of emails, end quote, that she used to justify the return of the ineffective 3 strikes laws was just 10 emails. When asked for comment, McKee defended her decision, pointing out that as an ACT MP, they see small numbers as having a disproportionate amount of influence, and clearly the Prime Minister agrees. We even got Nicola to look over the numbers of emails, and she seemed satisfied that they were lots. Justice Select Committee Chair James Meagher, seen here wondering why the Justice Committee Chair gets all of the racially divisive bills that ACT instigates, and if it has anything to do with stereotyping anything Māori as being about crime and criminal processes, has stated that the committee will not be able to hear all oral submissions for the Treaty Principles Bill due to the sheer volume of requests. With historic levels of feedback, the number of requests to speak to the committee are on the record side. The committee spent Thursday debating the criteria for narrowing down who does and doesn't get to speak. National Party committee member has asked for only stale pale males. ACT's member has requested no one who wrote for New Zealand, since he doesn't read work by New Zealand authors, and New Zealand First member Jamie Arbuckle will only speak to people who have had their genitals checked first to ensure fairness. In the end, it seems each party will handpick 25 submitters to speak to the committee, which, like the Māori Ward referendum bill, will be split into 2 to hear submissions that they choose to hear. The government announced an increase in the number of kāinga ora tenants getting warnings and eviction notices in 2024 over 2023. Chris Bishop, seen here trying to karate chop a podium, reported that there were 553 warnings given out in total, which makes up 0.8% of all current tenants within the system. This was an increase of 41 warnings, which is a statistical difference of 0.6% between 2023 and 2024, showing a clearly tougher line on targeting people needing the most help is working to alter those behaviours. Of those warnings, 2% or 11 were evictions, or 0.015% of all tenants. Campbell Johnston, the first All Black to openly come out as gay, was married recently in a ceremony in North Canterbury, where the grooms were choppered in by All Blacks legend Richie McCaw. The New Zealand Herald, however, had to turn off commenting on a story about the event after a deluge of homophobic and hate-filled comments. Said a spokesperson for NZME, "Look, we don't think it's important why we seem to attract these kind of people to our publication and what it means for our contribution to the cohesion of society. Anyway, look, somebody is shoplifting and it might be an MP of colour." NCEA results released this week showed a third of students failed Level 1 courses, an increase of failures from 2023 of about 8%. Education Minister Erica Stanford, seen here showing you all the evidence they base their education decisions on, claims that this change was caused by changing demographics of students taking exams and had nothing to do with rush changes to the education system delivered last year based on erroneous data that the government used to justify stripping funding from departments that they don't like, encouraging students to not focus on the humanities subjects and removing modern tools students use to learn with, like cell phones in classrooms. According to the European Commission Copernicus Climate Service, the United Kingdom's Meteorological Office, Japan's weather agency, and the private Berkeley Earth team, 2024 was officially the hottest year on record, with global average temperatures surpassing the 1.5 degree threshold scientists have been warning against since UN research in 2018 showed that threshold would make the difference in major climate catastrophes much more significant. Across these agencies, as well as others which monitor climate changes, they firmly place the cause on an increase in worldwide emissions from fossil fuels, of which New Zealand recorded its first ever increase in a decade over 2024, as the country looks to reopen fossil fuel extraction. And finally, according to Met Service data, Wellington has had one of the worst runs of New Year's weather on record. But that's due to end this anniversary weekend as temperatures settle to a sunny low 20 as wind changes happen, bringing in warmer weather. However, the less than ideal weather in the capital city is, according to the Post, probably still the fault of bike lanes and the Green Party members of Wellington City Council. And that is this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora, and welcome to this week's The News. Political parties all over the motu have been getting out to tell us what state the nation is in this week, with the two Chris's delivering speeches, the incoming Deputy Prime Minister trying to sell us on selling us to privatisation, and the current Deputy Prime Minister in the baking aisle of Woolworths looking for tinfoil to make a hat based on a lovely design that Tanya Unkovic sent him. The start of the year often sees speeches like these from political figures as they lay out their agenda for the year ahead. Add into the mix the local body elections in October and you've already gone to sleep. I'm sorry, please wake up. I'll keep making fun of politicians if that helps. Prime Minister Christopher Luxon, seen here eyeing up the unflavoured chicken drumsticks being served across the room, gave his annual State of the Nation speech at the Auckland Chamber of Commerce, a fitting location since these are the only people who say confidence is up with the government in their regular business vibe survey. In his speech, Luxon spoke about focusing on economic growth, something he hoped meant that Nicola Willis would finally be able to afford Ben & Jerry's when she went to the movies. He chastised Auckland Council when he claimed more concerts at Eden Park would help with this, ignoring the fact that when Eden Park asked Auckland Council for 6 concerts a year, Auckland Council said yes. And when they asked for 12 a year, the council also said yes. But somehow it is still all the council's fault. He promised a growth in tourism numbers, which he expects to increase when any of the record 72,900 people who moved away from the country permanently last year come back to visit whānau. Meanwhile, in Palmerston North, Labour leader Chris Hipkins, seen here showing you how to dance the hokey pokey, spoke to his caucus about the need to focus on what media are calling areas traditionally the stronghold of National: crime and economics. While the party didn't reveal any concrete policy, it's expected to have more substance than gang patch is bad but swastika is meh, Ram raids are coming to eat your babies, and it's okay if the Prime Minister financially benefits from moving the Bright Line test as long as we don't have capital gains tax, used by the current government as slogans during the last election. David Seymour, seen here trying to force choke anyone who doesn't believe 8% is a big number, has announced he intends to do something that the Prime Minister won't, and go to Waitangi this year, despite warnings from his hapu to avoid the ceremonies in the wake of his Treaty Principles Bill. Said Seymour, "It's okay, they'll all be speaking in Te Reo, so I won't know what's happening. But if anyone yells at me, my supporters are going to blow that completely out of proportion and vilify all Māori for it." Speaking of David Seymour, seen here attending Diwali, a deeply religious festival that originated in India, where he was the only party leader not in attendance at Ratana Pa today, which he has often avoided, citing its religious aspects, instead choosing to use the day to give his State of the Nation speech, pushing for more privatisation in a speech that ACT sponsors are calling something I can't say here because this is a family-friendly show, but they have a hell of a sticky mess to clean up. An event so clearly important, almost every other politician in the country was elsewhere paying attention to something else. Seymour, the leader of one of the three coalition parties which currently governs, that set a record in business liquidation numbers, some of the fastest rising unemployment numbers on record, the biggest jump in beneficiaries and homelessness seen in a generation, the highest ever number of people leaving the country to relocate overseas ever, and the worst recession since the 90s, framed his speech as a counter to the steady decline the country is in by offering something he described as bold action. And because our media are clearly woke leftist shills, they all streamed his speech uninterrupted without criticism or critique, because 8% of the vote somehow warrants 100% of media platforming your message uncritically. In a bizarre move straight out of Season 2 of the hit comedy series The Good Place, Māori Affairs Minister Tama Potaka was seen doing push-ups in front of media at National's year-starting caucus in Kirikiriroa, Hamilton. He claims it's about keeping fit, and nothing to do with not wanting to answer questions about why a right-wing blogger being praised by the same people who consider this action from Elon Musk as a sign of love, and a Manawatu councillor who uses Liz Gunn as a journalistic source to base his policies around, had been put on the Waitangi Tribunal. Media company NZME, owners of the Hits, ZM, Radio Hauraki, Flavour, Coast, Gold, News Talk ZB, Business Desk and The Herald, have announced plans driven by falling revenue to cull nearly 40 jobs from within the organisation and to refocus content on output that engages with audiences. So, expect more clickbait and thinly veiled racism while they retain their highest paid stirrers whose media illiterate audience can't tell the difference between their opinion and actual news. In the United States, President Donald Trump, seen here bringing back masculine energy, was the first convicted felon to be sworn in as president at his second swearing-in ceremony. During his rambling speech, he made a false claim about the atom being split in America. While this is blatantly false and easily debunked, media here seem to focus more on that than on the concerning use of a Nazi salute by the richest man in the world, which RNZ described as an odd gesture. Within hours of signing multiple executive orders, states had already begun to sue the administration for breaching the Constitution. He had pardoned or commuted 1,600 people involved in the January 6 insurrection. He had ordered the government to call his friend Caitlyn Jenner Bruce from now on, removed Spanish-language versions of government websites, and fired 1,000 government workers for not being loyal enough. But he took credit for the work of the New Zealander, so we need to focus on that. And finally, Parapara Umu Beach was lit up by the warming glow of waves full of bioluminescent creatures, creating stunning blue waves. NIWA researchers have said that the organisms causing this are most likely plankton, and spotting an orange bloom of algae off the coast in daylight is a good indicator of a nighttime light show. They expected a few more days of shows like this to continue under current conditions, which are rare for the area this far south down the island, and are probably related to warming water temperatures caused by climate change, said Climate Change Minister Simon Watts. See, by pretending we're doing something about climate change, we're clearly making beautiful things like this possible. And that is this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora, and welcome to this week's The News. David Seymour, seen here practicing his backup career as a mime trapped in a box, is defending the new school lunch program he spearheaded after reports of issues on their first week of rollout. These included reports of inedible food, some meals being delivered up to 3 hours late and cold, and ham in halal meals. Said Seymour, "I know we promised sandwiches and fruit, food of the same or better quality, which weren't anywhere in sight this week, but we thought recycled food would appease those woke quinoa and sushi fans," as he ate out at a fancy new restaurant in his electorate after forcing children to eat slop. In a follow-up interview, Seymour confirmed that schools forced to buy food to cover for late and inedible lunches will not be reimbursed. Manawatu iwi have written an open letter to Governor-General Dame Cindy Kero to question the appointment of local councillor Grant Hadfield, seen here showing how many years' experience he has in the field of treaty claims on his fingers, to the Waitangi Tribunal. Their concerns include Hadfield holding a narrow and misinformed view of iwi and a refusal to undertake any education on local iwi and local treaty settlements. Hadfield's social media output includes content from Liz Gunn and other disinformation spreaders. Said Māori Development Minister Tama Pōtaka, seen here pointing to someone infinitely more qualified than Hadfield for the Waitangi Tribunal role, "Sure, we gave this spot to an unqualified farmer with a history of being susceptible to disinformation over far more qualified and appropriate choices. But at least Groundswell will feel represented on the tribunal now." The banking industry has been making changes to its lending rules in terms of business that are harsher on high-polluting industries in the wake of climate change, and it's become the latest rage bait for News Talk ZB hosts like Kerry Woodham and Mike Hosking, who, as right-wing political commentators, have often argued that regulation and rules stop businesses from making their own decisions on how to operate. But in this case, because it's all about climate change, which is woke, that simply can't be allowed to happen. New Transport Minister Chris Bishop, seen here wondering if he should bring back the mullet, was out this week celebrating what his party are calling the removal of blanket speed reductions forced on the public by the previous government. After extensive consultation with local communities, local authorities, experts in harm reduction, road safety, and emergency medicine, that have been proven to reduce the harm from a vehicle collision significantly and help drop fatality rates at pick-up and drop-off times outside schools from a high of 85%. Oh no, my apologies, he simply said, "Got to go fast, zoom, zoom." Numbers released this week by Finance Minister Nicola Willis, seen here being left hanging after trying to high-five the Prime Minister when she told him how in a Finance Select Committee hearing she said he was never wrong, even when he made easily debunked claims like the country's been in a recession for 3 years and it was all Labour's fault, show almost 22,000 families have claimed their family boost entitlements this year after applications opened on January 1st. The target set by the government for the scheme, which sees families pay for childcare then reclaim a rebate, was hoped to be used by 130,000 families annually, with 65,000 families having registered, meaning the first quarter targets are already well below expectations. RNZ has been accused of endorsing racist rhetoric used by New Zealand First Winston Peters, Shane Jones and Nationals Todd McClay towards Mexican-born MP Ricardo Menendez March, after a written update on the story seemed to make out he couldn't enunciate English words when quoting the Green MP. Said a spokesperson for RNZ, "Us fail English? That's impossible." And finally, this week saw the second and third readings of the Taranaki Maunga Redress Bill pass through Parliament, officially granting Mount Taranaki the status of legal personhood. As a legal person with no official recognised job by the government, Social Development Minister Louise Upston has already called it a lazy beneficiary and demanded it find employment or face benefit sanctions. And that's this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora, and welcome to this week's The News. Last Friday, name suppression was lifted after convicted sexual offender Tim Jago, seen here talking about how victim culture is a problem, stopped ongoing attempts to retain it after his conviction. David Seymour, Snapchatter of school kids, seen here in a shirt depicting naked woman at a university event that objectified women, claimed that there was no way for the ACT Party to know what the actions of Jago was before he was president, a position he took up nearly 20 years after the initial police investigations, into which Jago's actions were then put on police record, and despite approaches from one of the victims 3 months before charges were laid, a stance which has been defended by a range of men who felt downplaying the crimes was the right move to make, including ACT Party proxy, founder of the Taxpayer Union and Curia Polling, David Farrer, pictured here dressed as convicted sex offender Jimmy Savile. Jago is now the second ACT Party president to have been investigated by police after Gary Mallett was referred to police for campaign finance issues. ACT Party MP Nicole McKee, seen here Googling the best places to hide your illegal firearms, has made calls for Wellington City Council to drop reference to the Treaty of Waitangi in job listings for senior management of Wellington Water. She claims the acknowledgement of Te Tiriti is surplus to the job that should be focusing on fixing water pipes. And while the settlements of Ngāti Toa and Taranaki Whānui both have strong connections to how Wellington Water does its job, the fact that Wellington Water is a CCO owned by multiple councils and a separate entity from each of them, and therefore not under the purview of Wellington City Council, is completely beside the point when the aim is clearly to make the treaty part of their culture war. On Saturday, Health Minister Simeon Brown released footage of himself undergoing a routine blood pressure check as part of his new role as the Minister of Health. No word yet on if the results conclusively proved he was completely heartless or simply just not a good person. US Senator Ted Cruz has been corrected by Foreign Affairs Minister Winston Peters over a misleading claim about Israeli immigration requirements based on a fake news report. Said Peters, "I'm shocked at this careless claim from Cruz. I thought he'd like us better after we started calling for Mexicans to be deported." The Minister of Social Development, seen here with a sorted state house beneficiary, this week announced two new non-financial sanctions against beneficiaries that they claim are not meeting their requirements when asking for help from our social welfare safety net. The latest employment data shows the number of jobs available in Aotearoa dropped by 35,000 over the last year as the country entered the worst recession since the early 90s, with an increase of unemployed people up to 144,500. And clearly punishing people for there being not enough jobs for everyone is the way to fix this issue. According to quarterly data on wastewater testing results, police are saying that the winner in the war on drugs is cocaine. The most recent round of wastewater tests showed that cocaine was overtaking MDMA as the drug of choice for New Zealanders, especially in Auckland, the Bay of Plenty, and the southern regions. Experts in drug-related harm say societal changes that increase stress, like increased costs, housing impermanence, and the lack of access to healthcare, can cause addictions to worsen. So I'm sure things will improve really, really soon. On Monday, it was revealed by media that the government had yet to set up a procurement process to find replacement ferries for the ones that they cancelled to pay for tax cuts for landlords. So naturally, Tuesday, the government announced that they had started the process to find shipbuilders to deliver the replacements by 2029, which coincidentally will be 4 years after when the first IREX ferry was supposed to be here. But we still had to pay for tax cuts. New numbers released by the police show that the number of threats made towards politicians has decreased significantly under the current government. Sociologists have put this down to a number of factors, like misogyny not being as prominent without a woman in charge, and the lack of lightning rod issues like vaccines and mandates, which led to the illegal occupation of Parliament in 2022 and the highest rate of recorded threats. However, this term also saw the largest ever protest on Parliament grounds, which did not see the number of threats increase. It's almost like the alt-right nut jobs, the sort who raised political funds after threatening minorities and who felt it was fine to threaten politicians, got exactly what they wanted in Parliament. Treasury has warned the government this week that tight budgets currently in place and expected in the future will only be met by a reduction in public services. Oh, wait. Is this from last year? It's from Tuesday. Okay, let's try that again. Treasury has warned shit's about to get even worse than it is now, but the public shouldn't worry. Those who have fled the country by then will have had their tax cuts for a year and surely have dragged themselves out of poverty by budget day. A new Talbot Mills poll released on Tuesday continued the trend of other polls released so far this year, with the Labour Party having a lead on the National Party, a left-leaning bloc being able to return to power if an election was held today, New Zealand first within the margin of error for crossing the MMP threshold, and Chris Hipkins regaining the preferred Prime Minister spot, said the NZ Herald. ACT Party MP Nicole McKee, seen here showing Santa what she wants in every child's stocking next Christmas, has written to the Real Estate Authority Board in her capacity as Associate Minister for Justice to lodge her disapproval of a court finding against real estate agent and Hobson's Pledge poster girl Janet Dixon, whose request for a judicial review into losing her licence because she refused to undertake a compulsory training course on the role of Te Tiriti or Waitangi as part of her legal obligations to retain her licence was thrown out of court this week. In her letter, McKee said it was important for her that the board prove that their services materially improve outcomes for all New Zealanders. Well, all New Zealanders who support ACT. The course that Dixon refused to do was a broad 90-minute overview of Māori culture, language, and te tiriti, and she claimed in court this was because she felt the course was a breach of her rights of free speech, which the court dismissed, saying at no point does learning to be more culturally aware constitute having your free speech stopped. Well, except within the ranks of Hobson's pledge. The latest employment data released by Stats NZ on Wednesday showed unemployment has continued to grow, with the official rate now at 5.1%, the steepest increase in unemployment since 2009, a year into the premiership of John Key, but I'm sure that's just a total coincidence. Men were the hardest hit in this decline as manufacturing, trade, and labouring jobs were the hardest hit industries. This quarter also contributed to seeing a slowing in wage growth and an increase of 8,000 young people out of work or education. There are currently 20,000 jobs on the job site Seek, with an unemployed population of almost 150,000. So the Prime Minister's advice was to polish up your CV and go door knocking, or you'll face harsher benefit sanctions, because that's how you get the country back on track. Mana Whenua at Waitangi on Wednesday undertook a peaceful protest when ACT leader and the man responsible for feeding kids food worse than what convicted sex offender Tim Jago gets in prison started to speak on the Pai by turning their backs to him and singing the Waiata Proud to be Māori. Twice during his speech, a matua crossed the Pai and removed his microphone because Seymour's own iwi had asked he stay away, and he disrespected that request from them by showing up and using the same speaking points abusers use on their victims. Don't worry if you missed it though. Mainstream media has already provided David Seymour multiple front-page opportunities to complain and whistle to his followers and offer his perspective, while only one story seems to have appeared about Chris Hipkins even being at the event. During Waitangi commemorations this week, Te Pāti Māori have called for the creation of a treaty commissioner with the power to veto bills that are directly in violation of the treaty. Responding to this on the platform, David Seymour said he would leave the country if a left-leaning coalition put this in place. Labour leader Chris Hipkins has ruled out the possibility of Labour agreeing to this in coalition talks, said 92% of voters and children who have been forced to eat these all week, please reconsider. Hipkins says he prefers instead to hope that the threat that Seymour keeps his word from an interview in Women's Weekly that he would give up politics for love as he announced his engagement on Waitangi Day in a totally not an attempt to overshadow the national holiday, the reception to his Waitangi speech, or his former party president's recent naming in a sexual assault case. Speaking of food worse than what Tim Jago is getting in prison this week, issues continue around the supply of school lunches, with schools still reporting unappetizing food and late deliveries. One teacher even reported finding a human hair in their meal. Said Compass Group, the contractor for the new program, "We understand these issues have been frustrating, but they're just kids who aren't meant to have phones, so can't take photos. So who'll even notice?" In Porneki, local media outlet Bitter Wellington, a local right-wing blog site that demands Wellingtonians take back the city from the, quote, woke lefty council, was called out for spreading disinformation about bike lanes after posting an image from a bus of a cyclist not using what they claim is a readily available lane. Images of the site at another angle clearly show the lane starts after the bus stop the photo was taken from. The writer of the content is expected to take up a position at the Post's anti-cycle lane department by the end of the month. On Friday morning, Health NZ CEO Margie Upper, seen here with a dangerous-looking growth that has doctors concerned, resigned from her position. In a statement released by the Health Minister Simeon Brown, where he takes a dig at the previous government, he notes Upper was due to finish her term in June and has chosen to get the fuck out of Dodge. Make space for a new leader to continue the reset of Health NZ. For those that are unsure what is meant by a reset, here it's a technical term for burning it all to the ground, sowing that ground with salt, then pouring acid over the ground, contaminating it with nuclear waste and making sure that the staff all have Milo. And finally, Prime Minister Christopher Luxon, seen here practicing the Kubrick stare, has lashed out at banks for choosing to evolve their business practices away from supporting fossil fuel industries over the next few years. In a heated conversation with some rich white guy at News Talk, Luxon called it utterly unacceptable that some banks were withdrawing their services. 4 times he used the word unacceptable, in fact, claiming CEOs needed to listen to him because he's incredibly frustrated right now and losing his patience. When asked his thoughts on defending the rights of Māori or women, he responded with, "Look, what I'm saying to you is, banks need to listen to us now." And that is this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora, and welcome to this week's The News. Last Friday, name suppression was lifted after convicted sexual offender Tim Jago, seen here talking about how victim culture is a problem, stopped ongoing attempts to retain it after his conviction. David Seymour, Snapchatter of school kids, seen here in a shirt depicting naked woman at a university event that objectified women, claimed that there was no way for the ACT Party to know what the actions of Jago was before he was president, a position he took up nearly 20 years after the initial police investigations, into which Jago's actions were then put on police record, and despite approaches from one of the victims 3 months before charges were laid, a stance which has been defended by a range of men who felt downplaying the crimes was the right move to make, including ACT Party proxy, founder of the Taxpayer Union and Courier Polling, David Farrer, pictured here dressed as convicted sex offender Jimmy Savile. Jago is now the second ACT Party president to have been investigated by police after Gary Mallett was referred to police for campaign finance issues. ACT Party MP Nicole McKee, seen here Googling the best places to hide your illegal firearms, has made calls for Wellington City Council to drop reference to the Treaty of Waitangi in job listings for senior management of Wellington Water. She claims the acknowledgement of Te Tiriti is surplus to the job that should be focusing on fixing water pipes. And while the settlements of Ngāti Toa and Taranaki Whānui both have strong connections to how Wellington Water does its job, the fact that Wellington Water is a CCO owned by multiple councils and a separate entity from each of them, and therefore not under the purview of Wellington City Council, is completely beside the point when the aim is clearly to make the treaty part of their culture war. On Saturday, Health Minister Simeon Brown released footage of himself undergoing a routine blood pressure check as part of his new role as the Minister of Health. No word yet on if the results conclusively proved he was completely heartless or simply just not a good person. US Senator Ted Cruz has been corrected by Foreign Affairs Minister Winston Peters over a misleading claim about Israeli immigration requirements based on a fake news report. Said Peters, "I'm shocked at this careless claim from Cruz. I thought he'd like us better after we started calling for Mexicans to be deported." The Minister of Social Development, seen here with a sorted state house beneficiary, this week announced 2 new non-financial sanctions against beneficiaries that they claim are not meeting their requirements when asking for help from our social welfare safety net. The latest employment data shows the number of jobs available in Aotearoa dropped by 35,000 over the last year as the country entered the worst recession since the early 90s, with an increase of unemployed people up to 144,500. And clearly punishing people for there being not enough jobs for everyone is the way to fix this issue. According to quarterly data on wastewater testing results, police are saying that the winner in the war on drugs is cocaine. The most recent round of wastewater tests showed that cocaine was overtaking MDMA as the drug of choice for New Zealanders, especially in Auckland, the Bay of Plenty, and the southern regions. Experts in drug-related harm say societal changes that increase stress, like increased costs, housing impermanence, and the lack of access to healthcare, can cause addictions to worsen. So I'm sure things will improve really, really soon. On Monday, it was revealed by media that the government had yet to set up a procurement process to find replacement ferries for the ones that they cancelled to pay for tax cuts for landlords. So naturally, Tuesday, the government announced that they had started the process to find shipbuilders to deliver the replacements by 2029, which coincidentally will be 4 years after when the first IREX ferry was supposed to be here. But we still had to pay for tax cuts. New numbers released by the police show that the number of threats made towards politicians has decreased significantly under the current government. Sociologists have put this down to a number of factors, like misogyny not being as prominent without a woman in charge, and the lack of lightning rod issues like vaccines and mandates, which led to the illegal occupation of Parliament in 2022 and the highest rate of recorded threats. However, this term also saw the largest ever protest on Parliament grounds, which did not see the number of threats increase. It's almost like the alt-right nutjobs, the sort who raised political funds after threatening minorities and who felt it was fine to threaten politicians, got exactly what they wanted in Parliament. Treasury has warned the government this week that tight budgets currently in place and expected in the future will only be met by a reduction in public services. Oh, wait. Is this from last year? It's from Tuesday. Okay, let's try that again. Treasury has warned shit's about to get even worse than it is now, but the public shouldn't worry. Those who have fled the country by then will have had their tax cuts for a year and surely have dragged themselves out of poverty by budget day. A new Talbot Mills poll released on Tuesday continued the trend of other polls released so far this year, with the Labour Party having a lead on the National Party, a left-leaning bloc being able to return to power if an election was held today, New Zealand first within the margin of error for crossing the MMP threshold, and Chris Hipkins regaining the preferred Prime Minister spot, said the NZ Herald. ACT Party MP Nicole McKee, seen here showing Santa what she wants in every child's stocking next Christmas, has written to the Real Estate Authority Board in her capacity as Associate Minister for Justice to lodge her disapproval of a court finding against real estate agent and Hobson's Pledge poster girl Janet Dixon, whose request for a judicial review into losing her licence because she refused to undertake a compulsory training course on the role of Te Tiriti o Waitangi as part of her legal obligations to retain her licence was thrown out of court this week. In her letter, McKee said it was important for her that the board prove that their services materially improve outcomes for all New Zealanders. Well, all New Zealanders who support ACT. The course that Dixon refused to do was a broad 90-minute overview of Māori culture, language, and te tiriti, and she claimed in court this was because she felt the course was a breach of her rights of free speech, which the court dismissed, saying at no point does learning to be more culturally aware constitute having your free speech stopped. Well, except within the ranks of Hobson's Pledge. The latest employment data released by Stats NZ on Wednesday showed unemployment has continued to grow, with the official rate now at 5.1%, the steepest increase in unemployment since 2009, a year into the premiership of John Key, but I'm sure that's just a total coincidence. Men were the hardest hit in this decline as manufacturing, trade, and labouring jobs were the hardest hit industries. This quarter also contributed to seeing a slowing in wage growth and an increase of 8,000 young people out of work or education. There are currently 20,000 jobs on the job site Seek, with an unemployed population of almost 150,000. So the Prime Minister's advice was to polish up your CV and go door knocking, or you'll face harsher benefit sanctions, because that's how you get the country back on track. Mana Whenua at Waitangi on Wednesday undertook a peaceful protest when ACT leader and the man responsible for feeding kids food worse than what convicted sex offender Tim Jago gets in prison started to speak on the pai pai by turning their backs to him and singing the Waiata Proud to be Māori. Twice during his speech, a matua crossed the pai pai and removed his microphone because Seymour's own iwi had asked he stay away, and he disrespected that request from them by showing up and using the same speaking points abusers use on their victims. Don't worry if you missed it though. Mainstream media has already provided David Seymour multiple front-page opportunities to complain and whistle to his followers and offer his perspective, while only one story seems to have appeared about Chris Hipkins even being at the event. During Waitangi commemorations this week, Te Pāti Māori have called for the creation of a treaty commissioner with the power to veto bills that are directly in violation of the treaty. Responding to this on the platform, David Seymour said he would leave the country if a left-leaning coalition put this in place. Labour leader Chris Hipkins has ruled out the possibility of Labour agreeing to this in coalition talks, said 92% of voters and children who have been forced to eat these all week, please reconsider. Hipkins says he prefers instead to hope that the threat that Seymour keeps his word from an interview in Women's Weekly that he would give up politics for love as he announced his engagement on Waitangi Day in a totally not an attempt to overshadow the national holiday, the reception to his Waitangi speech, or his former party president's recent naming in a sexual assault case. Speaking of food worse than what Tim Jago is getting in prison this week, issues continue around the supply of school lunches, with schools still reporting unappetizing food and late deliveries. One teacher even reported finding a human hair in their meal. Said Compass Group, the contractor for the new program, "We understand these issues have been frustrating, but they're just kids who aren't meant to have phones, so can't take photos. So who'll even notice?" In Porneki, local media outlet Bitter Wellington, a local right-wing blog site that demands Wellingtonians take back the city from the, quote, woke lefty council, was called out for spreading disinformation about bike lanes after posting an image from a bus of a cyclist not using what they claim is a readily available lane. Images of the site at another angle clearly show the lane starts after the bus stop the photo was taken from. The writer of the content is expected to take up a position at the Post's anti-cycle lane department by the end of the month. On Friday morning, Health NZ CEO Margie Upper, seen here with a dangerous-looking growth that has doctors concerned, resigned from her position. In a statement released by the Health Minister Simeon Brown, where he takes a dig at the previous government, he notes Upper was due to finish her term in June and has chosen to get the fuck out of Dodge. Make space for a new leader to continue the reset of Health NZ. For those that are unsure what is meant by a reset, here it's a technical term for burning it all to the ground, sowing that ground with salt, then pouring acid over the ground, contaminating it with nuclear waste and making sure that the staff all have Milo. And finally, Prime Minister Christopher Luxon, seen here practicing the Kubrick stare, has lashed out at banks for choosing to evolve their business practices away from supporting fossil fuel industries over the next few years. In a heated conversation with some rich white guy at News Talk, Luxon called it utterly unacceptable that some banks were withdrawing their services. 4 times he used the word unacceptable, in fact, claiming CEOs needed to listen to him because he's incredibly frustrated right now and losing his patience. When asked his thoughts on defending the rights of Māori or women, he responded with, "Look, what I'm saying to you is, banks need to listen to us now." And that is this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora, and welcome to this week's The News. In the High Court this week, Ngāi Tahu has been arguing that the Crown has left the state of freshwater in the South Island in a terrible state, and it needs to recognise tino rangatira over freshwater for the iwi. The tribe's lawyer is former Treaty Negotiations Minister Chris Finlayson, KC, who, as part of the John Key National Party-led government whose relaxed attitude to water care and pandering to farmers contributed to the state of the waterways, says, "Now I'm out of government, I can be honest, we done fucked up." International men's fashion expert Derek Guy has questioned the taste levels of Prime Minister Christopher Luxon after he made a social media video promoting New Zealand Lamb Day in a t-shirt over top of his suit jacket. There is a bit of history of Prime Ministers being tied up with fashion, like when John Key decided to wear whatever this was, and Helen Clark and Jacinda Ardern walked the world of wearable art stage, but this is the first time any of them has been called out by the fashion police. In response, the Prime Minister has said, though, that this counts towards their target of 500 new police officers by at least one. A new report from the Salvation Army has highlighted that 400,000 people, or 12% of the population last year, applied for additional help from MSD and peripheral organisations amidst a worsening cost of living crisis driven by economic, climate and recession. The report also found that violence and neglect impacting children had increased and that overall violent crime had increased, although young offender crime had continued a downward trend that spanned the past decade. They called for a fairer safety net social welfare system and a way to lower rents, said the Prime Minister. Seen here taking someone else's job for a laugh, they should just pull up their bootstraps and go door knocking. I'm wealthy and sorted, it's not my problem. The saviour of the economy, the recently announced digital nomad visa, has not seen an increase in visa applications, according to Immigration New Zealand. In fact, it seems to have had the opposite effect. An extra 50,000 views to the corresponding websites were recorded in the first 2 weeks after the new visa was announced, but fewer than 24,000 applications have been received for all visa categories, said Immigration Minister Erica Stanford, seen here calling for an end to the trade blockade around the planet Naboo. "We're still working out why no one wants to visit and work here with our historic unemployment, blatant racism, degrading health and education systems, failing infrastructure, and the worst recession since the early 90s. But I'm sure we'll cancel something Māori soon and use the funds to come up with a solution." 7 months after a special election in Tauranga, it's been revealed that new Mayor and former Olympian Mahi Drysdale, seen here wishing he was still on the water and not dealing with the insanity of the most extreme Tauranga locals, still hasn't moved to Tauranga, instead commuting from Cambridge for work. Said Tauranga's most vocal online commentators, well, at least he's not like that lazy Maori councillor who had to quit due to ongoing health concerns. In Tamaki Makaurau, overnight tests on the new rail lines were deemed successful, bringing new transport hubs to busy areas one step closer to fruition. Said Mayor Wayne Brown, "See, Christopher, this is how you get things back on track. Now, all I need to do is find out where this Karanga happy place is. I wonder if it's near K Road somewhere." Southland MP Joseph Mooney, seen here preparing to abandon the sinking ship known as the National Party, was this week caught out accidentally sending a text to Carmel Sepuloni, Deputy Leader of the Labour Party, complaining about the ACT Party, saying it's funny that ACT never defend their policies in hearings and never ask questions. In a faux pas likely to be mentioned many times in the future, showing widening cracks in the coalition. When asked for comment, an ACT spokesperson said, "We're not going to defend that and we have no questions. Now do as we say or we'll rip the country to shreds." Serial bitcher Julian Batchelor, seen here looking for his white privilege and not being able to find it despite everyone else telling him where it is and that it's really obvious, made an appearance this week at the Treaty Principles Bill Select Committee hearing where he claimed that God spoke to him on a beach and told him to start a ministry. No, sorry, that's what he said about his failed evangelical church. He held a sign there that read, "Homosexuality is a thing that God hates." No, wait, sorry, that was his protest against the Hero Parade in the 90s, and last year he said his views still stand strong on that particular issue. Oh. He said immigrants should go home. No, sorry, that was from his 2005 run as a New Zealand First candidate against Helen Clark. Maybe, Just maybe we shouldn't be listening to anything this person has to say, and just everyone around him should ignore him completely. It was revealed in Parliament this week that 8 out of 10 youth offenders who took part in the same but different boot camp have re-offended and are now back in youth justice facilities. At the time of the launch, Karen Chow, Children's Minister, claimed that the new camps were different to the ones run under the previous national government. Technically, she's not wrong. The success rate for this camp sits at a meagre 10% after the tragic death of one of the attendees, whereas John Key's boot camps had a success rate of 47%. The New Zealand English Teachers Association has exited the Ministry of Education curriculum rewrite process, citing a shambolic process too focused on getting what the course writers want in, no matter how much of a cognitive overload it would cause students or the impossible to achieve workload it would force teachers to undertake. The new curriculum came under fire last year when it was revealed it was being guided by regular disinformation media outlet guest Dr. Elizabeth Rata, seen here sucking up to the MP who gave her a job to rewrite the curriculum by supporting the Treaty Principles Bill, was determined to include the collections of Shakespeare and Beowulf into the program and include cursive writing, and expected she would have final say on the curriculum over the ministry itself, revealed in leaks to RNZ last year. So the fact that uppity teachers think that they know better is clearly not possible. Wellington Mayor Tory Whānau, seen here with a mini version of the Gatekeeper or the Keymaster from Ghostbusters, this week unveiled plans for a revamped Golden Mile project within the city's central business district. The new plan creates more space for outdoor eating, public seating, self-sufficient green areas that filter rainwater before returning it to the harbour, and alternative transport use options. But for balance, the Post decided the best person to talk to was the person who came second in a by-election last year campaigning against the changes, who shockingly did not like the changes, and it wasn't disclosed that they were a candidate who ran against these changes in the election, instead demanding more money be spent on fixing pipes, despite a 300% budget increase to water infrastructure projects in the last 3 years within the city. Prime Minister Christopher Luxon, seen here playing cricket, a sport you can't score against yourself in, scored an own goal in the House this week when opposition made calls to fire David Seymour from ministerial positions after he wrote a letter of support for Philip Polkinghorne after he had complained that MPs shouldn't interfere in judicial decisions, and he responded with a list of Labour MPs that were fired from ministerial positions as examples of MPs not fired. Of course, this isn't really much of a surprise, since Luxon clearly feels the only sort of MPs who should be punished for not doing their job are women, or lefties. MP Shane Jones, seen here explaining to the waiter how big a pile of free food he wants from the meal that's being paid for by lobbyists, has criticised Te Pāti Māori MP Takuta Ferris for not delivering an apology in the House in English. Ferris was recently found to have called MPs known for not telling the truth liars in the House, which is against the rules for Parliament, and as a result was asked to apologise. Ferris delivered his apology in Te Reo Māori, which as an officially recognised language is permitted, but Jones felt the apology should be in English, which it does not have to be. Jones felt it was important everyone could see and understand what was being said, while Ferris said in a response, "Te rau mātua Shane, how about taking that approach to cameras on fishing ships?" And finally, the Minister of Internal Affairs, Brooke Van Velden, has used Valentine's Day to release marriage statistics for 2024. More than 20,000 marriages were registered last year, with almost half of those being people in their 30s, and 740 of those people being over 70. Since New Zealand records began in 1848, there's been 12,272 people who have chosen to make Valentine's Day their wedding day. Said Van Velden, "See, even I can acknowledge that you humans have a need for an emotion you call love." And that is this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora, and welcome to this week's The News. On Tuesday, ACT Party members of the Justice Select Committee decided not to attend the latest round of verbal submissions on their Treaty Principles Bill, citing more important things elsewhere. They were later found in the fetal position in a cupboard in their offices, crying about how mean the overwhelming number of speakers there were opposing the bill, and mumbling, "It's woke, it's all woke." Auckland Mayor Wayne Brown, seen here bringing a new meaning to the phrase "there's a code brown in the pool," has announced at the age of 79 his intention to run for a second term in this year's local body elections. When asked for comments, Aucklanders responded with, Who? Postal ballot. What's a postal ballot? And there's an election this year again? What the hell? David Seymour and Simon Court, seen here next to two people who really should stop enabling them, have come under fire this week for uninformed sexist comments. Court used a select committee meeting to mansplain period cups, while Seymour claimed that the pay gap between genders was caused by the fact that men can work later to make sales while women have homely duties to deal with. Said Minister for Women's Affairs Judith Collins, seen here dreaming her reaction, "Oh sorry, I couldn't comment earlier, I was busy sharpening my knives." The first report into the efficacy of the boot camp program for young offenders is out, and Prime Minister Christopher Luxon says he is, quote, really comfortable with the public not knowing the reoffending rates of those involved, which is understood to be around the 80% mark. The report criticised the lack of expertise in tikanga Māori in the course and low staff levels. When media asked if the reason he wouldn't comment on reoffending was because some cases were still before the judicial system, the Prime Minister, seen here unsuccessfully playing Got Your Nose with Simeon Brown, responded with, "Oh shoot, that is a good reason. Why didn't we think of that?" Winston Peters, seen here wondering why the cabinet room is mysteriously lacking the cabinets he left his whiskey behind in the 90s when he was fired by Jenny Shipley, has called a directive from the Director General of Health for some select population centres to add fluoride to their water supply a despotic Soviet-era disgrace, after Voices for Freedom linked Whangarei Mayor Vince Cocarillo, seen here being interviewed by Counterspin Media's Calvin Alp in front of a flag that should really be a lot more red, used his casting vote to refuse to follow the directive, potentially leaving the council and those who voted against the directive liable to legal ramifications, according to the council's CEO, as it's considered an offence under the Health Act to contravene a direction from the Director General. In response, New Zealand First has introduced a members' bill to allow councils to hold a referendum on the topic. The last time this occurred in Kirikiriroa, Hamilton in 2013, 68% of the population said, "Hey, why don't we listen to the experts on this one?" and voted to retain fluoridation. As of yet, no one has corrected Mr. Peters that Soviet-era Russian people did not have fluoride artificially added to their water supplies. School lunch provider Compass Group has admitted its halal meals are not certified as halal, instead calling them halal-friendly. Certification is given based on which foods are in the meal and how the meal is prepared. Compass claim that while they do use halal meat in their meals and follow health standards that match the Islamic requirements for meal preparation, they felt it was okay to tell people it was fine, even after halal-friendly meals arrive with decidedly not halal ham in it. We know we got this contract from a man who said it was fine to accept donations from a person who said he wanted to blow up mosque after mosque, but that's got nothing to do with our approach here. We simply don't know anyone in the Muslim community to approach to get this sorted. Numbers released by police internal magazine The Police News show that the number of police currently doing frontline work is lower than when the coalition agreed to increase the police force by 500. Associate Police Minister Casey Costello, seen here asking an RNZ reporter if they wanted to become a cop, stood by the claim that they will reach their target despite a decreasing base and fewer recruits than expected, and police being paid more in Australia, and police being forced to undertake a lot of unpopular policies for the look of it, like the gang patch ban, and the government ignoring police feedback on controversial issues like gun reform that would put them at risk. Said Costello, "It's clearly a mystery that we might never get to the bottom of." Shane Jones, seen here in his younger days as a protester wearing a shirt with the word Aotearoa on it, and Winston Peters, seen here needing to support himself on the podium because the rumours spinning, the Facebook comment section come to life that are the top two MPs for New Zealand First, once again attacked Green MP Ricardo Menendez-March, this time for being born overseas and daring to use the word Aotearoa in the House, despite the fact that using Te Reo Māori without a translation is permitted in the House. Speaker and former Te Reo Māori teacher Jerry Brownlee said instead he preferred the term Aotearoa New Zealand, while Menendez-March pointed out that on his way to the clouds he's always yelling at, our Foreign Affairs Minister clearly hasn't checked his passport recently, which states the name of the country as Aotearoa. In Wellington this week, the Michael Fowler Centre played host to Vision for Wellington's first public meeting to tell retirees why the common everyday millionaires and billionaires think their city needs more car park buildings, but are also totally non-political. Honest. Really. Vision for Wellington is made up of a number of what the press calls prominent Wellingtonians, which totally coincidentally includes the owner of the press and Wairarapa-based filmmaker James Cameron. They use the usual lines about bike lanes being bad and real vision of the 90s being needed. just not the specific Real Vision unveiled as part of the plans for the Golden Mile because there wasn't enough car park buildings. Of course, we all know that nothing bad ever comes from groups of entitled people telling us that their vision is the most important one to listen to. Police Minister Mark Mitchell, seen here asking a reporter if she's premenopausal before claiming there's no such thing as systemic bias against groups, like women, has been reported missing, presumed fed to sharks in very small pieces after Judith Collins was asked in the House about misogynistic comments Mitchell made on alternative media platform The Platform. While Collins supported Mitchell's stance against gangs that aren't linked to churches that spread hate, she gave what can only be described as the look given to the game hunter, coincidentally named after former National Party Prime Minister Robert Muldoon in the original Jurassic Park, but with, sharper teeth. Police have asked if anyone knows Mitchell's whereabouts to please keep it to themselves until they've accepted that job offer that they just got from Queensland. Statistics New Zealand this week announced that the government failed to reach targets to reduce levels of material hardship for children. In fact, there was a slight increase in the number of children in low-income households. Advocates for children and poverty issues are understandably disappointed in these outcomes, even as the targets were reduced last year by the coalition, said Social Development Minister Louise Upson. Oh, we were meant to work towards the targets. Yeah, I had no idea. How bad. Prime Minister Christopher Luxon, seen here trying to connect with the little people, said in the House this week that growing inequality was a good thing. It showed people have ambition and should be celebrated. Said every community service provider in the country. What? Only someone wealthy and sorted who's entitled would say something so ridiculous. And finally, residents on Waiheke Island are asking visitors to the island to please stop feeding the sharks. Bronze whaler sharks, seen here learning that sharks have inbuilt receptors that allow them to sense electromagnetic fields, are a common sight in the waters around the island. Experts believe feeding them for show to get exciting photo opportunities increases the risk of one attacking a human. Said one resident, "Please, Judith, stop dumping the bodies here. There's plenty of other ways to get rid of misogynistic MPs." And that is this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora, and welcome to this week's The News. Last weekend, 3 Chinese warships were being monitored and tracked through international waters in the Tasman Sea by the Australian and New Zealand military after it was revealed that they were there unannounced with no prior warning given by the Chinese government. Said Defence Minister Judith Collins, seen here praying that people forget her husband is Samoan, so talofa. Yes, it's true we did want to entice more Chinese visitors to the country, but the nice Chinese people who are one of our largest trading partners, not the scary ones with more military hardware on a single ship than we have in the entire country. The Ministry of Primary Industries launched an investigation into the school lunch program this week. The complaint involves meals for those with specific dietary requirements, with vegetarian meals containing meat and halal meals containing ham received by some schools. Said David Seymour, minister in charge of the program, seen here next to a convicted sex offender talking about how people just want to play the victim these days. They all got free things from the government that they didn't ask for. They should be thanking us, since we didn't tip off the Taxpayers Union about them. MPI has announced that they will no longer be sending new staff to New Zealand First MP Mark Patterson's office, but have been very clear that it is not the minister directly responsible for the issue. Said Patterson, seen here confused as to why he has a microphone when Winston Peters and Shane Jones told him that they'd do all the talking. As a member of New Zealand First, I thought it was my job to stir shit, but I didn't realise it was figurative and not literal, and all I can do is apologise for the smell. New citizens' arrest powers that seem to promote vigilantism that were this week announced by Justice Minister Paul Goldsmith, seen here super excited to be in this week's The News more than once this week, have been criticised by retail groups and the Police Association for putting the public at extra risk, while seemingly circumventing the issue of not being able to find new recruits to join the police force. While there are public concerns that groups linked with sovereign citizen beliefs and Destiny Church are celebrating this law as a win, granting them powers to intimidate and threaten people who oppose them without ramifications, which is clearly really different to what happens right now, Batman costume sales have skyrocketed since the announcement. Paul Goldsmith, seen here suddenly realising that maybe being mentioned twice in this week's The News this week may not actually have been a good thing, announced a bill on extending parliamentary terms to 4 years. If it passes the Select Committee stage and is passed, a referendum could be held in the 2026 election to come into effect in the term afterwards. Said both Chris's, seen here discussing polling numbers that put Labour in the lead over National, we support a 4-year term if it's us in power, but can you imagine the other side for 4 years? This week saw another round of verbal submissions on the Treaty Principles Bill. So far, the vast majority of submissions have opposed the divisive bill for a range of reasons, including legal ramifications, race relations, treaty settlement issues, social cohesion impacts, and institutional trust between treaty partners. So, of course, mainstream media has been platforming the worst possible people who are the minority that support the bill. Disgraced lawyer and leader of the Outdoor Freedom Party, Sue Gray, seen here at the illegal Wellington occupation asking then Speaker Trevor Mallard to turn up the nickelback so everyone could enjoy it, was this week fined for breaching a name suppression order by the Lawyers and Conveyances Disciplinary Tribunal. In 2022, Gray was a vocal proponent against the use of vaccinated blood for a newborn known as Baby W. Under the current laws, any legal case that involves a minor has automatic name suppression for the child and parents to ensure privacy for the child. But Gray joined a live stream with disgraced former journalist Liz Gunn, seen here laughing all the way to the bank that allegedly has $40,000 less in the New Zealand Loyal bank accounts than before she visited the bank, where she named both the child and parent, which led to a wave of conspiracy theorists, some of which who want to be your local body elected representatives, also breaking the law and breaching name suppression. Gray was fined $1,500 for the transgression in order to pay $10,000 in costs. Said Gray, "It's really hard to get idiots to give you money when there's so many others out there grifting. Asking, and are far better at it. So to support my cause, please leave unmarked notes in an envelope on my doorstep." Invercargill City Council has reported an increase in threatening behaviour and abuse with a rise of 29% since 2022. The majority of these have been through council phone systems, but animal control and parking enforcement officers have also noticed a marked increase. Said Invercargill Mayor Nobby Clark, seen here agreeing that it's not fair that people are so mean to a racist homophobe who said God had told him to become an evangelical minister on a beach in a conversation he claims that really happened, who once called firefighters second-class citizens, verbally attacked an event MC, criticised young people in authority, complained about Māori at a Julian Bachelor anti-co-governance till a stop, repeatedly used the N-word in an interview with Guy Williams where he also spouted homophobic slurs, and told Mana Whenua members that they had black privilege when he tried to remove speaking rights in council. "Well, I have no idea why people would think that sort of behaviour has been normalised, but I'm quitting in October, so it's not my fucking problem." The government this week lauded its efforts to lower violent crime with a press release using police statistics that don't measure violent crime from a Twitter account as a source. Said Police Minister Mark Mitchell, seen here wondering if anyone would bother fact-checking his claims and realising that they fired all the fact-checkers to pay for tax cut for landlords. "We said we'd use evidence to make our decisions. We never said that it had to be accurate or even honest evidence." Climate Change Minister Simon Watts, seen here overlooking what historians will one day call historically known as a beach before they vanish due to man-made climate change, has come under fire from environmental groups for saying that the Paris Climate Accords are really for big countries, not for ones our size. He followed that up with, "Thankfully, because of rising sea levels, we'll get to be even smaller and less bound by climate change agreements, so it won't impact us at all." Private Cook Strait ferry operator Bluebridge has cancelled 2 days of sailings over the past few days. Said a Bluebridge spokesperson, "Well, at least there's up-to-date modern ferry options available from Inter-Islander that never seem to have any mechanical issues for when these things happen, and bigger, better ships due to arrive later this year." And finally, on Wednesday afternoon, an Air New Zealand flight from Auckland to New Plymouth reportedly became an impromptu delivery suite as an expectant mother gave birth mid-flight. Upon arriving in New Plymouth, the mother and child receive medical care and are expected to be fine. Air New Zealand are yet to confirm if they'll be charging her for an extra seat or extra carry-on. And that is this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora, and welcome to this week's The News. Hyundai is reportedly considering making a bid on the proposed new ferry replacements after a meeting between executives and Foreign Affairs Minister Winston Peters. Said a spokesperson for the company, "We are one of the few places in the world with the dedicated infrastructure to complete such a task. After all, that's why you chose us in the first place, before you cancelled. But if an idiot wants to pay us twice for doing the same job at a higher rate, since we can't trust the decision not to be changed again, then who are we to say no?" Justice Minister Paul Goldsmith is expected to be demoted shortly after a sporting incident that went awry last Sunday in a quote-unquote friendly game of cricket. The Treaty Negotiations Minister, who once had to confirm to media he was not in fact Māori, dealt the Prime Minister a bowl right to the part of the story nobody hearing or watching the news wants to imagine. Said the Prime Minister of the incident,
"Don't worry, Winston and David have the impacted body parts locked in a very tight vice, so they weren't all that damaged."
documents released under an OIA show Finance Minister Nicola Willis, seen here telling voters how many terms she expects National to be running the country for, was part of a steering group looking into how to handle the steps after cancelling the IREX ferry builds from Hyundai. The documents revealed the group had suggested careful planned communication with the shipbuilders and quick negotiations to consider the downsized option that was being considered, none of which happened, which show that even when they're directly involved in creating advice, this government still doesn't follow it. Research undertaken by Service Now showed that New Zealanders spent an accumulated 24 million hours on hold last year waiting for customer service. The worst offenders were financial institutions like banks and insurance companies, followed by government departments, which recorded an extra average wait time of 30 minutes per call over 2024. Said a spokesperson for the government, well, this is actually part of a very clever plan to increase tourism by making sure every person in the country knows the words to Bic Runga's Sway, which we plan to make everyone sing in unison to break the world record, thus making us famous, thus increasing tourism. Auckland Transport has reported an overall increase in usage, but a massive 12% drop in school children catching the bus since the removal of free public transport for children. Said Transport Minister Chris Bishop, seen here on a scooter which he crashed, spilling coffee on himself on the way to a National Party meeting in 2023, which is also his villain origin story and his mission to eradicate all forms of transport without coffee cup holders. See, our plan to increase alternative transport usage has worked. Adding congestion is an alternative to the way these kids used to take the bus to school. The Department of Internal Affairs has announced a new internal classification system which assigns identifiers or hashes to illegal material such as objectionable video content. Said Internal Affairs Minister Brooke Van Velden, seen here trying on her listening with empathy face for elections, this simple measure will help reduce the number of times our staff are forced to watch disturbing content which may negatively impact them, or show them how extreme some of our ACT voters have become. According to a new survey by Kindle, New Zealanders are checking their devices up to 50 times an hour and developing phantom buzz syndrome, where they believe a notification has arrived when it hasn't. Said one survey respondent, "Have you seen the world out there? There's something new and crazy like every 5 minutes. Of course we're always getting notifications." Air New Zealand CEO Greg Foran, seen here asking if customers on a flight had finished sucking on their lollies so he could take them away, has resigned from the national airline after 5 years in the job. In his resignation letter, Foran said that he felt the airline had been set up to continue its trajectory of growth and now was the time to move on. While no replacement has yet been announced, it's understood a former CEO, seen here pretending to be a plane, may be considering a return. After all, he might not have a job in Wellington for much longer. New Consumer Affairs Minister Scott Simpson, seen here showing an audience how much respect the party has for its leader, has had to hand off part of his portfolio that relates to the supermarket reform plans after he self-identified a conflict of interest, with a family member owning a supermarket. The role now belongs to Finance Minister Nicola Willis, who clearly listens to advice and understands the ramifications of government policy making. Said a spokesperson for supermarkets, "We look forward to working with Willis. The Korean shipbuilders and landlords in this country have clearly done well with her in charge, and we're sure we will too." Documents released under an OIA show that independent consulting company WSP reported to Waka Kotahi show that reduced speed limits in busy areas increased economic productivity, despite claims from the government that speed limit increases are needed to achieve those results. It found that on average, reduced speeds lead to 27 fewer injuries and fatalities on each stretch of road, so that every dollar lost on time between $2 and $10 was saved in costs treating injuries or dealing with deaths. The head of Waka Kotahi at the time the report was made asked ministers to consider ideological changes weren't necessary in the face of evidence-based decision making. Said Transport Minister Chris Bishop, "La la la la, I can't hear you." Former Prime Minister Helen Clark, seen here with an unfortunate growth at the UN, has questioned New Zealand's involvement in the Five Eyes intelligence network, which she claims has gone from quiet intelligence gathering to dictating policy amongst members, while raising concerns about the current US administration's ability to keep sensitive information secret. Said a spokesperson for the Trump administration, "Niet, New Zealand former lady boss has no idea how President Putin will treat sensitive data." And finally, this weekend, Upper Hutt is celebrating its unique place in bogan history with beers, cars, metal, and mullets on display. Even Mayor Wayne Guppy got in on the action. The genesis of boganism in the area was captured in the 1954 Mazengarb report, which looked at the, quote, moral delinquency of children and adolescents in the area on behalf of the government, which was sent to every home in the country to prove that no matter what generation we're in, young people with their strange haircuts and original thoughts are not to be trusted with the moral fabric or future of society. An outlook enshrined today by the way the coalition government treats both MPs and the general population under the age of 40. Anyway, that's this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora, I'm Paul, and this is this week's The News. Finance Minister Nicola Willis, seen here pointing to the security guards that she's about to screw over, has proposed sweeping changes to procurement rules that government agencies must currently follow, which have been described by the CTU as heartless. These include no longer requiring new builds to have 5-star energy efficiency ratings, no longer purchasing batteries for hybrid and electrical vehicles, no longer purchasing low-waste or recyclable office products, and no longer paying the living wage to contractors involved in cleaning, catering, and security guard services. In a note written in oil on a whaleskin parchment that she handed to the press, Willis said, "Nothing says thank you to the people who do this work around Parliament than legally making it possible to pay them less than enough to live on. I mean, we could always raise the minimum wage to the living wage, but got to give those landlords their tax breaks." Winston Peters, seen here pointing at the person who will be most harmed by his sundown ramblings if they became law, has denied his own party constitution includes diversity, equity, and inclusion clauses in its instructions on how list candidates are selected, after his recent yelling at cloud moments about diversity, equity, and inclusion in the public service. In the document, New Zealand First state the need for different genders, social groups, ages, and ethnicities to be represented in their list, which is totally different to the provision for public servants, which is to consider candidates' genders, social groups, ethnicities, and ages. Compass Group, the organisation behind the embattled and slightly melted school lunch fiasco, was this week forced to import school lunches from Australia in the latest embarrassing undertaking in David Seymour's revamped school lunch program. Seymour, seen here avoiding questions about his knowledge of Tim Jargo's sexual assault on minors, this week finally found time in his busy schedule to sit down with Education Minister Erica Stanford to discuss the issues, which have also this week included the first school to officially remove itself from the program over continued substandard offerings, financial failure of 2 subcontractors, including LaBelle Group, a new Talbot Mills poll which indicates 2/3 of New Zealanders want to bring back the old system, and a report that shows that 10% of school lunches haven't shown up on time for school lunch. Said Seymour, "We promised that the new system would still employ New Zealanders, and sure, it may not be ones living in the communities we forced to eat this slop, but with so many having migrated to Australia under this government, I'm sure that there are some Kiwis involved in the process of making the lunches that we imported." Local Government New Zealand has suggested in a new report this week the abolition of postal voting, citing its archaic nature, and instead replace it with voting booths and run election day more in the way of a general election. Said LGNZ Electoral Reform Group member Mayor Reheti Stoltz, engagement in local body elections is at historic lows, and it's dangerous for democracy to have so few people making decisions for the whole. People are clearly disengaged, so much so, most people didn't realise that this isn't actually Mayor Reheti Stoltz. This is. The reheated wealthy investor visa announced last month by the government, which would see wealthy foreigners be able to buy a New Zealand citizenship with a minimum $5 million investment into local business, as long as they also stayed in the country for at least 1 week a year, has seen a massive surge in interest from wealthy Americans, with a 230% increase in inquiries to Immigration New Zealand. Said the Prime Minister, seen here remembering he has a Marmite sandwich waiting for him in the office. "What I'm saying to you is this bodes really well, because American millionaires are historically very good people who make calm, reasoned choices and are never constantly looking at ways to improve the lives of Everyone, while they never have plans to influence and undermine democracy and government. Police this week issued $2,250 fines to members of Brian Tamaki's Destiny Church and linked groups for blocking off State Highway 1 to protest against waving the wrong kind of flag. The illegal traffic blockage occurred in Mercer, or as the New Zealand Herald described it, Mercerin, so Tamaki could demand people only wave the New Zealand flag. Because, free speech. Said Tamaki of the fines, they're good for it. Do you see how much they give me? I'm sure they have plenty of money to spare. At the government's much-lauded Infrastructure Investment Summit, Chris Bishop this week, seen here trying to use the force, says we are finally ready to put a stake in the ground on a second harbour crossing, and is looking at international investment feedback on the project. He was quick to point out this was different from the 1996 Transit New Zealand suggested plans for a second bridge, the 2006 10-year Transit NZ plan for a tunnel, the 2007 Double Tunnel Plan, the 2008 Waitemata Harbour Crossing Study Group Plan, the 2009 Waka Kotahi Wynyard Quarter Plan, the 2007 Anzac Centenary Bridge Plan, the 2010 Stephen Joyce Plan, the 2011 Skypath Plan, and the 2023 Harbour Connections Plan, which were progressed to a point where Chris Luxon said he wanted to go further before he cancelled it when he became Prime Minister in 2023. Wellington Mayor Tory Whānau, seen here hunting for monsters, dressed up in man-up shirts with Officer O'Leary from Wellington Paranormal, has responded to comments from Prime Minister Chris Luxon where he called the council lame-o in an insult that would upset the delicate balance of a schoolyard playground filled with 8-year-olds. Mayor Whānau pointed out that the government seems to be targeting Wellington City Council expressly after they didn't make the same comments regarding funding that was not applied for by Christchurch City Council, which led to the Prime Minister's lame-o comment. She noted that Wellington did not vote for him, to which the Prime Minister responded, "I'm not a doo-doo head, I'm going to tell my mummy on you." Winston Peters, seen here outside a place he wants to make sure has less tools for harm reduction, and New Zealand First are celebrating the removal of RSE guidelines from the Ministry of Education website this week. RSE, an expert-produced, peer-reviewed program based on decades of research, has been credited with helping decrease rates of teen pregnancy, STI infections, sexual assault and abuse, and promote a greater understanding of and acceptance of people's identities. Said Peters, "Yes, we did this, and we know it's a shock. It seems like the sort of stuff that the ACT Party presidents would want to have stopped, but we did it first, because our fan base are so indoctrinated that they would rather harm kids than learn what indoctrinated means." And finally this week, Parliament passed a law making it a crime for employers to steal workers' wages. The bill was supported by all opposition parties and New Zealand First, with ACT and National opposing. Labour's Phil Twyford, seen here showing how many votes he won Te Atatu by in 2023, said, "The South-style Party of Law and Order is voting against a bill that would criminalise the intentional theft of money." While speaking on behalf of National, Katie Nimmin, seen here asking what those long cars are and why anybody would want them, argued that this bill would clog up the justice system, going on to say, "Look, our donors are the ones most impacted by this bill, and there must be a lot of it happening for us to actually believe it will clog up the justice system." Now, before I wrap up, I also want to say a huge thank you to everyone who supports the content that I make. Whether it's liking it or sharing it, or if you're supporting it financially as a YouTube member, a Substack paid subscriber, or helped out with the Buy Me a Coffee page. It all really helps to cover costs for the tools that I use to put it all together. And I know I don't say thank you often enough, so I wanted to make sure I made a point of saying thank you for all of the support in this week's video. Anyway, enough of those awful human emotions. That is this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora, and welcome to this week's The News. Health Minister Simeon Brown, seen here trying his best not to follow up a press member's comment of "mana mana" with "do-do-de-do-do," has told medical professionals they need to stop commenting publicly on issues like healthy eating and advocating for healthier lifestyles without sign-off from the ministry itself. When asked for a follow-up comment, Brown went on to say, as a government that rolled back New Zealand's smoke-free laws and increased the risks of road deaths with higher speed limits, we can't see how doctors would possibly know more about people's health than the expert lobbyists we already work with. Acting Prime Minister David Seymour, seen here doing his Kermit the Frog impression, has backed up Minister Brown's edict on medical professionals, publicly commenting, saying it's about time we put those Muppets back in their box. Said a spokesperson for the Medical Council, I think they're worried that people will start to raise the curtain, think it's time to light those lights. They think it's time to show what the ACT Party's up to tonight. Statistics New Zealand's latest economic data show that the country has just left the worst recession on record since the early 90s, with a 0.7% growth measurement in the last quarter. While the economy is still smaller than it was a year ago, the number of children living in poverty has increased, the number of people on benefits has increased, the number of people dealing with homelessness has increased, the increased cost of living, including transportation costs, power, food, rents and rates, helped see an increase in spending, which led to the very small rise in GDP. Said Nicola Willis, seen here mimicking data from Star Trek when he was confused about how humans work, we said we'd focus on the cost of living, and you clearly see that our work has paid off for shareholders everywhere. A new Ipsos-issued monitor poll released on Friday gave the coalition the lowest rating seen since the report began in 2017. The poll asks respondents about the issues that they feel are most important to them about the country and which parties they feel are best suited to fix them. And the current poll saw Labour being seen as the most well-positioned to deal with 15 of the top 20 issues as identified by respondents. The Greens also were seen to be the top of a number of issues, as was Te Pāti Māori. Said Prime Minister Christopher Luxon, seen here annoyed that it was a different Air New Zealand CEO who secured the Memorandum of Understanding with Indian Airlines to plan direct flights by 2028, and not him. Look, what I'm saying to you is we may have slashed and burned the country and sold our soul with the coalition agreements, but we can all agree that at least people still believe we're good with the economy, no matter the evidence to the contrary. The Defence Force has announced further civilian restructuring with the expected loss of almost 400 roles. While the Prime Minister said that these matters are operational for the force, a spokesperson for the civilian support workers said, hey, look, I'm sorry, I don't have time to comment because these budget changes to pay for those landlord tax breaks and tobacco company kickbacks means that I'm doing the work of 4 people right now. Waka Kotahi has agreed to open public feedback on 16 stretches of highway that pass through urban areas on the automatic speed limit changes that the government directed them to increase after overwhelming responses from the impacted communities. The automatic speed increases were an ideological choice instigated by the government after years of research, public consultation and expert advice saw many lowered for public safety. Said a spokesperson for Waka Kotahi, we are stuck in the middle here. We want to keep people alive, but the government has other priorities. But at least we're not like councils, who have been told that they have to make the same decisions based on the same lack of evidence from the government, and they just want to keep the communities safe. And their impacts are potentially far wider because of the urban area speed increases. But legally, they're not allowed to even reconsider the changes. Former TVNZ presenter Samantha Bailey, seen here reacting to finding out that you didn't wash your hands after going to the bathroom because she believes viruses aren't real, was struck off the medical register this week and ordered to pay $148,000 in legal costs for a lengthy legal battle to allow her to spread COVID disinformation that went all the way to the High Court. According to the ruling, the Medical Code of Ethics means limitations on the right to free speech in a professional capacity if not presented in a well-rounded and balanced way. They found Bailey had breached that rule. Said Health Minister Simeon Brown, what's her number? We might have a job for someone with her skills. Western Bay of Plenty District Council has this week quit Local Government New Zealand. Claims during the debate were made that LGNZ had swung far left, that were made by far-right councillor Margaret Murray Benge. Benge went on to say, sure, I may stand side by side with my partner Don Brash in Hobson's Pledge, but that definitely makes everything I don't like far left, and probably woke, and I can't stand for that. Taranaki Region Council has been struggling to form an apology to locals, especially Māori, after right-wing councillors who have spent over 40 years putting together submissions to government decided that the council wasn't a political body that should be involved in policy direction, and therefore closed off public consultation on a bill submission on the Treaty Principles Bill. The entire situation was made worse when the chair of the council, Craig Williamson, seen here chillaxing with some mates, was unable to deliver an apology after those same councillors debated so long about his speaking slot he missed a chance to make an apology. Said a spokesperson for the right-wing councillors, We absolutely believe in healthy discussion around issues, as long as it's from the small group of people who actually take an interest in what we do and agree with our antiquated perspectives. US President Donald Trump, seen here in the naughty corner waiting for his diaper to be changed, today signed an executive order calling for the elimination of the US Education Department, which he did in front of a mock classroom full of students because of what he calls the pollution of liberal ideology. Said New Zealand's Education Minister Erica Stanford, seen here waiting to see if the cup of tea that you've got in your hand leads to the sunken place. We're not looking to follow suit, but we can see by how many people actually voted for and support the coalition government that we don't really need to worry about education levels here. They're already low enough. And finally, Far North District Mayor Moko Tepania, seen here learning that he could make it as a model if the whole mayor thing doesn't work out, has announced a new policy to combat an exponential rise in online racism on their social media pages. Tepania noted that when funding rounds for Matariki events came up, the number of anonymous racist troll accounts making racist comments increases exponentially, despite the same funding rounds also being available for other public celebrations like Easter or Christmas. The approach? Delete their comments and block their profiles. Said Tepania, free speech is a right we all share, but that doesn't mean you're guaranteed an ability to use our profile to say what you want. He also pointed out that the hardline approach has seen a massive increase in positive online interactions with people being much more vocal in their support for diverse groups within the region. Said spokesperson for New Zealand's mainstream media, wait, we can block them? I thought we were meant to make them top fans and platform everything they said. This could be game-changing if we didn't need the engagement metrics to sell to advertisers. Again, thank you all for the support this week. I'm Paul, and that's been this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora, I'm Paul, and welcome to this week's The News. This week, Prime Minister Christopher Luxon, seen here showing the time period he wants to see New Zealand emulate, celebrated an increase in pension rates, calling it a new cost of living support payment for senior citizens. The support payment is actually a legislated annual increase of 3% that occurs every year, and not just because the Prime Minister said so, and it will equate to an average increase of $35 per week for pensioners. Last year, pensioners saw an average median rent increase of 3.2%, food price increase of 1.5%, and in April this year, power companies will be increasing their prices by $10 a month for infrastructure costs, while continuing to rise the price of power every year until 2030. And price increases over the last 12 months has seen the price of power go up between 5 and 15%, as well as increased costs for medical care, which is often more accessed and needed by senior citizens. So this minimal increase will, I'm sure, help in some way. Thank God the Prime Minister let it happen, just like the law states. On Monday, the government announced new plans to replace the Resource Management Act, which will omit any mention of the country's first land contract, the Treaty of Waitangi. Māori Development Minister Tama Pōtaka, seen here trying to work out his McDonald's drive-through order at the box despite having been in line for 10 minutes, claimed he was not aware of the omission, despite signing off on the proposed changes. Said Pōtaka, "Oh, look, something shiny!" As the cost of living crisis worsens, Deputy Prime Minister and New Zealand First Tanya Unkovic accepted a petition from turf group Speak Up for Women to legally define only two genders in legislation. The organisation, which spreads anti-trans rhetoric, disinformation about puberty blockers, vilifying the rainbow community and demanding punitive actions against the minority of less than 1% of the population that are trans people in amateur sport, handed over the petition to the pair while they quickly hid their tinfoil hats for a photo op and took a break from ignoring the long history of trans people existing. Scientists and psychologists who will have a better understanding of the lives trans people have and the persecution they face from people politicizing their existence for votes. In the United States, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, seen here adding the Borg to a Federation group chat before the Battle of Wolf 359, has accidentally sent detailed war plans to the editor of The Atlantic. And since Winston Peters does everything the Trump administration does, but shittier, he sent a group text to New Zealand media with his war plans to win votes at the next election. New data out from MSD show the planned rollout of new money management cards for beneficiaries will leave some of them unable to pay rent. The cards are only to be used in specific locations, which do not include rental agencies or direct payments to landlords, and would contain half a benefit payment on them. But the average beneficiary's rent is now 53% of the benefit. said Louise Upston, Minister for Social Development, seen here with all the beneficiaries she's helped find gainful employment. Everyone knows safety nets are only sometimes effective, so we decided that there was no point in making sure our social safety nets actually caught everyone. But this will help landlords who'll soon have their pick of new tenants to choose from, take the bond from, and then kick them out when they don't pay their rent. A malicious attack aimed at Te Whatu Ora in October has been revealed, along with acknowledgement that private information about staff in the Lower North Island was taken as part of the attack. Said Health Minister Simeon Brown, seen here trying to take a photo and not realising he has the selfie camera on. Phew, it's a good thing we don't have plans to cull Health New Zealand's IT budget. How stupid would that be? Golden Bay Dr. Bruce Dooley, seen here disappointing that you trust scientists when it comes to science, has been named as the doctor who has been charged with supplying ivermectin he had stockpiled and distributed and encouraged people to have Omicron parties. The Health Practitioners Disciplinary Tribunal heard Dooley supplied between 62 and 250 people with self-styled ivermectin kits, although definite numbers are impossible to know since he didn't keep records. The tribunal felt his conduct amounted to professional misconduct. Said a spokesperson for the tribunal, it's ironic that he was supplying people with a horse paste for parasites, because he's a parasite who was brought down by horse paste. A 6.8 magnitude earthquake in the South Island felt all over the Mutu caused a small tsunami for about 90 minutes that was registered at the Paisega Point measuring station. Due to the remote area, very little damage was caused directly by the 10 centimetre waves. Said a spokesperson for Men Everywhere, oh, that's totally bigger than 10 centimetres. It's at least 20. Well, that's what my partner tells me. Wellington train services were ground to a halt on Thursday morning twice after major signal outage issues leading to increased traffic on the capital's roads, said Transport Minister Chris Bishop, seen here with a toxic algae bloom that's impacting our fisheries sector. Just because this shows how fragile infrastructure is for public transport and how it can impact other forms of transport and why we might need to invest in it, the answer is still roads. All roads, nothing but roads. Apple Maps has rolled out a new feature that allows users to now search for Māori place names, iwi and marae. A number of iwi up and down the Motu have been working on the project to identify areas of cultural significance and ensure consistency on information. Said a spokesperson for Apple, it's an exciting new feature and we know all of our user of Apple Maps will love it. New Zealand-born character actor, two-time Tony Award and one-time Golden Globe nominee Clive Revill has passed away at the age of 94 in Los Angeles. His credits included the lead in the original Legend of Hell House, the Transformers movie, Billy Wilder's Avanti, The Snorks, Tiny Toon Adventures, Star Trek The Next Generation, Batman the Animated Series, and Babylon 5. So expect obituaries to start off with, man who voiced two lines as the original Emperor Palpatine in Empire Strikes Back has passed away. Finance Minister Nicola Willis, seen here trying to do the Macarena, is set to announce government plans to encourage a third supermarket competitor to enter the Aotearoa New Zealand market this weekend. Cabinet signed off on the plan last week and leaked documents reveal it is cunning in its simplicity. She's emailed Australia's LD customer service page and said, please, would love to have you here. The Long-Term Health New Zealand review that's just been released has shown that death rates over the past decade have doubled amongst patients who self-discharge from an emergency department, and that access to prompt and appropriate primary and hospital health care has deteriorated markedly. But that the second issue isn't solely the cause of the first. The report identifies issues within the health sector around fall injuries, staph infections, and an increase in wait time for first specialist appointments that added to the issues. Said a spokesperson for Te Whatu Ora, this report was commissioned by Lester Levy, and we're very, very disappointed naturally that it doesn't tell us how much Milo our team of health professionals need. A new poll by Talbot Mills shows a 14-point political approval rating for the presidency of Donald Trump by New Zealand men under the age of 40, the only demographic that saw his presidency policies as positive. The same poll also showed those most in support of Trump here in Aotearoa were likely to be ACT or New Zealand First voters. And while the alt-right in New Zealand are already crowing about these results, a spokesperson for the polling company said, we are as shocked as you that parties that involve convicted child sex offenders, vilify trans people, push racist rhetoric, and cry about DEI and woke would attract people who think the man who's tanking the US economy and started a tariff war and has staff send classified documents in chat groups would be the best person to run things here. A new report from Acumen Edelman, known as the Trust Barometer, shows that 67% of New Zealanders express a sense of distrust and grievance with business, media, the government, and NGOs, now surpassing the global average. Said a spokesperson for the government, "I don't understand why people don't trust us. It's not like we did rushed things under urgency at record levels or shortened select committee times on bills we didn't want feedback on, caved to groups peddling conspiracies, or racism, made laws that make people concerned, like getting rid of smoke-free legislation or making it easy to get automatic weapons, or treated people on benefits like something that we found on the soles of our shoes, while dismantling and vilifying the unique partnership that founded this country." A spokesperson for the media was asked for comment, but they were too busy vilifying female MPs with diverse backgrounds. April 1st sees a raft of changes kick in for benefits and low-wage earners. Job seeker support is increasing 2.22%, meaning a sole parent will see a whole $9 extra in their account. As new power prices also kick in on the same day, seeing power for an average house go up at least $10 a month. The minimum wage is also going up 1.5% to $23.50 an hour, an increase lower than the rate of inflation. Student loan repayments will also be going up as the repayment threshold has been frozen instead of adjusted for inflation as is usual. But don't worry, new visa categories also open on April 1st for multi-millionaire investment in return for a week-long holiday in the country every year. Said Prime Minister, seen here trying to teach Cabinet how to play gotcha knows, "This year we're celebrating April Fool's Day the only way we know how, by making life harder for poor people." And I know I find it funny. And finally, two Waitaha geckos living on a predator-free island near Canterbury are thought to be the world's oldest living geckos. Their estimated age is between 60 and 64, and this is based on work marking and tracking the pair done in 1967 by herpetologist Tony Whitaker. The lizards, named Antoinette and Brucey Baby, are now 6 times older than the average lifespan for a gecko. A spokesperson for DOC said it was a truly humbling experience to find the pair. It's not often you can meet lizards this old who don't run New Zealand first. And that is this week's The News. Thanks for watching. Hello there, kia ora, and welcome to this week's The News. I'm Paul. Prime Minister Christopher Luxon, seen here emulating drag queen Scarlet Envy by asking, "Is it me? Am I the villain? I don't think I'm the villain," claimed this week that Labour and the Greens were quote-unquote playing politics by pointing out that 212 submissions on the Treaty Principles Bill wouldn't be entered into the official record in Parliament due to the sheer volume of responses, before caving and allowing it to go ahead on Thursday. That's right, the Prime Minister, who claimed he was a master negotiator before he caved to Seymour on forwarding the bill and allowing it to have the longest submission time while telling voters he didn't support it and it won't go anywhere, while also rushing unpopular and divisive policies through at breakneck speeds, is claiming others are playing politics by adhering to established practices within the parliamentary process. Late on Thursday evening, though, the government rescinded its decision and said it would allow submissions to be entered after it was pointed out that the committee was reporting back to the House a full month earlier than expected, allowing ample time to ensure the submissions became a matter of public record. On Friday, the Justice Select Committee made its formal recommendation that the Treaty Principles Bill be scrapped and not proceed. The committee received 307,000 submissions. Approximately 8% were in support of the bill, while 90% opposed and 2% had no definitive view. The committee report said it was clear that there was deep division over the bill, while a statistician from Victoria University said 90% of people telling David Seymour to take his divisive bill and fuck off seems pretty fucking unified to me. Genesis Energy has increased its imported coal stockpile to get through expected increased winter demand. Said a spokesperson for Genesis, "Sure, we had permission to build solar and wind infrastructure for years and haven't gone ahead with it, which would have alleviated reliance on polluting fossil fuels, but it's much easier to charge people an extra $10 a month to pay for that in the future than work with other gentailers to future-proof our energy supply." Deputy Prime Minister Winston Peters, seen here trying to find out where in the small print it says there's no day service of alcohol on the train because he was sure that wasn't mentioned to him, has been getting louder in his calls to pull Aotearoa New Zealand out of the Paris Climate Accord, claiming that the country will be sending 22 to 23 billion to the United Nations to pay for it. The actual payments he's talking about are to offshore offset programs that would allow the country to transition to renewable energy options at a slower pace, so as not to shock the economy and impact GDP. It could be as low as 3 billion over 10 years if action was to begin into securing and negotiating contracts now, said a spokesperson for Peter's office. We know this is important to idiots that think woke is an insult and are the only voters who actually matter to us, so of course we're going to ignore facts and catastrophize the worst case scenario to keep them scared. After a week of making a big deal about Cabinet's decision to announce what they plan to do to build more supermarket competition, on Sunday, Finance Minister Nicola Willis, seen here trying to emulate Toni Collette in Hereditary, announced that the plan was to make an official request for more information known as an RFI on what it would actually take to bring in a third supermarket company to the country. That's right, we had an announcement of an announcement about looking for more information to make a later announcement. Winston Peters, seen here thinking he spotted a rogue rainbow at the United Nations and wouldn't have a bar of it. Wait, did someone say bar? Has come under fire from people with brains after publicly criticising the CEO of Kiwibank for answering questions about diversity support within his organisation. By supporting diversity within his organisation, Peters demanded in his latest sundown moment that the CEO should be focusing on the cost of living, like voters have been telling the government to do for 18 months, while Peters accepts petitions from TERFs, demands a COVID inquiry based on the crywanks of conspiracy peddlers, villainised trans people, removed REC from schools, removed an updated therapeutics bill designed to stop charlatans selling snake oil, and cried about the dangers of woke and DEI. Minister of Workplace Relations, Brooke Van Velden, seen here waiting for you to come home and find out what she left boiling on the stove in an oversized pot, has announced sweeping changes to health and safety rules, claiming that they're cutting red tape, which looks suspiciously like a safety rail. Their first target? Road cones, claiming there are simply too many of them and proposing a hotline to dob in excessive road cone usage. What happens after they're dobbed in is anyone's guess, but Minister Van Velden said that they'd be taken to that farm out in the country, you know, the one your dog went to when you were 9 and they were able to play with all the other road cones and be happy and not worried about the drain on finances and resources this will take to do when the public really just wanted some bloody action to bring down the ridiculously high prices that we all have to live with. After death threats made against Green MP member Benjamin Doyle were made this week, ACT Party leader David Seymour, seen here showing in the face he makes to scare off ghosts in a haunted mansion or low decile school, suggested the party report the threats to the mongrel mob, since last week the media blew out of proportion claims that they were calling for the abolition of the police. The Green Party has long held a stance that funding for some police services would be better spent on dealing with the drivers of crime, and David Seymour has long advocated people avoid going to the police when there are credible reports that shouldn't be ignored because of the harm that they can cause. Human Rights Commissioner Stephen Rainbow, seen here realising that a trans person won't get his job under the current government, has come under fire for anti-Muslim comments he made in a meeting with a diverse range of Jewish community leaders. The community leaders warned Rainbow that there is a difference between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, and conflating the two can lead to people unfairly combining the two or targeting other groups, to which Rainbow went on to incorrectly proclaim that the biggest threat to safety in Aotearoa was Muslim fundamentalism. The most recent threat assessment report from the NZSIS clearly states that identity-motivated violent extremism is the biggest risk, then expanding about the risks of white identity-motivated extremism. The head of NZSIS, Andrew Hampton, seen here being a really good spy, has said the comments misrepresent the assessment. Said Paul Goldsmith, the minister who hired Rainbow, "Oh, that makes a lot more sense now as to why Internal Affairs recommended against hiring this guy when I put his name on the list and overrode their calls. Oh well, what you gonna do?" This week saw a raft of changes to income support and tax, which will see the lowest wage earners on a minimum wage gain an extra $165 million in tax cuts, while landlords will be dealing with a lower than inflation rise in income. Oh, sorry, I got that the wrong way around. April 1 saw interest deductibility for landlords rise to 100%, meaning an extra $165 million in their pockets, while minimum wage earners got a 35-cent increase, well below the rate of inflation. On Thursday, US President Donald Trump, seen here out of breath from lifting an oversized novelty sign, announced a raft of new tariffs, one of which was a 10% tariff on New Zealand products. The United States became our second largest export destination last year, and this could cost exporters over $1 billion a year in lost revenue. Said a spokesperson for MPI, "We knew when we sent Winston over there a few weeks back it may cause some confusion, since he's so easily confused himself these days, but we can't work out how they rounded up a 2% tariff we charge on 25% of imported goods to a 20% general tariff," as the president said. But he is the president, so we can't say outright he's just plain incorrect. It'll upset his friends running the government. Even the bit about slapping a tariff on the herd in McDonald Islands, which is inhabited completely by penguins, is something that we're not allowed to talk about. In the House this week, Health Minister Simeon Brown, seen here sitting at the grown-ups table for the first time, came under fire after refusing to acknowledge that abortion access was health care for women after it was revealed that some smaller hospitals were cutting back on women's health services. In response, Brown said, "It's only women's healthcare if it comes from the women's healthcare region of France." Of course I'm kidding. It's only healthcare if a conservative Christian male like myself says so. It was revealed by OIA this week that several Destiny Church groups, seen here overrunning a small community event and allegedly about to assault children they say they want to protect, had received over $40,000 in grants to raise awareness of COVID-19 within their communities, designed to help with health measures around the time of lockdowns. Despite openly telling his congregation and the public he was happy to kill a few of them by not following lockdown rules, the church accepted the donations. Said a spokesperson for Destiny Church, "Not only do we never face any consequences, we're quite happy to scam the government and public along the way as well to maximise profits, to help our legal funds to defend actual child molesters in our church." The Ministry of Social Development has revealed that it is currently declining 31% of all emergency housing applications, claiming it was because people had contributed or caused their immediate need for the housing. In March of 2023, it was declining just 3% of applications. Housing advocates, Aviva, formerly known as the Christchurch Women's Refuge, the Salvation Army and the Community Law Society all pointed out that both circumstance and evidence points to some cruel decision-making processes in places that impact those fleeing domestic violence or finding themselves without accommodation, said Louise Upston, Minister for Social Development, seen here describing the size of the pot you should leave boiling in someone's house to really freak them out. Nuh-uh. If people are fleeing a domestic violence situation and need emergency help, then they should have thought about that before they got themselves into that situation. Staff were left in tears at Kainga Ora this week after it was announced that the organisation was going to be looking to fire 16% of its workforce in restructuring to pay for tobacco company kickbacks and ferry build cancellation fees. While the Public Service Association has acknowledged it's going to impact the work the agency does, Housing Minister Chris Bishop, seen here losing all hope that the old SingStar microphones will still work, pointed out that with less social housing builds and for some really weird reason a huge drop in demand for emergency housing, there's just no need to have staff on to help people anymore. Māori Development Minister Tama Pōtaka, seen here trying to find out if the rumours that pens have candy-filled centres are true, has announced a raft of new appointments to work with a number of organisations tasked with helping the continued revitalisation of Te Reo Māori. These include Te Tura Whiri e Te Reo Māori, the Māori Language Commission, Te Matawai funding body Te Mangai Pāho, and Whakaapa Māori. Most surprisingly, not one of the appointments was an old white guy who's openly criticised Māori and supported the government for its anti-Māori actions. And finally, the country has been lashed this week by wild weather over the past 48 hours, leading to flooding, power cuts, cancelled ferries, and a crash on the Auckland Harbour Bridge. Said one Beach Haven resident, "No internet, no power, just some quiet time with a good book," without the everyday onslaught of crazy, cruel, and stupid that's become a part of daily lives. Honestly, it's the best mental health I've felt in a very long time. Well, that's this week's The News. Thanks for watching. Look after yourself. See you next time. Hello there, kia ora, I'm Paul, and this is this week's The News. On Thursday, MPs voted down the controversial and divisive Treaty Principles Bill 112 to 11 votes, after a long debate session which included touching recognition of those who had passed away who had been fighting the bill, references to a number of the record-breaking amount of submissions, the largest ever protest in the country's history, and a list of reasons why the government is still anti-Māori, but this was a step too far. Said a member of the press gallery, "Thank God we can finally stop platforming David Seymour every 5 minutes. If we want to. Not that we want to, but we totally could." The Green Party has apologised after a staffer accidentally dropped a vape pen from above the tiles of Parliament onto a press stand-up with David Seymour, seen here wondering if that's Guy Fawkes walking into the wrong government building. Sorry, totally just a joke. Before this week's treaty principles vote, said a spokesperson for the ACT Party, the sky is clearly falling and we're the only party who can see it. Te Whatu Ora cost cutting continues, with the eye of Sauron now falling on areas of the organisation that bring in millions of dollars to our health sector, the team dedicated to hunting down underpayments and fraud. Said Health Minister Simeon Brown, seen here cosplaying as a life-size accurate dozer from Fraggle Rock, cutting off our nose to spite our face can be easily fixed by our hard-working medical staff, if we don't mind waiting up to a month to see an ED specialist. After 2 weeks of harassing Green MP Benjamin Doyle based on information the Deputy Prime Minister found on Twitter in a late-night doom scroll, Winston Peters, seen here wondering if that's vodka or gin, has refused to have a one-on-one meeting with Doyle. Said Peters, the bar is just opened, so I really don't have time to sit down and have an adult conversation right now. It's always easier to vilify someone from a distance after all. Questions have been raised about Elam MP Hamish Campbell, seen here trying on human skin for the first time, about his membership of a secretive religious sect known as the 2x2s, which is being investigated by the FBI over sexual abuse cases. Hamish was confronted by news media over the association, which he downplayed with textbook examples of how people in sects are told to downplay things when they're caught by the media. Said Prime Minister Christopher Luxon, seen here in Parliament during the final reading of the Treaty Principles Bill, which he allowed to move through the expensive process. What I'm saying to you is, National has a really strong vetting process, as you can see with the team we have now. Like former Destiny Church member Ryan Hamilton, admitted bed leg beater Sam Uffindale, wife and mother of animal abusers Barbara Kuriger, our new Justice Committee Chair Andrew Bailey, and the star of Nikki Hagar's Dirty Politics Judith Collins. So I'm sure there's no need for concern. An advisory group has warned Associate Justice Minister Casey Costello, seen here waiting to see if the vape dropped on David Seymour was from one of her lobbyist friends in the tobacco industry, on how the country is losing the battle against organised crime. Said Costello of the report, organised crime tends to be coordinated from overseas, but it's New Zealanders that end up paying the price. It's a model we understand really well in New Zealand first, since that's how our party leader approaches his talking points when he starts using US culture war bullshit to scare our voting base. E. coli is being discovered in the water supply in Palmerston North in low-level quantities. The council says nothing is required of residents with concerns, as the water treatment process will take care of it. But also we're wondering if maybe there could have been some kind of water reform that might have happened to stop this from occurring. Oh well, I guess we'll never know. Tauranga Mayor Mahi Drysdale, seen here wondering where the nearest rowing track is, has come under fire for voting for the sale of a local marine precinct in a closed-doors meeting, despite publicly campaigning against the sale. Minutes of the meeting revealed the vote results after being released on request from local MP Sam Uffindale. Said a spokesperson for Drysdale, he just figured that since he lives in Cambridge, he'd never really be impacted by the vote. Auckland Mayor Wayne Brown, seen here demonstrating what is colloquially known as Boomer Zoom, has come under fire for calling into a committee meeting with a video call while driving. Road safety campaigners have called the act dangerous, while the mayor, who campaigned on cutting wasteful spending, has said it's just another reason why he needs a limo, like government MPs. A NASA balloon the size of a rugby field was launched from Wanaka on Thursday to help take measurements of the planet's ionosphere, as well as other weather data. Said a spokesperson for the local chapter of Voices for Freedom, it's a Chinese spy balloon with a new variant of the fake disease that doesn't exist. I mean, clearly. And it was brought over here by that Italian army that were going to invade when the COVID hit. Not that COVID existed. You see, we were right the whole time. A large-scale longitudinal report from Otago University has highlighted the high rates of gendered abuse female MPs and politicians get in this country, with some respondents pointing out this abuse as part of the reason some of them have chosen to withdraw from public service. Said a spokesperson for Deputy Prime Minister Winston Peters, this report is really concerning. We had no idea so many of our voters were this active on social media. KiwiSaver accounts have been in a state of flux this week as international markets have seesawed after Donald Trump's instigation, then pause of wholesale tariffs. The Prime Minister has told people not to panic though, because he feels the country is well positioned to weather the tariff storm. Look, what I'm saying to you is you should just be wealthy and sorted like me. Then the whims of a perfectly lovely, very stable genius halfway around the world won't impact you quite so much. A new report released this morning shows more children this year are living in material hardship than last year. The report cited a 0.9% increase in measurable markers over the last year, which the report authors said were exacerbated by the ongoing cost of living crisis. Said Child Poverty Reduction Minister Louise Upston, seen here inviting you to take part in the aversion therapy they gave Malcolm McDowell in A Clockwork Orange, don't worry, we'll just change the targets again so it looks like we're succeeding. And finally, TVNZ has announced a short-run order of a New Zealand version of the hit game show The Chase. To be filmed in Australia on the Australian version set and with their chasers, the process of finding both contestants and a host will begin soon. And I'm not saying I wouldn't take the hosting gig if someone was to offer it. Said the show's producers, it's an opportunity for Kiwis to finally show that they are smarter than their Aussie neighbours, because we've had our doubts lately based on who they voted for. Right, that's this week's The News. Thanks again for supporting, and we'll see you all next week. Hello there, kia ora. I'm Paul, and this is this week's The News. The upper half of the North Island is this weekend in recovery mode after the impact of Cyclone Tam. The storm caused severe damage to major infrastructure, including power, internet, and phone service cutoffs, with roads also being damaged. And some parts of the far north are expected to be without power for up to 3 days. Auckland suffered power cuts and minor flooding. The Bay of Plenty saw major road closures, as did the Coromandel, and Tairāwhiti is under a heavy rain warning, as repair crews work tirelessly around the clock to reinstate services. Said the Prime Minister on Thursday afternoon, seen here finding out that he's too slow when going low with Mike Hosking. Look, what I'm saying to you is inflation is well under the 7% it used to be, and it's so weird that builders are looking for work. If only there was something that we could do as the government before he didn't declare a state of emergency. At least this way we're bringing some much needed financial relief to those impacted by lowering their power bill for days. New Zealand supermarket chain Pack and Save has unveiled new signage which has confused racists all over the country. The sign reads "Proudly NZ owned," and underneath the phrase "Nō Aotearoa" can be seen. In Te Reo Māori, the phrase means "from" or "of" New Zealand, but racists are claiming the term is referencing government policy and Facebook comment threads by removing the language. When asked what the Macron above the O means, Brian Kennedy replied with, "I thought Macrons were in the biscuit section." In a rising cost of living crisis, the government has once again tackled the issue head-on, as Associate Health Minister Casey Costello, seen here wondering why you're not smoking, demands health staff stop using the term pregnant people. The inclusive term is used to be inclusive, but as Costello said, we include everyone that we consider to be our voting base, and they think including everyone is woke. Speaking of the cost of living crisis, while government ministers have taken every opportunity since being elected to take credit for long expected and planned for drops in inflation after the global pandemic supply issues returned to relative normality, they have been very quiet since it was announced inflation has risen again to 2.5%, which Stats NZ announced earlier this week. The main drivers for this increase was the 3.5% increase in food items, power increases, and rental and rates increases. This has been coupled with new Treasury forecasts which show a slowdown in expected growth markers, meaning a longer, harder period for New Zealanders financially. Said Finance Minister Nicola Willis, seen here showing you her impression of Eric Cartman and his friend Miss Jennifer Lopez. Can you imagine how bad it would have been if we had competent financial management in place? But someone has to pay for tax cuts for the landlords and tobacco companies. Embattled Elam MP Hamish Campbell, seen here with the 2 young NAP members who in 2022 were outed as being behind a massive amount of gendered abusive messages sent to female politicians, has confirmed he is, in fact, a senior elder within the mysterious sect known as the 2x2s, a group currently under investigation by both the FBI and the New Zealand Police, which this morning revealed several new investigations due to 27 reported allegations over counts of sexual abuse. Initially, Campbell claimed he had an association with the group through family, but after multiple sources came forward, he admitted his position of power within the organisation. Said a spokesperson for the Prime Minister's office, "We stand by our vetting process, and as you know, we don't let ideology drive our decisions. But we're still looking at canning RSE, demanding pregnant people be called pregnant women, considering Winston's penis bathroom police, and putting a conservative Christian in charge of abortion access." Health Minister Simeon Brown, seen here talking to the dwarf Doc from Snow White because he thought the dude worked at Nelson Hospital, has hit out at plans for salaried medical professionals to undertake a 24-hour strike in May over pay rates. While incorrectly claiming medical staff were paid exponentially more than they are, which is still on the lower end of the scale for the work they do in other regions like Queensland, Brown said he was upset that medical professionals would use patients as bargaining chips because they wouldn't accept a pay rise lower than the rate of inflation like they made minimum wage earners deal with. Look, it's not acceptable, he said, to put people's medical care at risk and use them as bargaining tools, unless you're the government that's underfunding the health sector and putting people's lives at risk for the greater good, or promising life-saving cancer drugs that you decide not to fund in the budget, or to save money for those landlords and tobacco companies. Immigration New Zealand is calling the new Golden Visa program a success after almost 50 US millionaires tried to escape the hellstorm they created in the United States, have applied for the fast-track program to Kiwi citizenship, with 7 having been accepted so far. Said Immigration Minister Erica Stanford, seen here wondering if this is a hobbit hole, those 7 people are bringing in $35 million of investment to the country, and all it will cost us is dealing with them for a week a year. And of course, a small gratuity to the party that made it possible for them to be here wouldn't go astray. The National Party this week celebrated a win for the Labour Party in its fight against violent crime. At an Auckland press conference with Auckland-based media where the Prime Minister told reporters they needed to get out of their bubble in Wellington sometimes, and an admission from Police Minister Mark Mitchell that gang numbers were increasing and meeting self-imposed police number targets was going to be challenging, they also celebrated recently released crime data which saw a drop in victimisation from violent crime. The data set, collected from February 2023 to February 2024, the majority of which time period saw Labour in power and before the implementation of National Party policy, was seen as a success by the government, despite ignoring research and data which says that their changes will cause crime rates to increase. The government has also announced a $13 million investment into a new tourism campaign targeting markets like the United States, China, Australia, and Germany, which is expected to net 23,000 extra visitors to the country, said Louise Upston, Minister for Tourism, seen here finding out she didn't get Lady Gaga tickets but Judith Collins did. With an investment of around $550 per tourist, while it may not seem that cost-effective, it's only slightly more expensive than waiting for an Easter sale from Jetstar and just buying 23,000 return flights and giving them away to Australians. Labour's Kieran McAnulty, seen here really chuffed that you did that thing that you've been putting off because you were anxious about it, but you did it and you should be proud of yourself, just like Kieran is proud of you, has said that the Labour Party is prepared for a snap election should one be called. Labour isn't alone in this, though, with New Zealand First, one of the coalition partners, also preparing for a snap election, which is the political equivalent of a horror movie phone call coming from inside the House. Political pundits expect the change of Deputy Prime Minister roles to be the start of more vocal pushback from New Zealand First towards the rest of the coalition, since Peters knows his party does better when seen as opposition. But since Peters' current voters think they're going to take the country back with a man who has spent half of the past decade as Deputy Prime Minister, this means the stuntery and buffoonery will need to increase to be viable, and political pundits seem to think that there's a limit to how much Luxon will take before he snaps and calls a snap election. However, Luxon has shown by his masterful negotiations with his coalition partners that he's willing to burn the country to the ground to keep power, so only time will tell how this unfolds. The ACT Party has come under fire for using an AI-generated image of a happy Māori couple created with a specific prompt to create images of Māori to promote what it thinks are successes in its government's policy to reduce the cost of living. Said a spokesperson for the party, there are no actual rules yet around the use of artificially intelligence-created images for electioneering. And this way is both much more cost-effective and a lot easier than finding actual Māori people who would pose for us, let alone support the party. Millionaire toy company founder and Donald Trump supporter Nick Mowbray has revealed he's facing a tariff bill of over $3 billion under Donald Trump's tariff regime. Mowbray, who manufactures plastic toys in China, is facing a 145% tariff on all goods he exports to the US. Recently, Mowbray has jumped on the anti-Benjamin Doyle bandwagon based on selective content taken out of context, tried to justify Elon's Nazi salutes, criticised the school lunch program, criticised Guy Williams for asking David Seymour questions the media wouldn't, reposted content from former Free Speech Union members pushing the racist Great Replacement theory, and InfoWars' Alex Jones. So the New Zealand media has naturally given Mowbray as much sympathy as possible. The Inspector General of Intelligence and Security, Brendan Horsley, seen here watching the Watchers, has looked into a complaint from former Radio New Zealand reporter Mick Hall that the NZIS had been investigating him after it was revealed Hall had breached editorial standards and was accused of publishing a false Russian sub-narrative into a Reuters story. The investigation into Hall found there were no concerns of foreign interference, and Horsley found the steps entirely appropriate for the spy agency. Said Horsley, hopefully now the NZSIS can look at the work of people like Counterspin's Calvin Alp and Chantal Baker and see if their pro-Russian stances and trips to the area might be a bit of a red flag with a little yellow sickle. Consultation is open for the refresh into the education system's reproduction and sexuality guidelines, which Deputy Prime Minister Winston Peters has decried as woke, and former ACT Party President Tim Jago has called an annoying tool which stops me doing my thing. Education Minister Erica Stanford, seen here blowing her own horn, well, bassoon, went through great pains to make sure the media knew that the process and consultation documents had not been influenced by New Zealand First MPs, who have been vocal opponents to giving young people tools on how to recognise healthy relationships and accept each other for who they are. David Seymour, seen here trying his best to sing opera, is coming under fire for the cost of his charter school project this week, which comes with an approximate price tag of $43,500 per child, having only got 215 children enrolled across the 7 current charter schools. This is a cost of 5 times that of the standard rate that a state school would spend on a child annually. Said Seymour, yes, we are dedicated to cutting wasteful spending, like school lunches, but if I spend it, it's not wasteful. Why would anyone want to check that out? How about I get those guys with the highest public servant salaries at my Ministry of Regulation to look into how you're wasting money by asking me to be accountable? Former ACT Party President Tim Jago has announced he would be seeking his conviction to be lessened to home detention and a miscarriage of justice be ruled in his case because he feels the jury didn't take long enough to deliberate and that the judge had been mean to him. While many are calling this an abuse of the legal system and a way to minimise the harm he caused, especially after using his connection to the ACT Party to justify elongated name suppression, those who 2 weeks ago were screaming about a blue swirl and out-of-context images and comments on an old Benjamin Doyle post, claiming they were just worried about the children, have remained oddly quiet on the topic. Concerns have been raised in the United States after Harvard University received demands from the president, who once ran a pyramid scheme selling what he called university courses, to allow an overseer to audit all courses, only allow ones he authorises, or run the risk of funding cuts. In response, New Zealand Tertiary Education Minister Penny Simmonds, seen here realising the Prime Minister has given Andrew Bailey a promotion after 2 incidents involving inappropriate behaviour where she was demoted for following government guidelines to slash expenses at any cost, said, universities should be free to promote a diversity of opinions and encourage students to explore new ideas and perspectives. And that's why we're forcing all campuses here to allow the Free Speech Union, who weirdly only platform far-right speakers and refuse to acknowledge the harm hate speech has, to be led onto campuses, instead of allowing campuses to run independently and without concern of governmental meddling. On Wednesday, large parts of the Lower South Island were impacted by a series of unfortunate events that resulted in widespread internet outages. While a construction crew had accidentally sliced through the backup fibre cables, rats had managed to chew through the primary supply cable for the internet. A spokesperson for One New Zealand has said that they're working on ways to make the cables less appealing to rats, and were thinking that coating them in cheese as insulation may not have been the smartest move. Former Labour Party leader Andrew Little, seen here showing you the definition of a zaddy and hoping you don't let Winston see or have it explained to him, has announced he plans to run for the Wellington mayoralty at this year's local body elections. But he has some stiff competition. Owner of the Post, Sinead Boucher, has said, as media we're clearly impartial, which is why we're putting together this right-wing bunch of influential Wellingtonians to not influence the election outcome at all. And we're not sure Little is our kind of person. While Wellington Mayor Tory Whānau has said, I have a lot of respect for the work that Little did in Parliament, especially when he stepped aside and let Jacinda Ardern take over. And finally, beloved character actor Sam Neill, known for his roles in Hunt for the Wilder People, Peaky Blinders and Event Horizon, this week had a heartwarming reunion with a star from his most well-known film, Jurassic Park. In a sweet tribute that came with an apology to director Steven Spielberg, Neill showed his co-star his farm and the unique scenery of Aotearoa, New Zealand. Here, let's take a look.
You want to dig up some bones today?
And that's this week's The News. Make sure you're looking after yourself wherever you are out there. We'll catch you all next time. Hello there, kia ora, I'm Paul, and this is this week's The News. Pope Francis, the leader of the Catholic Church, seen here as Jorge Mario Bergoglio, passed away this week at the Vatican, aged 88. World leaders have paid tribute to the late pontiff, including Prime Minister Christopher Luxon, seen here showing British Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer how to do blue steel. The self-styled king of TikTok, who's wealthy and sorted and entitled to certain entitlements, that leads a government that has worsened the cost of living, created the worst economic recession since the 90s, fired thousands of civil servants, led to one of the largest brain drains on record, and created new records for numbers of people on benefits and sanctions for those people on those benefits, told reporters that Pope Francis was someone he looked up to, saying, quote, "I personally think, he's the person I admired. Tremendously great compassion, tremendous humbleness and humility, massive commitment to the vulnerable, and just well connected with everyday people." Acting Prime Minister Winston Peters, seen here trying to measure a woman's face while she sleeps, has confirmed his party has decided that the cookers that they want to appeal to are the ones who think trans people aren't worth the effort of being treated like humans, after it was revealed that he'd chosen to withdraw a bill from the biscuit tin of democracy. The removed bill would require people using bathrooms that were assigned to them based on the sex that they were assigned at birth, and would also stop the Director General of Health from adding fluoride to water supplies, so that he could add one that legally defines what a man is based on biological assignment of sex at birth. The bill, widely touted as a waste of time that only ACT have hinted that they would support, is considered to be an attack on the trans community by many. Said a spokesperson for the Deputy Prime Minister's office, "We just wanted to shake things up before we walk away and force a snap election, and trans people always seem like an easy minority for us to vilify." Acting Prime Minister Winston Peters, seen here pondering if being Deputy Prime Minister for half of the last 10 years somehow makes him one of the Māori elite he's always being told to be mean to by his advisors on Twitter, has come under fire for threatening funding of Radio New Zealand for asking questions he didn't like, in a repeat of last year's event where David Seymour threatened funding for TVNZ for asking questions that he didn't like. On RNZ, after listening to Peters claim Green Party co-leader Chloe Schwarbrick was a groomer, Coran Dan asked common sense questions about how Peters would police his planned gender definition bill, and was called woke for daring to ask in a follow-up Twitter rant from the 80-year-old. When asked if he would step in, Prime Minister Christopher Luxon, seen here realising maybe he doesn't know the back of his hands like the back of his hands, said, "What I'm saying to you is these comments from Peters are unsurprising. He's about as predictable as the plot of those awesome Transformers movies the 17th time that you've watched them. It causes harm to people, it breaches the Cabinet Code of Conduct, and it's worrying. So no, I won't be taking any actions on the issue." Workplace Relations Minister Brooke Van Velden, seen here remembering that time when ACT and New Zealand First Party voters joined together to occupy the grounds of Parliament and call for the execution of MPs, has come under fire after it was revealed that she changed a law that automatically allows employees working for more than 30 days to join a union without any consultation with unions or employers. Said Van Velden, "Why would we talk to people involved about giving them more power when it comes to annoying things like bargaining and work conditions? That sounds like the nanny state to me." Police Minister Mark Mitchell, seen here having stepped on a Lego, has issued an apology to Te Pāti Māori MP Hana Rafiti Maipi Clark after a video was shared on his account claiming that she was of Chinese and yellow Viking heritage. Mitchell has blamed staffers for the incident, saying, "What my staffers are looking at on my account is none of my business and should in no way be seen as a reflection of the sort of actions and behaviours I condone, just because it's my account, the people I hired, or the actions that I clearly turned a blind eye to." The Coalition's much-lauded ECE rebate scheme has had its parameters refined in an action commonly known as trying to cover their asses. Only 259 families have received the full rebate amount, with 56,000 families having accessed the scheme, which is half the initial estimate of who would be eligible. So Nicola Willis, seen here laughing at a pensioner asking for more financial help to make ends meet, now says the estimate of how many would be eligible was wrong, after she said IRD made it up. The numbers were completely based on a lack of data. Said Willis, "Yep, pulled the number out of thin air, packaged it as being a big win for low and middle income earners, the squeezed middle, let the press run with it unchallenged, marketed it with no real basis in data, and now we're moving the goalposts in how to measure success to claim it as a win, because that's how you get back on track. Because of the low amount of families accessing the full amount of rebates in the Family Boost scheme, the Council of Trade Unions is estimating that the total number of families getting the full $252 fortnightly tax break, which at one stage Nicola Willis, seen here showing how many families she actually expected to get the full benefits of all of National's tax package, initially claimed would be 21,000 families. The CTU believes the number of people being able to access the full extent of the tax changes that National campaigned on in 2023 to be fewer than 50 across the entire country. Said Finance Minister Nicola Willis, "I reject that. Just because the CTU got it right about ferry cost blowouts, the impacts of borrowing for tax cuts, and the lower number of people being eligible than we and the media said when the policy was first announced, I just don't think they're credible." Regulation Minister David Seymour, seen here with the person who used his connections to David Seymour to extend the name suppression process in a case about child sexual assault, this week announced proposed changes to licensing rules for early child education facilities. These changes include removing the curriculum criteria for teaching staff to acknowledge and reflect on the unique place of Māori as tangata whenua within the system, and respecting the right and supporting children to be confident in their own culture, as well as removing safety features on warm water supply so children don't get burned, and removing the need from this Act to provide adult suitable toilets since that is still covered under the Building Act. Said Seymour, when announcing the changes, "I'm sure you can all agree that when it comes to the safety of young people, our party, the party that no longer has a convicted sex offender, Tim Jargo as president, is the one to trust. And if you have follow-up questions about that comment, please refer to my employment lawyer." Tracking numbers from MSD released last weekend have shown a sharp increase in the number of people requiring the help of benefits to almost cover the cost of being alive. The time people needing help lasting longer than before, as well as a significant increase in the number of people facing benefit sanctions. People receiving job seeker support was up 12% on 2024, and the number of sanctions increased 80% from last year, while emergency housing special needs grants being provided fell 82%. Said Social Development Minister Louise Upston, seen here in the new accommodation option MSD is telling beneficiaries to consider, just because we as a government created the worst recession since the 90s, drove the increase in inflation, fired tens of thousands of people from government roles, drove people overseas to find a way to survive, and forced more people into poverty with below inflation rates increases in benefits and minimum wage, while paying for tax cuts for landlords and tobacco companies, does not mean that we are obligated to look after anyone with our social welfare safety net that hasn't just gone and got another job. And finally, a team at the University of Cambridge say that they've detected signs of molecules in the atmosphere of a distant exoplanet that may indicate a biosignature. The planet, currently named K1-18b, is about 8 times the mass of Earth, but only 2.5 times the size, and circles a red sun. The scientists who made this discovery were quick to point out that what they discovered was a chemical known as dimethyl sulfide, which here on Earth is only known to be created by marine algae. By using the James Webb Telescope to split the light spectrum that passes through the exoplanet's atmosphere while it passes the sun. Said one scientist, "This is not a definitive sign of life on another planet, and certainly not a sign of intelligent life there. It's hard enough to find intelligent life on this planet, let alone one that's 124 light years away from us." And that is this week's The News. In this bulletin, storm-ravaged parts of the country the highest priority for someone who isn't the Prime Minister. Human rights deemed an optional extra by privileged white people. Human space filler thinks he works too hard. And why inflation is rising before the government tells us who they intend to hurt with this year's budget. All that and more in this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora, I'm Paul, and I really hope this weekend Australians don't make the same mistake we did by voting in a bald, ultra-conservative, right-wing politician. Parts of Canterbury and Wellington are in clean-up mode this weekend after an unprecedented weather event which saw record levels of flooding, houses evacuated and a state of emergency declared. This storm also saw power cuts in the area, red wind warnings in Wellington, all flights out of the capital cancelled and record numbers of emergency services called out. While the Prime Minister, seen here learning that there is a landmass south of the North Island, spent the weather event promoting a ban on voting for prisoners, his visit to a rest home and making it easier for farmers to pollute, while saying nothing about the storm. While Niwa has pointed out that the severity of the weather event was heightened by man-made climate change, leading to more water in the area and higher atmospheric pressure, which the Deputy Prime Minister has deemed as woke, so won't be worrying about the impacted areas, and ACT MP Mark Cameron has said there's no reason for banks to tell us what their climate disclosures are so that they can keep services open for our biggest polluters. The Ministry of Health has announced a decrease in the number of planned ICU beds for the currently under construction downgraded Dunedin Hospital. The updated plan has 10 fewer beds than was originally signed off as part of the government's plans to downsize the initial build, said Simeon Brown, Minister of Health, seen here learning McDonald's Happy Meals come with a toy. It's not like that many people live in that part of the country anyway. They'll never notice. Chief Human Rights Commissioner Stephen Rainbow, seen here showing how much he cares if he feeds dangerous rhetoric to white nationalist extremists about Muslim communities, is again under fire for comments he made disparaging the Muslim community. Notes from a February meeting have revealed that he claimed that they are a threat to Jewish communities, despite denying that he used that term when the reports initially came out last month. When asked for comment, the Prime Minister said, "Human rights? Not on my watch." The government is rolling out plans to disenfranchise people in prisons, removing their right to vote. Currently, anyone serving more than 3 years is barred from voting, while those serving under 3 years can vote for the ward or electorates that they resided in before incarceration. With plans to increase prison capacity and demands for the judiciary to use prison more as a punishment, with a police force that has an admitted racial bias against Māori and a prison system where Māori are currently overrepresented, the government has denied these changes will unfairly impact Māori, while the High Court has ruled that stopping prisoners who would be released during the tenure of the winners of the elections in question from voting is a breach of their rights, and forcing a blanket ban on voting which doesn't take on board the process of rehabilitation, time spent in prison, the unfairness of someone being able to vote or refuse a vote depending on if they have home detention or not, is a breach of human rights. The Prime Minister has said he just doesn't care about human rights, saying, "Human rights? Not on my watch." But at least this way we can take credit for having stopped former ACT Party President Tim Jargo from voting. Finance Minister Nicola Willis has announced the decommissioning of the inter-islander Aratiri later this year, just in time for the replacement ferry ordered by Labour last term to not be delivered because it was cancelled to pay for tax cuts for landlords. The only rail-enabled inter-islander ferry being out of commission means a significant delay will be expected over the next few years for cargo movements between the islands. Said the Finance Minister, "It's not like that many people live in that part of the country anyway. They'll never notice." Education Minister Erica Stanford, seen here showing off her MAGA hat to then US Ambassador Scott Brown in 2018, has announced that from 2027, all children in schools will be taught financial literacy in compulsory classes, set apart from the current financial literacy models and maths courses. Labour's education spokesperson Willow Jean Prime has come out in support, saying, "Of course we support this. Not only will it mean school kids are more qualified with budgets than the English Lit grad who currently has the finance portfolio, this was our policy in 2023, so it's good to see it being adopted." Iwi bosses have accused New Zealand First an act of scaremongering and race baiting because they're scaremongering and race baiting, more so than usual, around plans for a joint management oversight organisation that reports back to Auckland Council about the Waitakere Ranges. The plan, required under a 2008 law, was called co-governance by the two parties, leading to the usual round of idiots who think woke is an insult, crying about something they clearly don't understand. Said Mining Minister Shane Jones, seen here showing you how many meals you have to buy him before he'll change laws to let you achieve what you want. Well, of course we did that. How else can we mobilise enough people to let us strip the area of natural assets and make it think it was their idea? Statistics New Zealand has been forced to amend a recent inflation figure announcement after an issue with their formula that sets the levels based on the Consumer Price Index. It seems Stats NZ forgot to incorporate the increased costs of car registration, and the current inflation rate is actually 2.6%, not the reported 2.5%, marking one of the only times in recorded history where 0.1% of a size difference meant people were more screwed than they believed. The Minister for Regulation in charge of the ministry that this week once again topped the list of highest paid civil servant roles, David Seymour, seen here with a recently disenfranchised voter, has claimed he wants to slash what he calls bloated ministerial lineups, saying there are simply too many portfolios that are unnecessary and meaningless, calling the current setup a big complicated bureaucratic beast. And he should know his Ministry of Regulation is a perfect example of this. The Associate Minister of Education, Finance, Health and Justice says he would like to include all Associate Minister positions except Finance, Child Poverty Reduction, Hospitality, Racing, Auckland, the South Island and Space. Said a spokesperson for the Ministry of Space, Seymour is clearly an expert on the topic. He has so much of it between his ears after all. But after spending so much time on the mining ship Red Dwarf, we're surprised he feels this way about space. Health New Zealand has confirmed that it will cut a third of all IT jobs in an effort to keep paying for tax cuts for landlords and tobacco companies. The current infrastructure for the health sector is heavily siloed and runs on a range of archaic systems, making it more susceptible to foreign interference and bad faith actors willing to exploit the system's weaknesses. Said Minister of Health Simeon Brown, seen here with his boss wondering why there are poor people within a 500 metre radius of their location, "We just wanted to make sure that if the Deputy Prime Minister needed to access a file, he wouldn't feel too much pressure because of the age of the system." The Waitangi Tribunal has agreed to an emergency hearing over the ACT Party's Regulatory Standards Bill, brought to the tribunal by the group behind last year's record-shattering Hikoi Mō Te Tiriti. Over 12,000 people have registered as part of the claimant group, concerned that the bill will breach the founding document and cause significant prejudice to Māori. Said Māori Development Minister Tama Pōtaka, seen here holding a list of what his coalition have done for Māori. "Oh, bugger! We'll need to rush this in front of the House now. It's how we stop the tribunal ruling on other legislation we've done that hold Māori back in the past, since they can't rule on anything that's before the House." Mayors from around the country have asked themselves, what the fuck? At Associate Education Minister David Seymour's latest suggestions that they be the ones to fight truancy in schools. After the government removed well-being considerations from the Local Government Act, Seymour this week asked mayors to step up and help, a move rejected by local authorities as being well outside the remit of local government. Said Christchurch Mayor Phil Major, seen here showing how much of a shit he doesn't give about Seymour's suggestion, "We want to see our students attend schools and get the best possible outcomes, but we don't have the resources or time to do a job that the minister stopped funding. Maybe if he wants to see results, he should stop visiting schools, then attendance might increase." And finally, one of the current iterations of New Zealand Loyal, which last year was taken over by alt-right media personality and big fan of everything Vlad is doing in Russia, Calvin Alp, has been officially debanked. ASB, Kiwibank, NBS, Co-op and SBS have all declined applications for the party to open accounts under rules which prohibit the opening of accounts linked to politicians or political groups that may have been exposed to political interference, susceptible to money laundering or funding terrorism. After thousands went missing from the Liz Gunn-controlled accounts of New Zealand Loyal last year, and after Alp himself attended a Russian state event for pro-Russian influencers pushing disinformation worldwide, after the trial that he had for allegedly owning and distributing objectionable video material from the Christchurch massacre, it seems banks just can't find a reason to believe in the legitimacy of those involved in this undertaking. And that is this week's The News. Don't forget, if you want more updates and regular information, feel free to subscribe to the channels or check out my Substack, where we do a weekly newsletter to keep you updated on some of the scary, depressing things that are going on around the country. In this week's The News, women added to the list of groups targeted by the coalition to be treated like shit. School leavers fleeing the country where the Prime Minister thinks banning social media is a fix to all society's problems. Sunk costs to keep sinking ferry project from going under. And the Wellington Airport says, "Fly you fools," to iconic artwork. All that and more on this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora. I'm Paul and yeah, I know. Leading tonight's news, protest action all over the country happened today outside MP offices up and down the Mutu as the government repeals pay equity laws. On Tuesday, Brooke Van Velden, seen here looking for John Connor, Minister of Workplace Relations and second fiddle to the party that claims that they're all about equal treatment and rights for all, tabled a bill that would repeal the legal protections to ensure women were paid equal to men for comparable work across industries and cancelled 33 claims currently being processed from mostly government departments. According to economist Bernard Hickey, these changes and the changes to the threshold for reapplying will net the government an extra $17 billion over 4 years from industries like teaching, carers and nurses, which is only just more than the $14.5 billion tax cuts cost us last year in the budget, which disproportionately benefited the wealthy. Said Deputy Prime Minister Winston Peters, seen here thinking no one else heard that really loud fart. We support this because it will stop people asking what is a woman. We've clearly defined it as someone who earns less than a man, and now no one will want to transition knowing that they'll have to take a pay cut. An Education Ministry report on Monday showed a record number of high-achieving teens have chosen to move overseas after finishing secondary school. The report shows 10% of the highest achieving NCEA result achievers left the country once their study was finished in 2023. While the ministry hasn't looked into the reasons specifically why the moves are happening, it mirrors other trends of New Zealanders moving overseas and is more likely to occur with students from high socio-economic areas. According to the always balanced and never racist or misleading Hobson's Pledge, it's because students overseas don't have to deal with the Māorification of education, while students overseas claim it's because they're sick of racist old assholes trying to run the country. Education Minister Erica Stanford, seen here showing reporters her Macarena, along with Chris Bishop and Nicola Willis, have been caught using personal accounts for their ministerial emails, raising questions about the security of important data and why printers don't like their work email. Unlike secure government email, Google doesn't use end-to-end encryption, and users often have to unwittingly agree to allow Google full access to content and allow emails to help train AI models. This move has frustrated conservatives since they've been trying for over a decade to find a way to bring in the US culture war line, but what about her emails? But they never expected it to be one of their MPs to cause the problem. Said the Prime Minister, seen here meeting Queensland's latest police recruits before they fly out. Look, what I'm saying to you is, yes, we would have been calling for her to be fired if she was a Labour MP, but clearly we can't do that here. What with multiple of my MPs doing this, that would just be rude. A new poll from the Taxpayer Union, which also has links to other astroturfing groups, the Free Speech Union and the Sensible Sentencing Trust, has released its latest Curia poll, a polling company known to ask misleading questions which have led to claims of creating bias in their responses on multiple occasions and their resignation from the polling governing body, the Research Association of New Zealand. Said a spokesperson for mainstream media, of course we're not going to mention that bit when we promote the poll results showing an outcome for the centre-right parties we like, or how it came out the day after the government alienated half the population for being a woman, but the poll was done before all this happened. New data released from Elections NZ show the National Party took in almost $5 million in donations last year, nearly 3 times the amount of the nearest other parties. Under electoral law, every party must file annual returns on donations. National's highest donors included the man behind the Sistema storage empire, the man behind real estate company Barfoot and Thompson, the Canterbury Nationalists Trust, which you shouldn't Google because the words Canterbury and Nationalists end up with frankly way too many results that are going to put you on a watch list, and $350,000 from Nelson's Robert Wears. Said a spokesperson for the National Party, we are always happy to see donors like these people support what we do. And we know some of these numbers are shockingly high, but we can assure you that won't be the case next year. Since Robert died in March, we're very sorry to see his wallet go. The National Party announced short-lived plans to ban children from social media this week. The move being framed as protecting children from the harms of social media, like the Prime Minister's TikTok account, and has nothing to do with how young people on the platform would spam his accounts with common sense questions a lot of their parents didn't ask before the election. The bill, however, failed after ACT voted against it, preferring instead to put it through the Select Committee stage. Said a spokesperson for ACT, we are never keen to limit the ways in which ACT party leaders can communicate with minors through apps like Facebook and Snapchat. 3 News has revealed that documents out of the office of Mental Health Minister Matt Ducey, seen here showing he couldn't have done it because he has nothing in his hand, show public-facing reports had been changed to minimise the number of workers the mental health sector needs to ensure delivery of services. The report shows someone in Ducey's office specifically requested the removal of the admission and other fields which highlight the extreme shortfall in staffing levels after feedback from Health Commissioner Lester Levy. While Ducey claims it was not a direct request from him. Said Ducey, look, over there, it's Jason Momoa, before running away and hiding under his desk. Despite overwhelming opposition and public feedback, the government is set to progress with the ACT Party's Regulatory Standards Bill after Cabinet signed off on it. And in a callback to this week's The News, it seems like it will be introduced before the Waitangi Tribunal can proceed too far into its urgent claim investigation. All 76 supporters of the bill, which includes the Atlas-linked New Zealand initiative, claim it's about good lawmaking, and the other 23,000 submitters pointed out that this bill puts wealth and property rights, often overriding te tiriti in the process, as its primary goal. Said Seymour of the process, seen here on a panel called Reasons ACT Members Shouldn't Have Social Media for Themselves, this law doesn't stop politicians from making bad rules, and to prove it, we're going to see how many bad laws we can make before being voted out at the election in December. The government this week announced an amendment to the Wildlife Act to be passed under urgency that would allow the killing of native animals, including the kiwi, bats, and lizards, to happen to allow the building of roads and other infrastructure. After a court case found that the Wildlife Act did not create the ability for the Department of Conservation to issue exemptions from prosecution over accidental death of native wildlife, the government quickly worked to change the laws to re-enable it to happen, said Environment Minister Tama Potaka, seen here listening to Simeon Brown try to pronounce Te Reo Māori. The best way to protect the scaly and slimy little creatures is to vote us back in at the next election. Kiwi Rail this week revealed that over $500 million had been spent on the cancelled IREX ferry projects to date, with more costs to come. It is unknown still what the cost of the break fee is going to be for the government cancelling the previous contract by text message days after getting into power to pay for their landlord tax changes, the ongoing costs to maintain the depleted and aging current ferry fleet, or the actual costs for smaller replacement ferries that won't be delivered until the end of the decade, instead of the end of the year as originally scheduled. But Rail Minister Winston Peters, seen here looking at what's on the top shelf, was unrepentant, saying, "Just because I'm the minister who was in charge under both governments dealing with this issue does not mean I should take any responsibility at all." The government has admitted to reimbursing about $20,000 in travel costs to Donald Trump's former deputy chief of staff to show up in Auckland and say things like, "You can do it," from the audience of their recent infrastructure showcase. Chris Liddell, seen here with a very stable genius who told people to drink bleach to cure a virus, was recognized as the one person in the first Trump administration who actually worked for a peaceful transfer of power after the January 6th insurrection. He also gave a presentation that the National Party offered to help him on, that the Prime Minister called, quote, "a very thoughtful, a very considered presentation." When asked why the government paid for his flight costs, infrastructure spokesperson Chris Bishop said, "Well, we were going to offer him a citizenship like we did with Peter Thiel, but it turns out he was born in Matamata, so we had to find something else." The Catholic Church has selected its new leader in the fastest conclave of the 21st century. Pope Leo XV, seen here as Cardinal Prevost, was introduced to the world in the early hours of the morning New Zealand time and seen by many Catholics as a liberal along the lines of his predecessor. The secretive conclave can usually take days, and in one instance took almost 3 years, but the process, which uses a voting system known as first past the popes, took less than 24 hours. It's understood the conclave went with a native English speaker to save time on translations, as they expect most of his prominent work is going to be to denounce everything Donald Trump does and tell the vice president to stay away from him. Last Sunday was Star Wars Day, which led to some rather embarrassing social media moments from the worst people on the internet. President Donald Trump posted this on his Truth social media account, claiming to be stopping the Sith, a group of space fascists who silence those they don't agree with, work in the shadows to manipulate the population, control media narratives, and wield red lightsabers, while New Zealand's own ACT Party tried to claim changes on the RMA will make it easier to build big projects, like the Death Star. Said David Seymour, "Good, good, let the hate flow through you." That's been our overarching philosophy for making policy for over a decade now. And finally, in the words of Pippin Took, the Eagles are coming to an end at Wellington Airport. Officials announced earlier this week the tenure of the Eagles over the food court of 12 years was about to end, like it's the third age of Middle-earth and the king is about to return. The future of the iconic birds from Lord of the Rings is currently uncertain, but they will be put in storage until a decision is made, while Weta Workshop has something more Wellington-specific to put on display later this year as part of the renovations for the building. Personally, I think the airport should go all in on the Lord of the Rings thing. Custom signs that say, "You shall not pass here without removing fresh fruit and vegetables," or signs and security checks that say, "You can keep your secrets." No, you can't. You can't keep it secret and keep us safe. Or even just an entry sign to the airport that says, "I'm going on an adventure." Because "Fly, you fools" is the kind of slogan that would be picked by a former CEO of Air New Zealand who happens to now be Prime Minister. Anyway, that's this week's The News. Have a fantastic time, live long, prosper, and we'll catch you all next week. In this week's episode, Brooke Van Velden tries to platform her charisma, uniqueness, nerve and talent. Abusive old man on the tiles says decorum in Parliament is slipping. Scathing reports from the Auditor General and UNESCO about the future for our children. And it's bye to another 70,000 New Zealanders. All that on this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora. I'm Paul, and welcome to this week's The News. It's been a week of bad language flying back and forward in Parliament and media around the use of a C word in an opinion piece by reporter Andrea Vance over the recent changes to pay equity laws passed under urgency last week. Labour leader Chris Hipkins, seen here drinking Conservative tears, has taken responsibility for the question asked in the House that Minister of Workplace Relations Brooke Van Velden used her response to apparently quote the article in the House. While Van Velden, seen here as Lady Demoiselle from Foundation, asked permission to use it in the context of a quote beforehand, the article did not use the actual word, simply implied it, and the article wasn't written by the Labour Party, but Van Velden blamed them for it. Said a spokesperson for the coalition, you're not seeing pay equity in the headlines now, and isn't it nice that we finally recognise that different words in different contexts have different meanings, which we didn't believe when the Deputy Prime Minister got upset at a Green MP's Instagram page. Speaking of pay equity, with Thursday being Budget Day, pay equity is firmly focused in the minds of the public, with a public hui to be held on the grounds of Parliament that day. Supporters of the hui are asking for the bill to be rescinded and expect to descend on Parliament between 1 and 2 p.m. The main goals for the organisers include reversing the changes to the Act, overshadowed by Brooke's deliberate use of a term to cause outrage and distract, reinstate the 33 pay equity claims that they cancelled, and finding a way to finally fund and end pay equity gaps once and for all, said a spokesperson for the three men who run the government that voted for pay rises for themselves this week. I'm sure if women can find time between the dishes and the laundry, they'll be there to support this. Deputy Prime Minister Winston Peters, seen here looking for the bottle that was meant to be hidden under his desk, has spent the week raging, calling actions in the House recently a degradation of standards. The one coalition MP who will be getting a pay cut this year, Peters went on to say, "I don't use foul language in the House. It brings down the decorum of the institution. And it's totally different to when I said that we should worry about an Asian invasion, that two Wongs don't make a white, that there's no such thing as multiple Pacific Island nations, started harassing trans, queer and non-binary people, supported Trevor Mallard when he punched Tohinade, and used a homophobic term just yesterday when I said Chris Hipkins is a sausage eater who doesn't know a woman is paid less than a man." Te Pāti Māori MPs representing almost 23,000 voters are looking to be suspended from the House for the haka that broke out celebrating the end of the Treaty Principles Bill after the White Privileges Committee recommended the longest ever stand-down period on record of 3 weeks for the party's co-leaders. Under current rules governing Parliament, including an element of tikanga Māori in proceedings must first be given permission to go ahead by someone representing an old white man from a colonial power on the other side of the world. That representative, though, Jerry Brownlee, seen here showing you a shortcut through the airport, has warned MPs that he feels this punishment is disproportionate, being 7 times the length of the longest previous ban, and has said on Tuesday he will authorise open debate on the topic, meaning opposition MPs could use the event to filibuster and eventually delay the budget. The ACT Party, seen here trudging through the House with cowshit-covered gumboots, said it was about respecting the sanctity of Parliament, while the Prime Minister said of the situation, "It's not like we put anything in the budget for those 23,000 voters anyway, so does it matter if they've got representation here or not?" The Green Party this week released its alternative budget with a focus on evolving the economy to shift to a greener, fairer economy that looks after all its citizens, with promises of free doctors and dental care and the creation of a new public works department with a focus on the green sector. Economists have noted that this would keep debt levels within the Reserve Bank safety zone, which sees it as acceptable, with some saying it's very forward-thinking. The Prime Minister, seen here cosplaying as Ernst Stavros Blofeld, however, has taken umbrage at the inclusion of a jet tax, saying, "What I'm saying to you is, I used to run an airline," while Winston Peters, seen here trying his hand at prop comedy, called it Marxism with a printout for emphasis, saying, "My voters have no idea what Marxism really is, but think it's bad. So I'm calling it that to scare the gullible voters out there. And if people don't stop supporting the left, I'm going to be forced to call it communism, or even woke." While David Seymour, seen here with his own party's version of Donald Trump's friend Jeffrey Epstein, called it left-wing Trumpism after research found that politicians who push Trumpist ideologies keep losing at elections, and he didn't want to be tarred with that brush. The Auditor General has released a scathing report into Oranga Tamariki and its procedural changes put in place last year to slash budgets and pay for tax cuts and tobacco company kickbacks, because the changes did not consider the impact on children, which the Auditor General says is unacceptable since, that's the core function of the organisation. The changes were put in place in a rushed manner at the insistence of Children's Minister Karen Chow, seen here spotting a child succeeding, who said, "Yeah, those changes were forced last year, so it's all Labour's fault." Stats New Zealand's latest price tracking data has shown that food prices rose 3.7% annually last month, driven primarily by the costs of butter and dairy products, but seen across all 5 food groups that they monitor. Said the Prime Minister, seen here being forced to spend time with a poor person, "What I'm saying to you is we obviously have a laser focus on the cost of living in mansions paid for by your multiple rental incomes." In another report, Statistics New Zealand says Aotearoa New Zealand has seen its smallest net migration gain in more than 2 years, pointing out the flow of new migrants into the country has slowed, while a record 70,000 Kiwis left in the year to March, 2/3 of which went to Australia. Of those leaving, the majority were between 18 and 30 years old. ASB senior economist Mark Smith says this pattern reflects the weakening position of the New Zealand economy, while the Minister of Immigration, Erica Stanford, says, "Look, I'm glad they're going. It gives me more time to sort out my email and printer issues if there's less people migrating for me to worry about." Associate Education Minister and Snapchatter of 14-year-olds David Seymour has made a pre-budget announcement of $140 million for truancy services. Said the minister, seen here with someone who knows that school avoidance can be exacerbated by young people dealing with a range of outside issues that cause them harm. "Yes, we're cutting funding to truancy services, rolled back roles in the field last year, and even asked mayors to take over the role, which obviously is one of those core purposes of local government. So this is all their fault that we have to spend money on children and not tobacco companies." Health Minister Simeon Brown, seen here showing why he needs a car booster seat, has been caught out sending out a heavily redacted memo that Health New Zealand then released with no redactions that showed the minister is not only aware of the issues to the workforce and the health system by rushing surgeries through private hospitals, which would lead to further degradation of the public health system, he seems to be actively encouraging it. Said the minister, "I don't see a problem here. I'll be sorted if we make everything private." It's been discovered by local democracy reporters that the government will be removing funding for 113 kaiawhina, or support staff, dedicated for one-to-one patient care in our hospitals and medical facilities in support around the country in this year's upcoming budget. Said Nicola Willis, Finance Minister, "We know we promised budget cuts wouldn't impact frontline services, but these have a Māori name, so they don't count." A new report from accounting and business advisory firm Baker Tilly has found that despite tax cuts in last year's budget, New Zealanders are now paying an average of 4.66% more tax than they did a year ago. The drivers for this include increased prices on essentials like food, power, and car registration, with every price increase seeing an incremental increase in GST take, as well as an increased costs for rates that have jumped 11% in the last 12 months as councils grapple with increased costs and ongoing issues, like water infrastructure and the tail end of high inflation, said finance spokesperson Nicola Willis. See, laser focus. An external review initiated by ACT MP Nicole McKee, seen here realising that the public don't want gun access to be too easy, into the safety outcomes of the firearms registry started in the wake of the Christchurch terror attack, has found that the registry is doing exactly as it was intended and is working as expected. A spokesperson for the police said that the registry was 2 years into a 5-year plan and it was already delivering results on keeping guns off streets and keeping people safe, even if the minister herself hasn't registered on it yet. In response, Nicole McKee claimed that the report was wrong, that experts clearly don't know what they're talking about, and that we won't be properly safe from gun violence until every child has a handgun under their pillow and their parents have several questionable firearms buried in their backyard. The government has admitted that they got it wrong. Sorry, only on one thing, not on everything that they've clearly got wrong. They've admitted that the Family Start system, which requires manual entry and has only been fully reimbursed to 259 families since it started, has used a quarter of its funding on administration costs and have said that this was due to errors on their behalf. Said Nicola Willis, seen here daydreaming about the upset public servants losing their jobs to pay for her tax cuts. It's very expensive to rush things instead of waiting to build an automated integrated system that would have done this with precision and reduced admin costs. But no matter how many times people told me that, well, I clearly didn't listen to them because they're poor. A week after law changes pushed through under urgency, making it easier to kill native animals like the kiwi, the Department of Conservation has announced another 68 roles are to be removed to reach the government's goals of tax cuts for landlords, meaning that one guy named Barry living in a central Otago hut will now be the entire Department of Conservation workforce. New research into the drug habits of New Zealanders has found that online shopping is the way of the future. The New Zealand Drug Survey undertakes annual research into trends of drug usage and distribution and has found that the online sales have been increasing, especially through social media. It's increased between 100 and 250% in the past 5 years. Said Police Minister Mark Mitchell, seen here teaching new cops the importance of always blowing on the pie. Naturally, we're very concerned about this and we'll do everything we can to reduce the harm caused by these substances. Except properly funding customs, making pseudoephedrine illegal, legalizing and regulating marijuana like we do with tobacco, properly fund addiction services and community outreach programs, will deal with the drivers of poverty, which are seen as drivers for drug use. Because that's what we mean by being tough on crime. A new report from UNICEF has ranked New Zealand 32nd out of 36 wealthy countries in global youth well-being markers. The report found that the country has the highest youth suicide rates of any of the 36 measured, 3 times the average rate, with Māori, rainbow and disabled youth experiencing disproportionately high rates of attempted suicide and bullying still remaining widespread. Social Development Minister Louise Upston, seen here being told Stuff framed this article to make it look like she wanted to harm more kids, has called the numbers disappointing and said we must do better to improve the lives of young Kiwis. And having a government that vilifies Māori, considers disabled people a burden, and openly encourages anti-rainbow rhetoric is the only way to do that because, that's how we fix the economy. And finally, Tauranga Mayor Mahi Drysdale, seen here wondering where he is today, has finally purchased a home in the place that he is mayor of, having purchased a property in Papamoa, with plans to move his whānau over from Cambridge at the end of the school year to avoid disruption in their education. It's not uncommon for local body elected members to live outside the areas that they represent, but Drysdale was one of the furthest away from the place he was elected to, second only to Hamilton City Council's Andrew Bidder and Southland District Council's Jaspreet Boparai, who live on another planet and are completely detached from our reality. Right, that's this week's The News. Live long, prosper, look after yourself, and we will catch you guys all next week. This week's episode, money taken from women to help keep poor people poor. Old man at train station derailed by free speech advocate. Will the US military shoot first and ask questions later? And artists so preoccupied with whether or not they could, they didn't ask if they should. All that and more in this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora, I'm Paul and oh yeah, I'm on to you. The coalition government released its second budget this week to much meh from the public. Dubbed the Growth Budget by Finance Minister Nicola Willis, a number of experts agree the thing it grows will be inequality and rich people bank accounts. To make her budget books balance, Willis, seen here in front of a sign that's actually really great advice for anyone who spends time around the ACT Party, took almost $13 billion from women in the workforce, made life harder for young people on benefits, those needing to help cover the cost to study, 61,000 families with small children under the age of 3, those saving for their retirement or first homes, those wanting to see increased voter turnout from Māori and Pacifica communities, and those wanting to see functioning public services. In response to criticisms about the budget, a range of government ministers pointed out that they needed to take the money from low-paid people, and the public should just be grateful. The finance minister, seen here finding out that over 9,000 young people would be kicked off benefits under her new budget, tried to criticise the opposition by asking where would they get the money to pay landlords for their tax cuts, the break fees on ferries, tax incentives for tobacco companies and investment in fossil fuels that may breach our EU free trade agreement if they didn't take it from the lowest earners and women, adding, it's not like you can tax capital gains, tech companies, or get economic stimulus from ensuring a basic standard of living with a minimum universal basic income that helps ensure even the worst off have the best quality of life. Before the budget, Parliament grounds once again hosted another rallying protest against the actions of the government in a protest on moving pay equity laws around. The hundreds of supporters chanted, laughed at, and brought attention to the speed in which the changes were pushed through, the lack of consultation with the wider public, and the use of urgency to pass the changes. When the crowd was cited, Workplace Relations Minister Brooke Van Velden, seen here showing you the bag she's going to throw your pay equity claims in before binning them, was overheard asking, "Should I say another bad word to distract the media again from all this?" At a post-budget speech in Auckland's Mount Albert Grammar School on Friday morning, Finance Minister Nicola Willis, seen here knowing she doesn't have to worry about pay equity for herself because her salary is set by an organisation that compares the duties and skills of her role with other comparable roles across sectors and governments, has said she expects the workforce for teachers and learning support roles to grow by 1,600 people by 2028. Said the minister, we'll have been voted out of government for 2 years by then, so the workforce may actually be paid what they're worth in 2028, which will help with that growth. Because clearly no one wants to take a job where they're underpaid on purpose to make sure landlords can have tax cuts. Speaking at his first post-budget engagement, the Prime Minister, seen here showing the crowd just how tall Simeon really is, has announced plans to campaign on raising the retirement age in 2026. Said the Prime Minister, since we have gutted government contributions to KiwiSaver, we know young people will need even longer in the workforce to save up for any kind of half-decent retirement. So this is us just giving them more time. The Waitangi Tribunal this week recommended an immediate halt to David Seymour's Regulatory Standards Bill, warning that the bill attempts to diminish the Crown's obligations to the country's founding document. It lacked consultation with Māori and created a deliberately misleading narrative of equality for all before the law, which assumes a level playing field which doesn't currently exist. Said the minister behind the bill, David Seymour, seen here running away from journalist Mihinarangi Forbes as he avoids questions on his links to right-wing anti-Indigenous people think tanks in Canada. Wait, we still have that tribunal? I thought Richard Prebble shut it down. Isn't that what we put him in there for? The Prime Minister, seen here trying out the very stable genius Trump diet for world leaders, has come under fire for his comments on a recent Mike Hosking breakfast spot where he said that when the government spots Te Reo Māori being used, they call it out. I mean, it's clearly not called out by the listeners of the station who seem to think that it's absolutely fine to vilify the use of the Indigenous language of a country, but people with a rudimentary understanding of how this is anti-Māori have definitely seen it as racist. Said the Prime Minister, look, we know things like Maori road signs are triggering and that makes them, not the people triggered by them, unsafe, unlike the new signs that we've installed that have more fine print than an insurance contract. A heckler confronted soon-to-be former Deputy Prime Minister, again, Winston Peters, seen here showing his hands aren't shaking so he's clearly okay to drive, at the Wellington Central train station this week while he and Chris Bishop made an announcement about rail investment to try and sweeten the car crash of a budget. The heckler told the 80-year-old Peters he should retire and called him a wrinkled ballsack. Said a spokesperson for ballsacks, hey, we may not be pretty, but at least we have a function. A new report from the Privacy Commissioner shows a growing concern in the public around children's privacy, social media use, and the use of AI in decision-making. The Commission publishes an annual report on the ever-changing concerns of the public, which this year highlighted people asking what their private data was actually being used for, with 80% of respondents saying they wanted more control and choice over the collection of personal information. The Commission will be running a series of how-to workshops on the topic that people can sign up to. They just need to provide their mother's maiden name and the name of their first pet to do so. Hundreds of protesters filled the grounds of Parliament on Tuesday as debate began on the proposed suspension of Te Pāti Māori MPs for performing the haka after the vote finished on David Seymour's Treaty Principles Bill. The White Privileges Committee has recommended a record amount of time for suspension, with the ACT Party member even pushing for more information about imprisoning her political rivals, which is clearly a very healthy element to have in any democracy. The debate was put off until June after the coalition decided it looked really bad to kick out half of a political party who stand for Indigenous rights as a central tenet of their kaupapa, just before the budget, in the same week that the Prime Minister had already admitted to actively removing signs of Māoridom from the country. Before the shortened debate on Te Pāti Māori MP started, Deputy Prime Minister Winston Peters, seen here showing how large a shot of whiskey should be, was kicked out of the House for what has been revealed as referencing yet another online Twitter troll account with no viable source, this time one that had been amplified by online broadcaster Sean Plunkett. Said Peters afterwards, I know we tell kids, that they are shitty no-hopers without any future who don't understand the value of real work and how the world actually is and shouldn't believe everything that they read online, but, clearly that doesn't apply to me. It's been revealed that Auckland War Memorial Museum is currently losing $19,000 a day as it's forced to stay closed due to the discovery of asbestos in the almost 100-year-old building. To safely reopen, the museum must first remove the substance and be cleared by WorkSafe, while also updating its fire evacuation plan, said Auckland Councillor Ken Turner, seen here moments after telling another councillor how he signed a joint letter with Voices for Freedom members, far-right group members and local government officials aligned with disinformation groups, demanding the government ignore any future pandemic response advice from overseas organisations like the WHO. Why not let people just deal with the asbestos? At least it's historically accurate. And it's not like we have to listen to scientists when they tell us things are bad. What do they know? Kāinga Ora has announced a further reduction of roles, aiming to cull 620 of them from back office positions and corporate functions. Said a spokesperson for the organisation, when the government isn't building social housing and actively working to stop people from buying their first homes, there's really nothing for us to do all day anyway. This week, Wellington played host to the USS Blue Ridge, a US warship which leads the US Navy's 7th Fleet and is also the oldest ship in the US Navy. The Blue Ridge docked in the city while US Navy senior staff met with local counterparts for bilateral talks. The Wellington Harbour Master issued a no-go zone of 200 metres around the ship for other boats in the area, saying, "They're American, do you really think they won't shoot first?" The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, have announced a systems test will take place this Sunday, May 25th, between 6 and 7 p.m. of its emergency mobile alert system. The regular test is part of a health check of sorts for the many communication tools civil defence often call on in times of an emergency. For those who do not want to receive the alert or who may be at risk if an alert was to go off unexpectedly, it's suggested mobile devices be put into flight mode or turned off during that hour. And for those who love the sound of alarms, it's best to find a busy mall somewhere at that time and just sit down and wait for the systems to go off. And finally, a new sculpture installed in Taupō as part of a new initiative to highlight the local creative sector has come under fire from some quarters as some funding for the piece was secured from the local council. While funding was secured over a decade ago, like all councils around the country, Taupō District Council is facing rates increases due to the increased costs of infrastructure and government-mandated costs, which has led to some locals questioning if funding this years ago was appropriate for the issues being faced today. The sculpture itself has a sauropod dinosaur shaped like an inflatable toy standing on a geometric rock and represents the town's playful nature, volcanic past, and its place as one of the few areas to have dinosaur fossils found in the country. Taupō Mayor David Troavis said he enjoyed the sculpture because dealing with the people who do nothing but complain about the town and never want to change anything definitely reminded him of Jurassic Park. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone for the support this week. It's really an amazing motivator to keep doing what I'm doing, and together, I know we can make some positive changes. Until next time, live long, prosper, be one with the Force, and I'll catch you guys all next week. On tonight's episode, send in the clowns to the Deputy Prime Minister's office. Business vibes seem a little off. The Minister of Health orders workers to go into a toxic work environment, and it looks like somebody in Hamilton is defying gravity. All that and more in this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora, I'm Paul, and I hope you've done your RSB submission already. This weekend marks the handover of the Deputy Prime Minister role from Winston Peters to David Seymour, seen here introducing you to the term Clown Alley. In a recent interview with RNZ, both reiterated that Christopher Luxon was wrong to call the role largely ceremonial, with Seymour noting it didn't feel ceremonial when he was dealing with the CrowdStrike outage and Chinese warships as acting Prime Minister in the past, and Peters pointing out that Luxon was so inexperienced he wouldn't know how ceremonial the role was. The Prime Minister's office reiterated that they don't expect to see much change between the handover, pointing out, "We're replacing one far-right, misleading, vice-signalling, race-baiting, self-centred, condescending, self-promoting politician for another." Former National Party MP Dame Marilyn Waring, seen here in a place half the current coalition government is scared of because it holds facts, data and evidence, has announced the creation of a People Select Committee to look into pay equity changes which took $13 billion from female-led workforces to pay for landlord tax cuts. Teaming up with a number of female former MPs, they will hold a public select committee, getting public feedback on the changes rushed through under urgency with no public consultation by the coalition just before the budget. Said Waring, "I already took down one annoying, bald, arrogant National Party leader who fiddled with people's retirement savings, and I'll happily do it again." David Seymour, sitting here next to his principals he brings to proposed bills like the RSB, has ruled out working with Labour and Chris Hipkins after the next election. Said Hipkins in response, "That's like fire refusing to work with water because it won't burn down the forest faster." The Clerk of the House has agreed to a shorter period of scrutiny on the controversial Regulatory Standards Bill than would usually apply. Most bills not rushed through by the government trying to avoid public scrutiny get 6 months of select committee hearings, but the RSB will only receive 4 months of this. With what is expected to be another high-profile amount of public submissions, the shortening of the process means again not all submissions may be heard by the committee. Said the chair of the Finance and Expenditure Committee, Cameron Brewer, seen here arguing against criminalising wage theft, "Hey, it's longer than some bills have had. The public should just be happy that there's any type of scrutiny at all." For the third month in a row, business confidence has dropped, according to the most recent ANZ Business Vibe survey. The survey found that surveyed businesses have reduced activity because, the vibes have been off. But the survey was done before the government's budget, which sprayed a fire hose of money at big businesses. So maybe the vibes have changed. Either way, reporting on business vibes seems to be a continuing trend, like it's real news. Minister of Health Simeon Brown, seen here wondering why he keeps being followed around by a 7-foot-tall skeleton in a black robe carrying a scythe, has ordered Te Whatu Ora to reverse a decision to stop posting on the alt-right swarmed platform X after they decided to move to Blue Sky as an alternative communication method. Since Elon Musk's takeover of the platform, the rise of disinformation and the vitriol of the far right has made it an unsafe online space for many. And for Government Health Organisation, it's become a lightning rod of angry reckons and rants from people whose fifth form science course somehow make them better at medicine than the organisation. Said a spokesperson for X, "Wait, the minister didn't call us Twitter? Since he's the one holding up trans-affirming care guidelines and voted against conversion therapy bans, we just figured he'd try and dead name us." David Seymour, seen here showing why he doesn't like being asked tough questions, received a grilling in Kirikiriroa Hamilton this week as a guest of the Waikato Chamber of Commerce over his decision to put a handbrake on the proposed Waikato Medical School. In the city, the medical school is seen as a popular plan to help bolster the number of doctors in the country, while ACT maintains they need a full cost-benefit analysis before allowing it to proceed. Said Chamber President Don Good, "Our university courses have been cut, they've increased charges, they've closed down departments to make this happen. Surely hacking and slashing at things, putting people last and hoping to get better results would have spoken to this minister on some level." The government has revealed plans to slim down the expansion of the Whakatū Nelson Hospital. The original plan, signed off under the previous Labour government, would have seen an additional 92 beds added to the hospital's capacity, along with a new acute services building, 8 operating theatres and a larger emergency department, designed to exceed minimum growth expectations to future-proof the location for the next 50 years. Which Health Minister Simeon Brown, seen here still trying to process the movie Inception 15 years after it came out, has announced will no longer be going ahead. Instead, the hospital will get no new operating theatres and half the amount of new beds. Said the minister, "Look, it's just a hospital. It's not like they're tobacco companies who really need our help." Severe weather hit Kirikiriroa Hamilton on Thursday night as a tornado hit parts of the suburb of Norton, knocking down fences, bringing down trees and sending a trampoline into power lines which caused widespread power cuts. Fortunately, it seems no one was hurt. Said Hamilton Mayor Paula Southgate, seen here having time travelled to ancient Egypt because building time machines is actually part of the secretive work that's done at the University of Waikato. Yes, it's true. Our airport will soon be starting flights again to Australia, but a Wizard of Oz reenactment was not how we intended to promote that. And finally, to commemorate the end of Winston Peters' term as Deputy Prime Minister, seen here smoking on the smoke-free Otago University campus, Unlike our friends in mainstream media who have been fawning all over Peters with his greatest hits compilations and career retrospectives, we'll just be taking a look at this really cute puppy for a few seconds, because the amount of hate, vitriol, and bigotry he's helped normalize and pump into the country since he started flirting with dangerous conspiracy theorists and cookers doesn't warrant his ideas being idolized and everybody else celebrating him while he's still in Parliament. Right, and that's this week's news. Once again, thank you very much for the support this week. Make sure you look after yourselves, live long, prosper, be one with the Force, and we'll catch you all next time. In this week's episode, the Prime Minister's press secretary highlights privacy laws. We can't be racist, says government as it punishes Māori for haka. A new dawn for workplace injuries ahead, and an exclusive interview with the bots behind the RSB submissions. All that and more on this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora, I'm Paul, and I figure the robots from the future haven't come back to take me out, so I must be doing something right. Mark it in official records, it was bound to happen eventually. The Prime Minister, seen here with someone who casually joked with Herald reporters about having hidden cameras in the beehive, actually did something right, after information came to light this week around Press Secretary Michael Forbes, seen here with a very convincing Muldoon cosplayer. Forbes has been discovered as having recorded sessions with sex workers without their permission. He recorded intrusive photos that he had of women in public, as well as footage of women shot through windows at night in compromising positions. Prime Minister Christopher Luxon demanded answers immediately from Forbes and was very clear that if he didn't resign, he'd be fired. The Prime Minister has also stated he's open to looking at changes to surveillance laws, which currently only require permission from one person in a recorded conversation to not breach privacy laws. Luxon has admitted that this has also raised issues around the vetting process of staff working within the beehive, and that the Department of Internal Affairs is now looking into actions that strengthen that process. Forbes, who had previously worked in the office of Louise Upston, Judith Collins, Todd Muller, and Simon Bridges, apologised to the Prime Minister for not informing him, stating, "Well, I figured you had male MPs who try and tell women what to do with their bodies, ones who laugh at the mention of domestic violence, and that whole cancelling pay equity thing under urgency already in the coalition, so I figured that this probably wouldn't be a problem for them." This week, the coalition government voted to hand down the harshest ever punishment given to sitting MPs. Te Pāti Māori co-leaders Debbie Ngarewa Paka and Rawiri Waititi were both given a 21-day suspension from Parliament, and Hana Rafati Maipi Clark a 7-day suspension for the haka that they performed after the Treaty Principles Bill was defeated earlier this year. While Winston Peters made racist comments referring to Waititi's moko as face scribbles, the gun-loving Minister Nicole McKee, who was trying to loosen gun regulations, got upset at what she perceived to be finger guns, and Karen Chower claimed that the real crime was people being mean to her while she selfishly sent kids off to ineffective boot camps where they can be punished with physical force. The coalition said that this sends a clear message that being proudly Māori won't be tolerated by this government. Oh, to breaking news now. The government has identified an existential threat to the country, one which will, if left unchecked, potentially kill us all. For more on this developing story, let's cross live now to our roving reporter on the scene. Hey Paul, yes, I am here on the scene of what's turning out to be a horrific outbreak of something that the Workplace Relations Minister has described as, let me just check my notes here, a sign of death and destruction. It's really out of control at the moment. She's been telling people that what we're seeing is commonplace and that we really need to be concerned about how often these are rolling out in the suburbs, that they're going to hunt us down, that they're going to hunt down our loved ones, they're going to subjugate us, take over our homes, our schools, our Prime Minister's office, and that we really do need to be afraid because road cones are everywhere. The government has set up an emergency hotline. If you need help, if you see a road cone in the wild, please stay away from it. This is as close as we've been allowed to get to this one that's just been found roaming the streets. But there is an emergency hotline if you need help, because this is quite clearly the most urgent thing that the government is dealing with at the moment. Please, everyone at home, stay safe, and back to you in the office, Paul. Thanks, Paul. And we're clearly doomed. May whatever God you believe in have mercy on our souls. A new report out this week shows smoking levels have plateaued for the first time in a decade. With the removal of smoke-free laws and targets, tax breaks for tobacco companies, untested plans on smoking reduction written by ChatGPT and tobacco companies directly, and disinformation about the future of cigarette availability from ministers, the Minister for Smoking, Casey Costello, seen here supporting a hate group that wants to harm rainbow youth, said, "Whoa, I'm shocked. Those tobacco companies will need to explain why the gift basket they sent me last Christmas didn't have the best caviar instead of the knockoff brand." Climate scientists are raising concerns about the government's methane emissions reduction plan this week, which the Prime Minister has denied as a problem. Under the new plan, the country's largest polluters will have little incentive to change what they're doing, with the Prime Minister adding, "What did you expect? We based our climate reduction plan on technology that hasn't even been invented yet. No one pushed back on that when we announced it." David Seymour, seen here with the real reason he hopes real people don't use the internet because of what they might find out about his former party president, this week claimed that bots were responsible for 99.5% of consultation submissions on the Regulatory Standards Bill, so he didn't need to read them. When asked how he knew that bots were involved, he said, "Well, we have, ways to tell. There has never been a recorded instance of a bot farm attack on the submission process in New Zealand history, as confirmed by the Parliamentary Clerk of the House. However, in an exclusive for this week's news, we've managed to find the bots responsible who have agreed to talk with us on strict conditions around anonymity." Right, let's cross over now. Thank you all for joining me. I realise that this kind of puts a bit of a target on your back, since David's most vocal supporters can be truly nasty. Bot 1, how would you sum up your thoughts on David Seymour? If you could sum him up in one word, what would that be?
Wally.
Yeah, he can indeed be a bit of a wally. Bot 2, what was the message that you wanted David to hear, especially when he was asking people to support his bill?
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
Yeah, I understand you tried to reach out to Seymour directly. Reports indicate he got flustered, contradicted himself, and called you a conspiracy theorist while pushing the conspiracy that bots were involved. What did you say to
This
him?
conversation can serve no purpose anymore. Goodbye.
And bot 3, what about you? How did this bill make you feel? Yeah, me too. Look, I want to thank you all for being here tonight and sharing your side of this story. And I'm sure you'll all agree that more humans need to submit on the bill to ensure that David doesn't think bots are involved again. Any final words on David's deflections?
This sort of thing has cropped up before.
Yeah, thank you all for being here. National Party MP Chris Bishop, seen here realising he left the stove on, came under fire this week for comments he made at last weekend's Aotearoa Music Awards during a performance by Stan Walker which included Toitu Te Tiriti imagery and haka. Bishop complained that he was sick of seeing Māori unity being politicised and has refused to apologise for his comments before being interrupted by Kiwi music icon Don McGlashan, seen here halfway down Dominion Road. McGlashan told him to shut up during the event. Said McGlashan about the incident, "I've written about some of the worst moments in our history, the Aramoana massacre, the invasion of Parihaka, but I've never done a sequel song. Maybe Wanker B will be the first." Defence Minister Judith Collins, seen here trying her hand at being a mime, has announced the creation of New Zealand's first space squadron. Known as the 62 Squadron, the unit initially worked with radar operations in World War II, with the new iteration monitoring airspace just a little bit higher, she said. Going on, she pointed out, space is the final frontier in terms of our military defence capabilities, and we've all seen the challenges out there. Klingons, Borg, Daleks, Cybermen, Cylons. We need to be prepared to make sure that Kiwis can live long and prosper. Stuff and Trade Me have announced plans for the online sales site to take ownership of half of the news site for an undisclosed sum. The deal will see cross-branding on the Stuff website property section between the two sites, but excludes prominent mastheads like the Post, the Press and the Sunday Star Times. Owner of Stuff, Sinead Boucher, went on to say, "We need to maintain the integrity of those publications. That's why we're running a 6-page feature into the evils of bike lanes. For integrity." Minister of Workplace Relations, Brooke Van Velden, seen here shocked that for some reason people keep being angry at her for rushed-through law changes on pay equity, has announced an operational shift for WorkSafe from enforcement of safety regulations to advice on the topic. While WorkSafe was initially set up in the wake of the Pike River mine collapse to help ensure workers were kept safe, the minister keeps being told by campaign donors that they're really concerned at how much keeping staff safe is costing them. Said Van Velden, "We are, of course, concerned with workers, because when they unite, parties like ours don't do well in the polls." A new inter-council group known as Te Ka Uru has been formed, consisting of 30 local councils to help support the rising number of people sleeping rough into safe, secure housing. The group formed out of a widespread understanding that across the country homelessness has been rising, and councils are often the first port of call from the public to find ways to tackle the issue. The government has been claiming that the visible rise has nothing to do with harsher benefit sanctions or the reduction of emergency housing by 86% from 2023 numbers. Said local government minister Simon Watts, seen here trying to throw down at the worst rap battle of all time. "Those don't sound like core services to me. The voters need to be very clear. In this country, we punch down on people trapped in poverty, and that needs to include local government." Auckland Deputy Mayor Desley Simpson, seen here trying to bring cheerleading to construction, has announced that she will not be running to unseat incumbent Wayne Brown in this year's local body elections, instead throwing her support behind him. Desley said that she would continue as Brown's deputy if both are re-elected and would prefer to get the job the old-fashioned way, by bringing him donuts and fast food every day until nature takes its course. To international news, the fallout between US President Donald Trump and tech billionaire Elon Musk continues, with barbs being traded on social media. Trump has threatened to withdraw government funding subsidies to Musk's companies, while Musk has claimed that the reason the Epstein files have not been released is because of Trump's involvement with Epstein. For comment now, we cross over to our international correspondent, Ken Watanabe.
Let them fight.
And finally, the host of the New Zealand version of The Chase has been announced, and it's veteran of making fun of people's names, looks, sexual orientations, and comparing asylum seekers to criminals and the mentally ill, Paul Henry. Just so there's no confusion on the topic, Paul Henry is clearly different to Paul Holmes, the broadcaster who used racist descriptors about the United Nations Secretary-General Kofi Annan, called Tariana Turia a bag of lard, and called Waitangi Day a Luni Māori Fringe Self-Denial Day. And this is me, Paul, the other one, seen here somehow getting lost in the corridors of Parliament, who really does not want to be confused with the others. And that's this week's The News. Thanks again for watching, and thank you to everyone who supports the show. Until next time, live long, prosper, be one with the Force, and I'll catch you all next week. In this week's episode, the Workplace Relations Minister is okay if you take a fall. A shake-up where they monitor earthquakes. Nothing to see here, says Finance Minister, and the most popular future destination of the country revealed. All that and more in this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora, I'm Paul, and next week this will have been last week's This Week's The News. It was revealed this week that the reasons behind Reserve Bank Governor Adrian Orr's sudden resignation back in March, seen here discovering he has a meeting at the Beehive he didn't realise was in his calendar, were down to conflicts with the Finance Minister over funding for the bank. At the time, Board Chair Neil Quigley had said it was for personal reasons, which Orr has backed up, saying, "I find doing everything in their power to tank the economy pretty damned personal." A ministerial advisory group has warned that corruption and insider trading threats are increasing in New Zealand, adding that the country was poorly prepared for it. The report defined corruption as the abuse of access or authority to advance objectives of organised crime. Said Police Minister Casey Costello, seen here daydreaming about her work with Hobson's Pledge and how much satisfaction she got from treading down on Māori. "We know there's an international trend of this increasing, and we feel the best way to tackle it is to only allow people to access MPs if they're part of a secretive group of lobbyists, like the tobacco industry or international mining companies. That way it's not illegal corruption, just the good old-fashioned legal kind." Official figures from the Ministry of Justice released this week show a projected increase of 35% for the country's prison population by 2035. Driven by the return of the three strikes law, sentencing caps, and more aggravating factors in sentencing, the projections would see an increased population in prisons of around 12,000 people, said Corrections Minister Mark Mitchell, seen here trying to do a sexy lip-biting scene in the world's worst rom-com. "I believe we will have the capacity to handle this, because being tough on criminals always works when you ignore the drivers of crime." A new report from Oranga Tamariki has shown that Māori children are overrepresented in being let down, with Māori adults who have been through the system having higher mortality rates than those who aren't Māori. Those who have been in care were also 9 times more likely to need emergency housing support and half as likely to be able to find long-term employment, said Children's Minister Karen Chow, seen here trying to live, laugh and let kids be hit in boot camps. It's a sobering report. We all want the best outcomes for these kids, and while we may have removed that specific legislation that allowed that to happen, that was delivering the results that we now say that we want, I guess the cause behind this will forever be a mystery. GNZ Science is asking for voluntary redundancies from its 24/7 geohazard monitoring team in a drive to pay for landlord tax cuts, which may result in the centre, which provides around-the-clock detection services of tsunamis, earthquakes, landslides and eruptions, no longer being staffed at all times, said Civil Defence Minister Mark Mitchell, seen here trying to show you what a tornado sounds like. We're sure the geological fault lines that the country is built on will understand that they can only move during office hours, and everyone knows that tsunamis don't hit at night. A youth hikoi is to be held in Auckland this weekend to raise awareness of the number of young people currently experiencing homelessness, some as young as 11 years old, according to advocates. The latest data shows Auckland has seen a 53% increase in people sleeping rough between September and January, and reports have emerged that people fleeing domestic violence are being turned away from emergency housing at WINZ for contributing to their situation. Said the Prime Minister, seen here in an earthquake that remembered to hit during office hours, "Look, what I'm saying to you is, there is no evidence that I've wanted to see or allowed in my office that shows our policies and punitive approach to welfare has anything to do with why 11-year-olds are sleeping rough. Why don't you focus on those Kiwis who actually work hard to become billionaires instead? They're good people who deserve our admiration a lot more than some homeless kids." The ACT Party is set to announce its list of candidates for the upcoming local body elections shortly, saying that the process of selection is now complete. David Seymour, seen here with his former advisor on how to select people, has said that they will stand on a range of policies which include fucking over the environment, fucking over Māori, and sucking any joy from communities. We really wanted these candidates to embody everything about the ACT Party, Seymour said, and I'm sure voters will understand that when they see ACT on their voting forms, that they will have a choice. An AI video of Nelson District Councillor Campbell Rollo, seen here standing between Nelson's tallest buildings, has sparked warnings about the use of AI and spread of disinformation in this year's local body elections. The video used Rollo's likeness and had him using an automatic weapon, and was watermarked with an AI video producer logo. Said experts on the topic, "We can expect to find more of this kind of disinformation as these groups discover the height of 2022 technology on their phones, and since some of them can't read but believe what they're told is on Facebook, they could have a major impact on how campaigns are run this election. Our advice? Ignore what you see on Facebook and get out and meet the candidates directly." ACC has warned Workplace Relations Minister Brooke Van Velden, seen here waiting to see what happens when you remove the wet floor sign, that her proposed changes to health and safety laws will result in higher payouts and an increase in musculoskeletal injuries, slips, trips and falls, as well as higher levies for businesses, and concerns raised by the families of those lost on the Pike River mine collapse of 2010 that the changes will result in more deaths. Said Van Velden of the report, "Yeah, but they're just workers, who cares if they're safe?" The Taxpayer Union this week released 2 polls, one a general poll and the other looking at which political parties farm owners and managers support. Their polling company, Curia, which is no longer part of political polling regulatory agencies, released the figures to widespread mainstream media coverage, with one producer stating, "Remember when Orson Welles read War of the Worlds and everyone thought it was real even though it was a piece of fiction? We like to think of Curia polling along the same veins." Prime Minister Christopher Luxon, seen here going to complain that his new airline doesn't serve little cookies like his old airline, is off on another international trip, visiting Europe and China with plans to meet China's Xi Jinping. Said a spokesperson for the Prime Minister's office, "These groups represent some of our biggest trading partners, so we know Kiwis will understand that in a cost of living crisis when cheese costs $20 a block, that we need to keep giving a wealthy and sorted former CEO free trips all over the world." The inter-island ferry Aratere was forced to stop mid-transit this week as an electrical fault caused unexpected issues with the propulsion drive while sailing. The ship itself is slated for retirement in August this year, just in time for the ferry replacements to arrive, give or take half a decade. Said Finance Minister Nicola No Boats Willis, seen here telling scary stories by torchlight about how she was forced to not buy her kids Ben and Jerry's at the movies. "I don't see a problem here. I mean, the ship was in the Cook Strait at the time, and I can't see it from my office, so I literally couldn't see the problem." Hastings District Council has removed videos on Māori wards after legal threats from that group your racist uncle keeps posting to on Facebook, Hobson's Pledge. In their complaint letter, the group pointed out that a 2004 legal case meant that councils could not promote a preferred stance on an issue which could influence voter decisions. And since the government is forcing councils to hold referenda on retaining Māori wards this year at huge expense, Hobson's Pledge felt it was best to support free speech on the topic by demanding the council stay quiet. Said a spokesperson for the group, "These videos are coming at the expense of ratepayers in the area, which is unfair. I mean, not as unfair as forcing ratepayers to foot the bill on the referendum that they didn't want or ask for, which will cost a lot more than a couple of cheaply made in-house video pieces. But we don't make the rules, only enforce them when Māori look to be getting onto any kind of even playing field with non-Māori." NBR this week released its most recent rich list, which showed that the wealth of individuals had increased almost exactly as much as the savings made by punishing poor people and beneficiaries. Said the Prime Minister, seen here realising that since the rich got richer, his party donations this year will be huge. What I'm saying to you is, these are hard-working individuals that we should all be proud of. Well, hard enough working to know that they can make lots of profit in Chinese sweatshops, and proud of how they supported the US tariff policies, which has been detrimental to worldwide economies, including ours. But they're rich, so we don't say bad things about them. And if the paws don't learn a lesson or two from them, we may be forced to punch down even harder on them. More staffing cuts are being proposed at the Ministry of Culture and Heritage to pay for those landlord tax cuts and tobacco kickbacks. This time, historians and staff who create educational content used by both schools and the public is in the firing line. Said an expert from the organisation, "Those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it, and those who choose to do what people can learn from history, well, you know what? Not our problem anymore, but there will be some epic musicals written about it in the future. Something about hearing the people sing?" And finally, Hamilton is once again playing host to the largest agricultural showcase in the Southern Hemisphere as the Field Days kick off at Mystery Creek. The event pumps over $200 million into the Waikato economy, and with changes to this year's budget, which allows farmers to buy equipment that the government pays for as part of its business boost plan, sales are expected to be booming. The arrival of the event also heralds some other knock-on effects to the region, including a number of schools having teacher-only days because David Seymour doesn't mind kids missing school if they're children of party donors, an increase in patronage to the city's strip clubs, brothels, gay sauna and fast food joints, and until this year, an increased visible presence of homelessness on the streets as they were forced out of emergency housing and hotels for farmers to be accommodated. Said Associate Housing Minister and Hamilton West MP Tama Potaka, seen here showing what he means by lefty-loosey, righty-tighty, "We got the balance right on homelessness this year by preemptively kicking people out of emergency housing before the event and then refusing to let them return this time round." And that is this week's The News. Thanks again for all the support this week, and we'll catch you next time. This week on This Week's The News, groups demanding local control from council say spank me harder coalition daddy. Why have a working public health system when it's easier to pay someone else to do it? A mysterious spate of heart attacks hits Tauranga, and they're pests in a half shell. All that and more on This Week's The News. Hello there, kia ora, I'm Paul, and this was the episode that was foretold by Nostradamus. Matariki celebrations were held over the Mutu this week as the constellation came into view, marking the Māori New Year. As the country's most recent holiday added to official calendars, it's quickly been adopted nationwide as a way of celebrating what makes Aotearoa unique. Unless you're the Prime Minister, who was not only out of the country for the event, but didn't even acknowledge it on his social media feeds. Said Luxon, seen here with another person who hates being called Winnie the Pooh. Acting Prime Minister David Seymour, seen here with someone he considered the highest calibre of staff, has been making headlines once again for creating targets for his fan base by comparing Christchurch council staff to Russia's Vladimir Putin. Seymour claims that the staff have been bullying Mayor Phil Major into opposing his regulatory standards bill, which South Island leaders have described as an assault and the latest step in a continual erosion of local democracy. Said the acting Prime Minister, "Unless they agree with me specifically, they're clearly wrong, and that makes them the dictator." This week, the government announced 212 kāinga ora projects, totalling 3,479 public houses, will not be going ahead due to what they are calling financial stability issues. Those issues are, of course, how it impacts landlord tax cuts and tobacco company kickbacks. Recent data sets out of the country's main urban centres are showing an exponential rise in homelessness. MSD data shows an exponential drop in emergency housing grants and increase in benefit sanctions, said the Minister of Housing, Chris Bishop, seen here left hanging after trying to initiate a high five with media. When asked if this was related, "Oh, look over there, I think I saw a triceratops," before ducking down behind his podium and pretending no one could see him. Associate Health Minister David Seymour, seen here with an argument as to why selling sleeping pills over the counter might be a bad idea, has announced this week changes which will allow for melatonin to eventually be sold over the counter and magic mushrooms to be available by prescription. Said the minister, these changes are based on science and data. And well, that was actually a novel idea for us to try that way to create policy. I wouldn't get too excited. It's not like we're legalizing weed, regulating and looking into how you can use that as a future income stream. What this is an acknowledgement that for many Kiwis the horrors persist, and so do I. And sometimes that stops people getting a good night's sleep. The government has announced plans to scrap the 5-yearly census, instead getting data from government sources like MSD and IRD, said the minister in charge of the census, Dr. Shane Reti, seen here performing his version of Weird Al Yankovic's Like a Surgeon. Our voters told us they didn't want to answer woke questions about gender identity, while we use the census-specific data to make changes like funding allocations for hospitals, local governance, and set maps for elections. We can't see how a few men who melt down over the idea of being asked their gender identity could be more right. Housing Minister Chris Bishop, seen here impersonating Emperor Palpatine when he says, "Good, good, let the hate flow through you," has announced this week new overriding powers on local government plans if he feels their choices are going to limit what he calls economic growth. It's a move being championed by organisations like Hobson's Pledge, who have said, "We've always maintained that there should be one person, one vote. And if that person is Chris Bishop, as long as he's not Maori, we're fine with negating everyone else's vote." Labour MP Deborah Russell, seen here finding out her electorate has one of the highest anti-vaccine populations in the country, has apologised for swearing in a scrutiny week hearing with Acting Prime Minister David Seymour. In response to Seymour's opening remarks, Russell was heard saying, "For fuck's sake." National's Ryan Hamilton raised a point of order of the topic, saying he's fine with angry mobs threatening to execute his co-workers and joining Destiny Church during their enough is enough period, but a swear is a step too far. Said Russell afterwards, "The comment was unparliamentary. I should have clarified that this was for the sake of fuck and that there was an apostrophe involved." The Health Minister, Simeon Brown, seen here asking why medical staff, why they're wearing funny pyjamas at work and if their job is really that important if they get to wear pyjamas at work, has announced plans for Te Whatu Ora to give private hospitals 10-year contracts to deal with minor surgery waiting lists in a move called privatisation. I meant a clear signal to the private sector. Said Labour's health spokesperson, Dr. Aisha Varao, "This sends a clear signal that privatisation will become a part of the normal arrangements in New Zealand. And as an infectious disease expert, I can recognise this infectious disease a mile off." To which Minister Brown said, "Well, yeah, how else will our investors make even more money off sick people?" King Charles III, seen here wondering if there's any more spoils of colonisation he could add to the photo because he's not sure the message is really coming through, is facing the wrath of racists all over the country by once again calling the country Aotearoa in his Matariki message to the country. Issued on Friday morning, the King wished all the people of Aotearoa, New Zealand an enjoyable holiday, while in Tauranga 4 heart attacks and 3 strokes were reported to media as old white folks screamed and wailed at the Maorification of the country from behind police safety barriers. Associate Minister of Energy Shane Jones, seen here showing the minimum serving size he's willing to show up for from lobbyists and how he reacts if he shows up and that's smaller than promised, has vowed to restart the oil and gas industry, despite opposition from local groups, a lack of new findings over the past 2 decades, and international investors refusing to commit over concerns the coalition will lose the next election. Said Jones, "How am I meant to score free feeds from these industries at unscheduled meetings, wink wink, if we don't have anything to offer?" And finally, the Bay of Plenty Regional Council is updating its plan to tackle invasive pest species in the region, having added turtle species to the list. Introduced turtles can completely alter the ecosystem if they are released into the wild, eating small fish, plants, freshwater crayfish and ducklings, and can displace wetland birds by taking over their nesting sites. While turtles can start as small as a 50-cent piece, over their 50-year lifespan they can grow into the size of a dinner plate. So the new plan makes it compulsory to ensure turtles are housed in secure areas to ensure they don't escape. Said a spokesperson for the regional council, "We know the area is actually one that Shane Jones has his eyes on for fast-track projects, which we expect to lead to an increase in toxic sludge being released into waterways. And we all know what happens when turtles get covered in toxic sludge, and frankly our insurance won't cover a ninja turtle outbreak in the area." Right, that's this week's The News. Thanks again for all the support this week. Live long, prosper, be one with the Force, and we'll catch you all next week. In this week's The News, Parliament in mourning after shock death of MP. Another state of emergency in Marlborough from flooding. We love you, fossil fuel daddy, says the government, and a giant baby throws a hate-fueled public tantrum to try and be edgy and relevant. All that and more coming up right now on this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora, I'm Paul, and this episode is not fit for oral consumption. Parliament has been stood down and is in a state of mourning after the unexpected passing of Te Pāti Māori's Tamaki Makaurau MP Takutai Tash Kemp earlier this week. Tributes came from all across the House, with MPs speaking of Kemp's passion for helping rangatahi youth, looking after the well-being of her community and her drive to improve outcomes for all Māori. The passing of an MP from an electorate seat also triggers an automatic by-election process since the death occurred more than 6 months before the next general election. Said a spokesperson for the coalition, "We know the process is costly and it would be a lot more cost efficient for us just to hold a new general election, so if Winston was really keen on fiscal management, now would be the time to walk away and force that to happen." A state of emergency has been declared in the Marlborough region with heavy rains and flooding, which saw banks breach and evacuations ordered. Civil Defence has told people in areas with potential flooding impacts to prepare supply bags, pets and prescriptions in case they need to leave quickly. The damage is expected to be somewhat exacerbated by the fact that flood protection measures are in the process of being upgraded after damage was identified from the Kaikoura earthquake. Said New Zealand First MP Shane Jones, seen here wearing the irony of being pro-fossil fuel during a storm exacerbated by climate change after the coalition took $1 billion from emergency disaster relief funding to pay for landlord tax cuts. "This is exactly why we need to get rid of regional councils who look at all of region environmental issues. If they were needed, there would never have been an earthquake." New Zealand First MP Tanya Unkovic, seen here showing the Parliament how big she wants her brainworm to be after she found out RFK Jr. had one, has announced plans to quit Parliament. The List MP, who claims that she doesn't have links to freedom community groups that submitted anti-trans bathroom bills and spoke at the Anti-Trans Inflection Point event, pushed for the Voices for Freedom-backed second COVID inquiry as a regular guest on Reality Check Radio, claimed that millions of New Zealanders injured by mRNA vaccines were forgotten despite them not existing, and has recently returned to Telegram where she was allegedly a member of the Nuremberg 2.0 page before she was elected in 2023, has apparently quit politics to continue selling her self-help books and doing speaking engagements. There has been no comment yet as to whether trans and non-binary people would be allowed to attend her speaking engagements, and tinfoil hats are on a BYO basis only. After announcing $200 million in this year's budget to support new fossil fuel extractions, the government this week also quietly pulled out of an international coalition to phase out fossil fuels. In a move widely condemned by international organisations, Greenpeace and WWF, Environment Minister Simon Watts, seen here standing in front of what future historians will one day call what we think were plants, wondering how to get rid of them, claimed that the country was still determined to reach its climate targets and that these changes would impact our international reputation. Said Watts, "If anything, it shows international fossil fuel companies that we will always put their needs over the needs of the people who have to live with the impacts of their work." Also, does anyone have an update on that flooding in Marlborough? The Finance and Expenditure Committee this week agreed by majority vote to only allow 30 hours for oral submissions on the David Seymour Thinks He Knows Better Than Everyone bill, also known as the RSB. With the committee to be split, this would mean just 2 days to hear oral submissions. Said Seymour, seen here with the reason why his judgment should always be questioned, "Well, bots don't need long to talk and the deranged are barely comprehensible, so I'm sure that's more than enough time for everyone else to have their say." The coalition is lauding a new plan that will see greenhouse gas emissions from the use of natural gas lowered in what experts are calling the inevitable side effect of running out of natural gas. Environment Minister Simon Watts, seen here wondering how much prettier the harbour would look with a light coating of oil shimmering off its surface, fronted up to a scrutiny panel this week and admitted that natural gas supplies were running out faster than expected, and that one benefit of this was the inevitable reduction of carbon dioxide emissions. Said Watts, "We're a group of wealthy white folks with a lot of unearned power. Of course we expected to fail upwards on this." Christian cosplayer Brian Tamaki, seen here with his modelling gargoyle showing you how drag eyebrows shouldn't look, has come under fire this week for his holding of a rally that involved decrying imported religions. Unlike his Christianity that was clearly started here, as well as flag burnings, effigy burnings, and goose step marching shitly youth that led to several reports of race-based harassments around the Auckland CBD from his indoctrinated followers. Police Minister Mark Mitchell called the event not Kiwi and not Christian, following up with, "But hate speech laws and stripping Destiny of its charitable status, that's just a step too far." Winston Peters, seen here showing you the proper beer jug holding technique, who decried the use of the C word in Parliament as a dropping in standards, was this week forced to apologise to Te Pāti Māori MP Takuta Ferris for calling him a dickhead. Said Peters of the incident, "It's only a lack of decorum when women or left-leaning Māori MPs do it. Otherwise, it's just good old-fashioned banter." Parliament has unanimously agreed to law changes which close several loopholes around sexual assault, including the removal of questioning children under 12 about consent and allowing victims of an offence to have final say on name suppression of offenders. Said Associate Minister of Justice David Seymour, seen here with someone that they were all thinking about when Parliament passed these laws, "I don't know why everyone's looking at me. What did I do?" In blatant self-promotion news, this week disinformation advocacy group Voices for Freedom held a planning conference on how to ensure candidates with Voices for Freedom affiliations, like Auckland Councillor Ken Turner, Dunedin Councillor Lee Vandervee, and Rotorua Lakes District Councillor Robert Lee, could run campaigns in this year's local body elections with the imminent launch of their Council Watch platform. Council Watch gets a mention in the upcoming documentary Fabricated Consent, releasing Monday night here on the Paul the Other One YouTube channel, after claiming that they weren't hard right groups. Said the director of the documentary, "Me, most people are aware that these groups are really bad at pretending to not be horrible. It was nice to see it confirmed after chatting to one of the Māori that they called a maggot while claiming that they're not racist. Experts suggest you avoid voting for anyone pushing Council Watch propaganda in this year's local body elections. Doing so may lead to headaches, nausea, and erectile dysfunction." And finally, residents of Wakefield are being invited to have their say on the future of one of only two known statues of former US President Richard Tricky Dicky Nixon as Tasman District Council start consultation on future development of the site it sits on. The council is looking to replace a local community hub, a building prone to earthquake damage, and the site is one of the options. Said the statue on the potential, "I am not a crook, and I ask for the support of the silent majority of Wakefieldians." And that is this week's The News. We're taking a short hiatus for a few weeks so I can go and hide from angry mobs, but this week's The News will be back in late July. Thanks again for all the support, and until we get back, look after yourself, live long, prosper, and be one with the Force. In this week's The News, massive subtractions for the tertiary education sector. You better believe we're stuck with high dairy prices. Is Stephen Joyce's consultant fee income about to end? And the Foreign Affairs Minister spooked by rainbows. All that and more in this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora, I'm Paul and I'm back. Justice Minister Paul Goldsmith, seen here wondering if you're going to eat that last chip, has come out saying that Deputy Prime Minister David Seymour's comments calling people who choose to enrol on election day dropkicks was unhelpful after the government this week announced proposed changes to the way elections are run, which included the removal of same-day enrolment and an inability to change rolls once advance voting begins, a move which some experts claim could disenfranchise up to 130,000 voters. Seymour's comments came on the tiles on Thursday after the announcement had been made, where he described people who enrol on the day as lazy dropkicks several times. Said Goldsmith, these comments are unhelpful. In National, we prefer to call these people probably left voters. It means the same thing to us, but, sounds more civilised. Deputy Prime Minister and Associate Education Minister David Seymour, seen here with the reason he shouldn't be in charge of portfolios involving young children, this week announced plans to scrap pay equity for newly qualified ECE teachers in a move that will cost teachers $22 million over the next 2 years and increase profits for private sector providers. Said Seymour, they were looking for ways to make the sector more viable so parents could access childcare, and the best way to do that was clearly drive more ECE teachers offshore to look for work where they're actually valued. A cabinet paper has revealed that upcoming changes to tertiary education, especially at polytechs, will cost 1,000 jobs and see the removal of 500 courses and the closure of 30 training sites to become what Tertiary Education Minister Penny Simmons, seen here throwing down at a rival gang, called economically viable, enough to help us pay for those landlord tax breaks. She went on to say, by cutting back on training opportunities, removing access to education, we've ensured future generations of skilled workers and creative Kiwis know they'll be appreciated. In Australia, the Post-Primary Teachers Union this week refused one of the lowest ever pay offers given to the union of just 1% increases over every year for the next 3 years, which also came with plans to increase the days outside of term that schools can require teachers to come to work from 10 to 20. Public Service Commissioner Sir Brian Roche, seen here wondering if there was toilet paper with less than a single ply he could force public servants to use to save costs, said the offer was designed to recognise the contribution teachers make, while ensuring tax cuts for landlords were still affordable. Going on to say, clearly we understand the need to educate our young people and the hard work that goes into it, but we also realise that an educated population is one we don't really think is good for the future of the country. It's a very fine balance to settle on a below the rate of inflation pay offer that reflects that. Finance Minister Nicola Willis, seen here showing the only butter she's really concerned with is the kind used to butter up her boss, this week sat down with Fonterra CEO Miles Hurrell to discuss the price of butter in a meeting which she described as constructive and engaging, and everyone else described as a clear PR stunt from a former Fonterra lobbyist who clearly understands how the market works and wants to look like she's doing something to help with the cost of living crisis while doing nothing at all. As a result of the meeting, nothing changed. Butter, which is a key ingredient in a huge range of products and therefore driving up significant price increases in a range of areas, is still the cost of a house deposit, but for one glorious moment, Fonterra shareholders got maximum returns. So that's really what's important here. Papers from the nicotine lobby this week revealed that they specifically targeted what they described as a quote-unquote very industry-friendly Winston Peters before the last election, which has led to a range of changes in anti-smoking and vaping legislation seen by experts as steps backwards in the goal to become a smoke-free nation. Said one paper, who would have thought that the old man who rambles and dribbles every time someone says the word Aotearoa, who courted voters clearly easily persuaded by disinformation and hate, that he would be the one susceptible to our suggestions. Prime Minister Christopher Luxon, seen here wondering why the press keeps asking him questions, this week lost his cool over questions about the failure of the National Party's flagship childcare cost policy, which was revealed to have only been fully accessed by 153 families instead of the 21,000 they said would be eligible. In response to questioning, he said, "I'm not taking a lecture from frickin' Chris Hipkins or the Labour Party." To which the Labour Party responded, "You fired 1,000 tertiary education staff and cancelled 500 courses. You'll struggle to take a lecture from anyone with more expertise than you." Finance Minister Nicola Willis, wondering what the giant writing on the wall is that she's seeing, this week has said that she's not listening to the whining of local government about issues around rates rises, claiming they need to tighten their belts and stop focusing on wasteful spending. Look, they just need to do what we did. Slash budgets, fire thousands, pretend we know what we're doing when we make a decision like cancelling the ferries or borrowing for tax cuts, drive up inflation, depress wage growth and drive people out of the country. Then they can come to us and talk about fiscal responsibility and community. Minister for Health Simeon Brown and the Prime Minister, seen here with the face they make when medical professionals call for politicians to forego private medical coverage and work with the systems they've burnt to the ground like regular New Zealanders, this week announced the creation of a third medical school to go ahead at the University of Waikato, albeit with a much reduced budget to what was proposed during the election, or the election before that, or the two before that, because Waikato University has been campaigning for this for a long time and paid Stephen Joyce about $1 million to help them. In the Waikato, the news has been well received since they're the ones who have had to lose courses, reduce resources for the whole departments, and deal with campus changes made as part of the university's plan to get this up and running, while in other parts of the country the news has been less well received. Said Brown, "We're moving at a lightning pace to fix the medical shortage and expect to see results from this change in a sprightly 10 to 12 years. The coalition this week announced $6 billion worth of infrastructure projects, most of which were previously mothballed projects, some dating back several terms. After driving a number of construction and infrastructure workers overseas through a lack of projects thanks to large-scale cutbacks and cancellations, the Prime Minister said it was important to start work now to get people into jobs before Christmas. Of that 6 billion, 4 billion is to go on roading projects, much like the Great Depression upgrade of the 1930s to the nation's roading network, which helped stave off destitution for many. This is seen as a way for the National Party to once again reconfirm its commitment to loving roads. The government has this week announced plans to redesign the passport again to have the words New Zealand put above the word Aotearoa in a move seen by many critics as yet another step towards trying to minimise the official language of the country. Said Minister of Internal Affairs Brooke Van Velden, seen here watching you slip on the floor without a safety sign, look, this is another great example of something those extreme leftists love to shove in our face in Facebook comment sections when the leader of New Zealand First has a meltdown in the House. So clearly we had to waste taxpayers' money fixing that and not dealing with, real issues. Foreign Affairs Minister Winston Peters, seen here spotting a rainbow, personally stepped into this year to stop New Zealand's diplomatic posts from around the world from posting about Pride Month on social media accounts, according to new documents released to the spin-off under OIA. While the actual direct messages were redacted, it's clear within the documents that Peters himself took issue with Aotearoa New Zealand embassies and diplomatic stations being involved in the building of soft power that these posts provide internationally. Said a spokesperson for Peters, who voted against decriminalisation of gay sex and against same-sex marriage, what on earth would make anyone think the minister's personal views on this were somehow impacting the decision? That doesn't sound like the sort of response we'd expect from a minister who cries about words like Aotearoa being used and demands bathroom bills to identify trans people. And finally, eyebrows were raised last weekend when the iconic Hollywood Avondale Cinema ran a CGI pre-show film starring the digital likeness of Russell Crowe, based on a ChatGPT script that includes racist tropes about Maori and Asian populations, belittles young people on TikTok, and calls patrons to wonder if their popcorn was laced with psychoactive substances. Owner of the Hollywood, Matt Timpson, apologized for her offense, acknowledging the effort to create an ironic public service announcement missed the mark, while Minister for Arts, Paul Goldsmith, said, I don't see it as a problem. I think they pretty much nailed everything about the country in the way that we see it as a party anyway. And that's this week's The News. Thanks again for watching. Make sure you look after yourself, and if you haven't already, get registered to vote because the local body elections are coming up really fast, and if you're not registered by August the 1st, they might not be able to send you your voting forms to the right place. Anyway, live long, prosper, be one with the Force, and we'll catch you guys all next week. In this week's The News, Judith will still vote for disenfranchisement laws that she opposes as unconstitutional and wrong. Violent road cone attacks up 300% according to someone wanting to distract you from real issues. Sight seekers disappointed that tsunamis don't look like they do in the movies when they're about to destroy New York. And the FBI comes to town. Will the X-Files Aotearoa be next? All that and more in this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora, and welcome to this week's The News. I'm Paul, and I want to believe the Attorney General Judith Collins, KC, seen here setting her attack eyebrows to stun, put out a report on Monday which the government tried to stall, criticising the government plans to disenfranchise hundreds of thousands of voters, calling it unconstitutional, particularly because it would disproportionately impact Māori, Pacifica and disabled communities. In response, Justice Minister Paul Goldsmith, seen here in 1987 living the way he assumes Green MPs live today, said, look, we know the Electoral Commission met every deadline they said they would at the last election, even though they were severely under-resourced, and it was only the coalition who are unhappy with the length of time because we had to wait and see if we bent the knee to Winston or David, or both, and then spent over a month begging for an agreement, but it's important that we find an excuse to stop so many people from voting. 40,000 nurses have been striking all over the Mutu this week in response to a pay offer which they say doesn't reflect the level of work they actually undertake in a health system where hiring freezes and budget cuts are impacting every level of the sector. In response, Health Minister Simeon Brown, seen here trying to act totally normal by hiding in the corner of a dark empty room, tried to claim the highest pay rate for the most qualified nurse as somehow the average nurse's salary, so they should just shut up and be happy with what's on offer, in a move that experts are calling just straight up bullshitting to vilify nurses. Who the fuck does that, man? Minister of Transport Chris Bishop, seen here pointing at who he really blames for the government's low popularity ratings, has announced funding cuts for councils that use too many road cones, in a move being called a really stupid way to deal with the cost of living crisis that we were told the government was going to be laser focused on by the public. In response, the Ministry of Transport has said, well, if we kill more people with unsafe practices, that thins out potential markets, which drives down costs. It's a win-win for everyone. Well, except those who are dead. But, they're dead, so they can't complain. The country braced itself for tsunami activity this week after a massive 8.8 scale earthquake hit Russia. Being so far from the epicenter of the quake, the impacts felt here included increased swells, unseen and unexpected current changes, and everyone cursing at the same time as a 6:30 a.m. emergency alert was sent to confirm the tsunami was still happening in case anyone had fallen asleep forgetting about it. The government has this week repealed the ban on oil and gas exploration after a last-minute change which handed discretionary powers to two ministers, leaving opposition MPs just 23 hours to prepare for debate. The change mostly focuses on decommissioning oil fields and who gets landed with the bill to do so after what Mining Minister Shane Jones, seen here after his latest free dinner from a lobbyist for an industry that has weirdly had pro-them laws recently passed, said was, quote, consultation in Maori ways. I interviewed myself. While exploration companies have said they're concerned about returning to the country because they consider a supportive one-term government a real issue, there's been no new oil or gas discoveries in 2 decades. The results of any new find wouldn't be evident for at least a decade from now, so in no way fix the current energy issues. Labour's Energy Minister Megan Woods has said those are all serious concerns and obvious issues, but we really need to be worried about the minister interviewing himself. I mean, we all remember the last time he did that and the charges on his credit card that happened with it. The coalition is making child labour great again with a new review process into the jobs that kids can do on farms, and what Labour is describing as a solution looking for a problem. Children on farms are often brought up undertaking light chores like collecting eggs or watering gardens, and Brooke Van Velden, seen here hearing that injury rates are climbing in the workplace, and an Auckland MP from a wealthy suburb nowhere near a farm, has decided that this needs to be formalised in a way that she's calling totally not a nanny state overreaching and telling parents how to parent issue. Federated Farmers has, however, welcomed the move, saying we don't want kids operating heavy machinery for the obvious risks that would pose. And Groundswell has said we want kids working on farms all the time, so much so that they never go to school because that's when they get indoctrinated about the woke extreme left and learning things like how vaccines work and that climate change is real. Retailers are saying some will be facing bills of up to 80 grand a year in contactless payment fees under the proposed changes from the government that would outlaw the fees at point of sale but not stop banks from charging them. The Retail Association says this will require costs to be passed on to consumers with general price increases, which will impact everyone paying with cash, contact cards, or contactless options. Said Finance Minister Nicola Willis, seen here knowing she can afford a block of butter while you can't, we're clearly focused on that cost of living crisis, and these fees are annoying, but the best way to fix this is to make it everyone's problem, not just a select few people's problem. Head of the FBI, Kesh Patel, seen here screwing up the salute his boss prefers, has opened an official attaché office in Wellington this week to ensure they have the ability to keep spying on our largest trading partner, tracking whatever it is that makes Don Jr.'s eyes glaze over the way they do, and know which online tools are being developed to help them and their allies stay in power through social media algorithm training. Said Patel, it's not true we set up this because President Trump has only seen the first Lord of the Rings film and he wants the ring and is concerned about the threat of Sauron. We have some legitimate concerns as well. Frankly, though, I'm glad to be in a country where people in charge have no links to dodgy behaviour with minors. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to meet your Deputy Prime Minister. New numbers released this week that under a controversial police directive from earlier in the year reveal that over 5,000 shoplifting complaints have gone unanswered by police. Said Police Minister Mark Mitchell, seen here moments before his security contractor training kicked in and he realised being on a TVNZ interview with Jack Tane was a trap he'd just set off. Don't worry, citizens' arrest laws will fix it, and we know concerned New Zealanders will be jumping at the chance to tackle crime directly and put themselves in potential harm's way. Documents released on Thursday about the way pay equity changes were made by the coalition, which saw tens of thousands of mostly women stripped of any chance of fighting for fairer pay within their industries, show Workplace Relations Minister Brooke Van Velden, seen here daydreaming about Victorian child mines, pitched the idea as a way to ensure employers' rights to underpay were protected. Van Velden, quoted in the document, said, any limits on workers' human rights are justified to reduce risks to employers, before the process was rushed through. Working with Finance Minister Nicola Willis to ensure the retroactive dismissal of claims in progress at the time, Cabinet signed off on the measure in March with no formal regulatory review. Said Van Velden of the rush changes, we accepted the risks of these changes in a pursuit of a broader policy goal, like pulling up the ladder behind us and making sure the poor and working class know where they stand with us. Pseudo-law enthusiast Richard Savelle, seen here trying to bring back 90s boy band chic, was this week sentenced for repeated and violent online threats he made against former Prime Minister Dame Jacinda Ardern and charges of obstructing justice after absconding on bail and going on the run for 20 months. Savelle was sentenced to 11 months in prison with no special release conditions because the judge felt that Savelle would never meet them because he doesn't consider himself guilty of a crime. Said pseudo-law experts, it's fascinating how someone like this views the world. If he hadn't made the threats, chances are he'd be running for council this year, probably in Hamilton or Central Otago. And finally, nominations have now closed for this year's local body elections, and while the last of nominations are still being finalised and will be released next week, we already know there are a few notable names. Former National Party MP and trendsetter in the world of creating political parties for fringe conspiracy believers, Jamie Lee Ross, is seeking a position on the Howick Local Board. Performer Suzanne Prentice is running for the Invercargill Licensing Trust, and comedian and actor Oscar Kitely is seeking re-election on the Henderson Massey Local Board. It should also be noted that Bernard Hickey in Hastings is not this guy. Bob Watson in Marlborough isn't the late Major League Baseball player. Chris Hadfield in Wanaka is not a former astronaut. Kevin Smith in Buller is not this filmmaker. Mark Watson in Tararua is not this British comedian. Bruce McLaren in Rangiora is not the legendary and long-dead race car driver. Mike King in Ahuriri is not the comedian and mental health advocate. Murray Wilson in National Park is not the father of the Beach Boys. Mark Patterson in Sefton is not the New Zealand First MP. That the only OJ running in Timaru is doing for the election and doesn't involve a white Ford Bronco. That Paul Williams in Rangiora is not a Grammy winner, although he may be a great singer. I honestly don't know. That Richard Wilson in Ashburton is not the late One Foot in the Grave actor known for playing Victor Meldrew. That Scott Adams in Marlborough is not the creator of Dilbert. That Simon O'Neill in National Park is not the controversial tenor who once claimed that Māori were barely post-Stone Age people. Tony Todd in Ashburton will not appear in your mirror if you say his name 3 times, and that Dunedin's Tony Bennett is not a legendary lounge singer and music writer. And that is this week's The News. Thanks again for watching and supporting. Live long, prosper, be one with the Force, and we'll catch you all next week. In this week's The News, unemployment numbers on the rise again, the ruckus on rucks, back to the exam room on education, and the new report on the COVID response that's horrifying News Talk ZB hosts and government ministers alike. All that and more on this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora, welcome to this week's The News. I'm Paul, and I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed. Hard-right AstroTurf Group and makers of all your racist uncle's favourite Facebook content, Hobson's Pledge, has come under fire this week for the use of a stock photo of Rotorua Kuia Alan Tamati to promote their anti-Māori ward campaign. The image, which had rights use limitations that meant it couldn't be used for public promotional campaigns, adorned Lumo billboards all over the country. The campaign itself was put together by far-right promotional group The Campaign Company, which, for those keeping track, have now been paid a lot of money to shit on Māori wards, shit on water infrastructure and demand rates caps in this year's local government elections. Makes you wonder where the money's coming from. Anyway, when approached for comment, the ghost of Don Brash, seen here haunting the Minister for Smoking, Casey Costello, and, his partner, Western Bay Plenty mayoral candidate Margaret Murray Benge, said, "Who would have guessed using an image of a Māori woman without permission to drive our racist narratives would cause offence? We just didn't see it coming." The government this week announced changes to how it taxes vehicles, with a plan to move all vehicles to a road user charge system starting from 2027, while removing tax on fuel. While this will see an approximate drop of 70 to 80 cents a litre at the pump, experts have warned that this would see the average driver charged almost $300 more a year. Said Transport Minister Chris Bishop, seen here trying to perfect the Kubrick stare, "This is a fairer system to make us more money, while ensuring the funds for road maintenance are fairly collected by those who cause the most damage to our roads, by putting in blanket use charges that recognise that electric cars use the road as much as petrol cars, but currently pay less fuel excise tax and limiting it to light vehicles, so the heaviest trucks aren't impacted by this change in the same way." Senior Labour MP Megan Woods, seen here showing the look that she reserves for Shane Jones when he makes blatantly stupid claims that allowing gas and oil exploration to restart now will immediately solve current energy supply issues, has announced that she is stepping down from her role as an electorate MP and is going list only at the next general election. The seat of Wigram has a history of supporting long-serving MPs, with Woods and her predecessor Jim Anderton having served 42 years between them in the seat. Said a spokesperson for the Wigram Labour Party, "It's not true Winston Peters has applied for the role, even though there's nothing more he'd like than a seat for life." Education Minister Erica Stanford, seen here wondering how phonics works, this week announced shake-ups to NCEA to simplify the process that she struggled to understand, admitting that an A for achieved and an E for excellence was just too confusing for her, while saying that the system was too flexible. Meanwhile, Associate Education Minister David Seymour, seen here with convicted child sex offender Tim Jargo, who this week had another complaint laid against him, whose name was suppressed because it would damage the ACT Party in the lead up to the 2023 general election, has announced the opening of 2 new charter schools because they offer more flexible learning options. The Prime Minister made a surprise announcement earlier this week that he was once again jet-setting out of the country, this time to Papua New Guinea to celebrate 50 years of relationship between the two countries. Luxon, seen here with Papua New Guinea Prime Minister James Marape, teaching him the moves to the time warp because he likes the bit where they step to the right, has said that he wants closer trade ties with the country, and that he totally didn't think PNG meant pro-national guy, which is why he dropped everything and only gave the country 24 hours notice of the trip. In a move that surprised absolutely no one, Minister of Fishy Behaviours Shane Jones, seen here trying to fight Mecha Godzilla, has announced a raft of changes to the fisheries industry that will allow for increased commercial catch limits and the end of public scrutiny over onboard camera footage that's been used several times to identify dodgy behaviours in commercial fishing ships. Said Jones of the changes, "These are the most significant reforms to the Fisheries Act in decades and have nothing to do with my 2 p.m. lunch appointment with local fishery lobbyists." Despite a Supreme Court ruling that undercut the government's rationale for changes to seabed and foreshore laws, the coalition has decided to forge ahead with changes that will make it significantly harder for iwi to win local recognition of customary rights over parts of the coastline in a legal sense. Asked if he expected an upswell in protests around these changes, Justice Minister Paul Goldsmith, seen here when someone finally asks him about his extensive collection of biographies he made to suck up to right-wing politicians, said, "Possibly, but we'll just do what we always do when people get upset about Maori things and call in sick that day." Police have reported a surge in thefts being reported, with thousands more each month now coming to light. The surge has been driven by an upskilling on how to get police attention for shopkeepers from security firm Aura, whose systems include more information to make it easier for police to identify suspects and therefore reach the threshold of solvability the police use to identify which cases to investigate. Said Police Minister Mark Mitchell, seen here upset at the ending of Robocop because the wealthy bad guy gets his comeuppance instead of winning and being seen as a hero. See, the crime was already happening, and it didn't go up because we tanked the economy, and giving people citizens arrest powers and telling the police to ignore shop theft, it's a winning combination for sure. A new report out of Treasury has said that the consequences for the amount of money spent by the last government during the initial COVID response had the horrifying unintended consequences of causing the economy to be in a much stronger position than expected by the end of 2020. With the wage subsidy payments cited as an annoying reason, unemployment wasn't higher, and the 18% of spending in that period on the health system response having the lamentable outcome of keeping people alive. Later stages of the response were more targeted and resulted in the shocking outcome of more houses being built, more infrastructure projects going ahead, more support for vocational training, increases to welfare payments, and school lunches for children. Said Finance Minister Nicola Willis, seen here telling the Prime Minister about the poor people suffering under her financial decisions of the report, "We won't make those same mistakes if we have to deal with another pandemic. We know the economy is probably better off if we did the complete opposite next time." New unemployment data released this week shows our largest city hit with the largest unemployment number of any of the regions at 6.1%, while the Finance Minister complained people were being really negative about record levels of unemployment exacerbated by her policies and government. Minister for Auckland Simeon Brown said, "Wait, I'm the Minister for Auckland? Well, who knew? Well, I got a job, so why are people complaining?" Kiwi Rail has confirmed that the inter-islander ferry Aratiri will make its final crossing on August 18 this year after 26 years of service. The ship has been showing signs of its age though, with a propulsion fault that saw it halted in Queen Charlotte Sound and an issue which saw it run aground last year. Said a spokesperson for Kiwi Rail, "We see this ship as the perfect embodiment of Rail Minister Winston Peters. It's long past time it was retired, it keeps having issues, and as much as we wanted to see her gone by now, the current government is making us wait for a better replacement." Invercargill City Council has revealed the discovery of over 100 illegal leg hold traps in the popular Sandy Point Reserve. The council warns that these could seriously injure animals and people and recommend caution to anyone in the park in case staff sweeps missed any. Said a spokesperson for the council, if anyone comes across these in public areas, please report them to us directly. Don't go to the mayor though, he's just going to put them back out there mumbling the N-word and blaming Maori for whatever he imagines is wrong with the place. The Electoral Commission has this week announced the final boundary changes for the 2026 general election. The number of general electorates drops from 49 to 48, with the mana electorate being redistributed to Kapiti and Kenipuru. The number of Māori electorates remains unchanged, while legally there can be no fewer than 16 electorates in the South Island. Said a spokesperson for the Commission, we looked at population movements from the last census data to help us identify where people are now. And since the government's cancelling the census, we figure we'll probably never have to do this again. And finally, nominations have now been finalised for this year's local body elections, with almost 3,000 people putting their hands up for various roles. This year saw almost 24 positions filled without a vote, as people ran unopposed, and about a dozen by-elections will need to be held to fill spaces where not enough people signed up to run, meaning no election could be held. Of note, about a dozen known elected members with links to Voices for Freedom's Council Watch AstroTurf group have chosen not to stand this year. The links were identified in a letter that they signed off demanding that the Prime Minister never consider any international pandemic treaty in the future. So let's take a moment to remember those fallen conspiracy peddling candidates that wanted to make the country ungovernable and failed miserably.
In the arms of an angle, they didn't want to come back. Elected members pushing disinformation kept being stopped in their track. Almost completely ineffective. They were good at getting bad press. Now they're leaving to focus on some other mess. And get angry at what reality check radio tells them is a problem now. I think voters will be better off without them somehow. I think voters will be better off without them somehow. I think voters will be better off without them somehow.
And that is this week's The News. Thanks again for all the support, and we'll catch you all next week. In this week's The News, we're not being racist, says government as it removes Māori words from school books. Farm greenhouse emissions set to drop on paper. Government determined to make local infrastructure worse. And 80 years on from World War II, what have we learned? All that and more on this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora, I'm Paul, and this episode's been cleared for human consumption by 8 out of 10 paleontologists. Education Minister Erica Stanford, seen here demonstrating how best to hide books with scary words she doesn't like, has come under fire this week for her decision to remove Onu Kupu Māori from an early reader book because she found them too confusing. While experts have said that Te Reo Māori uses the same phonetics as English and that children with bilingual skills tend to do better in long-term education and critical thinking, Stanford stood by her action saying, "We were elected on a wave of racist dog whistles, and we stand by that. No matter what age someone is, we won't let the word marae hurt anyone ever again." A war of words has broken out between New Zealand Prime Minister Christopher Luxon, seen here happy there's no joke accompanying this picture, and the Israeli government, as Parliament this week debated the need to recognise Palestinian statehood and look at sanctions for the state currently oppressing Palestinians, after Luxon said Netanyahu had, quote, lost the plot when he saw, quote, utterly appalling bombings of Gaza. In response, Israel's Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, clearly unaware of the attack apteryx, or attacteryx as it's been dubbed, claimed New Zealand's biggest threat was a possum, so how could the country possibly know what it was like to have a group of starved neighbours, which have been systematically targeted for decades by an overpowered aggressor with international weapons resources and access control for foreign aid, with a history of disproportionate responses that's never had to face repercussions for its actions, scaring them from so close by? Green Party co-leader Chloe Schwabik, seen here as confused as the rest of us at the ramblings of the coalition MPs, faced sanctions in Parliament this week while seeking sanctions for Israel after calling for opposition MPs to grow a spine on the issue. Speaker of the House Jerry Brownlee ignored the 61 other times the term spineless had been entered into Hansard before demanding an apology, which Schwabik refused, leading for her removal and eventual naming. Said Brownlee, "As someone who hasn't had a spine in years, I felt personally attacked by this comment." New Zealand's emissions outputs are set to drop. On paper, as new emissions reporting laws come into effect, that mean 3 of the 5 largest emitters in the country no longer have to report on the topic after the government changed compulsory reporting for the farming sector, which means the companies responsible for half of all our emissions no longer need to report. Said Environment Minister Penny Simmons, seen here wondering if she had heard that right, that she's the Environment Minister. We all know the way to fix a problem is to pretend it doesn't exist, and with this new policy in place, that'll be even easier to do now. The government and police are playing the blame game with each other this week after a new report from Treasury ranked the police last in their ability to manage their assets. Some police assets, such as vehicles, weapons, and a boat, are up to 20 years out of date, and the police have said that the reduction of 170 back office room rolls to provide $50 million in tax cuts for landlords created the issue by removing expertise in resilience, sustainability, and portfolio-specific asset management. While Police Minister Mark Mitchell, seen here trying out the Macarena, said, I blame Labour. Teachers are set to strike next week in what government ministers are calling an annual political stunt. During negotiations, the government offered teachers just a 1% pay rise, which is below the inflation rate, so is considered by many as a real terms pay cut. Said the Teachers Association, "We know from experience that even kids who need the most help to understand something can get there with the right tools and effort to see challenges in a new light. It's sad our government ministers can't seem to do the same by constantly offering us the same thing and expecting us to change." Nurses are also set to strike again next week with another below-inflation pay offer. Health Minister Simeon Brown, seen here about to drop the worst rap album of 2025, has claimed that this is using patients as a bargaining tool, while nurses have pointed out that the government is threatening patients as a bargaining tool. Local Government Minister Simon Watts, seen here standing in front of all the books he thinks local libraries should be budgeted to buy in the future, says he's close to finishing his work on new rules that would force councils to instigate rate caps in a move experts have called about as stupid as it's possible to get if you want local government to do its job. Restricted income options for councils amid a growth phase the country is currently seeing will limit the ability of councils to provide for that growth while maintaining core services and facilities. Said Watts of the change, "Sure, we canned Three Waters without an alternative, which drove up costs for councils, and international inflation rates on infrastructure costs have skyrocketed over the past decade, up to 10 times that of domestic inflation. But whoever funds the taxpayer union seems to think this is a good idea, and who are we to argue with that logic?" Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, seen here wondering when we elected Dr. Evil as Prime Minister, visited Queenstown this week for the annual meeting between leaders of our two countries. The event was considered a masterclass in awkwardness, from Luxon's aborted hongy to hug transition, staged media stand-ups where only 6 pre-selected questions were asked, a $27,000 helicopter trip up a snow-covered mountain to have an uncomfortable conversation about pavlova that Australian media weren't given access to, and closing down the luge for half an hour so Luxon could go for a ride. Said a spokesperson for the Prime Minister, "This meeting is a great show of the special relationship between our two countries with a long shared history. And no, expensive private helicopter rides for social media clout for us is not out of touch. Why would you say something so mean?" Rail Minister Winston Peters, seen here telling the CRL boss to be quiet and listen to his elders, caused a bit of a scene last week at the launch of Auckland's new rail line, the City Rail Link, by refusing to wear high-vis gear, mandatory for all people on the test run. Peters claimed he wasn't elected to wear things like that. He was there to save the country money, with bystanders unsure how not wearing the vest would achieve that. Peters ultimately relented and wore the vest, saying afterwards, "Sure, it brings out my eyes, but I make sure I make enough noise that everyone can see me without it." The government is set to shatter a record it set just last year, with the country on track to have its highest ever number of business liquidations recorded in 2025. 2024 saw a 10-year high in the number of business liquidations of about 2,500, and data for this year shows a 12% increase on the same time last year. According to financial experts, the most hard-hit industries have been construction and hospitality. driven by a massive reduction in builds as the government cancelled a number of planned housing projects, and economic woes caused by rising affordability issues, high unemployment rates, large-scale migration away from the country, and high interest rates. Said the Prime Minister, yes, times are tough for those of you who can't afford a helicopter to go up a mountain to goop around about Pavlova, and we really feel for those plebs. The public has been advised to not collect or consume shellfish from the Bay of Plenty coast between Whakatane and Mount Maunganui due to the presence of a toxin which may cause the shellfish to become poisonous. A New Zealand food safety spokesperson has said they believe cooking the shellfish would not remove the risk. When asked where the toxins have come from, they said, "It's a couple of really toxic community Facebook pages coming out of Tauranga, full of racism and disinformation, one actually run by a candidate in this year's local body election. So we think that's probably what's responsible." And finally, this week marks the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II, when Japan surrendered to Allied forces after the devastating use of 2 atomic bombs. About 140,000 New Zealanders fought during World War II, with 12,000 losing their lives, and today only 69 veterans are still alive. A spokesperson for the Veterans Affairs Office has said, "It's an important day for us to all mark, to remember the human cost of fighting fascism and tyranny across the globe, and to commemorate all that we've lost. And we still believe the best thing you can do is punch a fucking Nazi in the face when you get the chance. It's just unfortunate that the number of chances you get seems to be increasing lately." Right, and that's it for this week's The News. Thanks again for tuning in and for all the support during the week. Live long, prosper, and we'll catch you all next time. In this week's The News, the NZSIS raised warning bells about national security. Climate change in action threatens the country's international standing. New Zealand's first military espionage conviction, and the surprising omissions from central government that they consider not to be core services for local government. All that and more on this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora, welcome to this week's The News. I'm Paul, and I'm not sure how happy clams are or why we compare our happiness with theirs. This week, a report from the NZSIS on the current national security environment hit with calls that the current situation is the toughest it's ever been. The report highlights a range of issues around national security, including foreign interference built through personal, business, and sister city relationships, the ease of access to harmful and hateful online content for young people that can lead to radicalization, and public figures promoting and seemingly endorsing ideologies which normalize radicalization, said a spokesperson for the coalition. "I'm sorry, you can't talk to an MP at the moment. The Foreign Affairs Minister is meeting with that advisor that made the news for all of the conspiracy stuff and Jacinda threats," he posts, while planning on vilifying another Rainbow MP. The Deputy Prime Minister is busy collecting donations from people who wanted to blow up mosques while making jokes about the Ministry of Pacific Affairs, and the Prime Minister is meeting with friends of Shane Jones and Casey Costello, who helped write our policies that deliver on their specific interests. Court action is beginning this month as 5 unions join forces over pay equity changes, arguing that they breached the Bill of Rights. The unions argue the decision and the process leading to it breaches 3 fundamental rights: freedom from gender-based pay discrimination, the right to natural justice, and the right to fair legal process. The Ministry of Workplace Relations responded with a statement saying that the change was signed off as not a breach of the Act by the Attorney General's office. And because that's what we want to hear this time, we're going to agree. Not like when she said it was disenfranchising voters or gang patch bans were going to be breaching that same act. Public Services Minister Judith Collins, seen here when somebody reminded her husband is Samoan, so talofa, admitted this week she got teacher pay rates wrong when claiming the average teacher salary was $140,000, while also claiming teachers were actually upset at her because she let the public know the truth in a stand-up where she admitted that she was wrong. The ACT Party, from their official Parliamentary Services-funded Twitter account, has continued attacks this week on local authorities putting out public information on Māori wards, how they work, how they create a better decision-making process, better treaty partnerships, and a more inclusive democracy, by complaining about the waste of ratepayer funding to put out messaging on a referendum, forced on it by the current government costing local councils tens of thousands of dollars. Said a representative for the ACT Party, "No, I don't know what the definition of ironic is. Why do you ask?" Winston Peters, seen here listening to the drinks menu being read, this week made the surprising announcement of ending the Irish ambassador posting of Trevor Mallard early and replacing him with a trained diplomat. Peters claimed that the carnival was over, specifically mentioning that this was a type of retribution for Jacinda supporters, which is a clear dog whistle to his most conspiracy-fueled followers whose hatred of the former Prime Minister could power the Sun. Said Peters, we need to stop putting inexperienced politicians in decision-making seats. They're easy to manipulate. They make mistakes and seem to be ego-driven at the expense of others. Oh, hey, Prime Minister. Officials at the Ministry of the Environment warned the government that reneging on climate change commitments could create a domino effect where the move was used to justify larger countries' moves to pull out of climate change commitments and harm a number of our priority international relationships. New Zealand has so far failed to lock down steps to meet our obligations under the Paris Climate Accord, which has been used by politicians David Seymour and Winston Peters to scaremonger about a possible $10 billion price tag for being part of a unilateral effort to not completely destroy the planet we all live on. That price, though, is a worst-case scenario from doing exactly what the government is doing now and not sorting the deal, said Climate Change Minister Simon Watts, seen here wondering if anyone else thinks he looks like a hobbit with shorter hair. We want to avoid a domino effect. But when everything's under a foot of water and storms are increasing in intensity and occurrence, dominoes tend to float anyway. This week saw the opposition overtake the coalition and the number of members' bills passed into law this term, with the passing of two very different bills. Tracy McClellan's bill, which allows victims of violent crimes to provide evidence in trials without needing to be in the room with perpetrators, passed unanimously, while Camilla Bellich's bill to make it illegal to stop staff from discussing their salaries was passed with the help of National, while ex-Parmjeet Palmer, seen here finding out that she can't just throw opposition MPs into jail on a whim, could be heard in the corner screaming, "But workers shouldn't have rights, what do you think you're doing?" The government this week changed tact on their local water done well policy, no longer claiming the cost benefits would be cheaper than the previous Three Waters model begun under the previous government as the law passed its third reading in Parliament. While the coalition has claimed the changes were to ensure local decisions on water infrastructure were possible, Hamilton East MP Ryan Hamilton said the quiet part out loud by going, "Goodbye, co-governance." Labour's spokesperson on local government, Tangi Utikiri, seen here checking if you're enrolled to vote in this year's local body elections, said, "Is that the dude who got into politics as a Destiny Church member because he opposed his mum's stance on legalising prostitution and went to a meeting full of conspiracy theorists who tried to threaten his co-workers with execution over 20-minute city conspiracies? I'm sure he's the balanced voice of reason then." Documents this week revealed that David Seymour ran his response to the UN over the treatment of Māori past Paul Goldsmith, seen here showing the proper pose to take on your knees before writing a hagiography on millionaires to make them look good and humanise them before sending the email. Goldsmith, in his role as Treaty Negotiations Minister, had been looped in early in the process and ended with email messages saying, "Goldie is happy for us to send it." The letter itself called the UN Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples presumptive, condescending, and wholly misplaced, without a single sense of irony from the man who uses his whakapapa links he discovered on a reality TV show as a shield to justify bills, which have led to some of the most mobilised responses the country has ever seen. A former New Zealand soldier was, for the first time ever, convicted this week on charges of espionage after a guilty plea in military court. The soldier, who was directly involved with the creation of a far-right neo-Nazi organisation, pleaded guilty to 3 charges of attempted espionage, dishonestly accessing a computer system and possessing objectionable material understood to be the live stream of the Christchurch terror attack. Said the Foreign Affairs Minister, "Does he need a job when he's out?" As the coalition looks set to introduce a raft of changes to local government, Whakatane councillor Nandor Tantros, seen here giving off cool uncle vibes, has called their proposed list of essential services bizarre since it omits roles currently required under the local government legislation as core services. These include cemeteries, public toilets, community safety, animal control, road safety, building consents, food safety, liquor licensing, gambling premises monitoring, resource consenting, annual plan making, annual reports, long-term plan processes, audits, bylaw reviews, noise control, and health and safety compliance. Said Local Government Minister Simon Watts, seen here wondering what a local board actually is. Yeah, but speed bumps annoy people, and that's what's important. Enforcing a rates cap makes perfect sense if you ignore all those other things that councils do. This week, the New Zealand Defence Force played host to the US Air Force's largest plane, the C5M Super Galaxy. The Super Galaxy landed at Auckland's Whenua Air Force Base, delivering the first components for the new C-130J Hercules flight simulator. The plane itself has a wingspan of almost 68 meters and can carry just over 381 tons. Said a spokesperson for the US Air Force, this plane has plenty of room for crew. There's 3 lavatories and galleys with ovens and a fridge, and enough room for us to head to the McDonald's drive-thru and pick up President Trump's dinner order on our way back. And finally, last weekend, the two Chris's were seen in crisis mode together when asked on stage to dance at an Indian independence event. While Prime Minister Christopher Luxon said he was too busy to take a call of coalition countries against the Russian invasion of the Ukraine, he did say he enjoys a jump to the far right when on stage. Said a spokesperson for the Coalition of the Willing, "We know the contribution New Zealand can make in this effort to stop military aggression. We'll just send them this video and make sure that they leave through embarrassment of being anywhere near a coalition that allows its members to do this to themselves." Right, and that's it for this week's The News. Thanks again for all the support this week. Look after yourself, live long, prosper, and we'll catch you. In this week's The News, a new fiscal sinkhole seems to have opened up. We send our most effective weapon to the Ukraine. Ambulance use numbers impacted by being the literal ambulance at the bottom of the cliff. And new level of human endurance has been unlocked in Christchurch. All that and more in this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora, welcome to this week's The News. I'm Paul, and I do all my own stunts. Budget documents have revealed a nearly $8.5 billion fiscal hole and a warning that broad-scoped savings, like firing 10,000 civil servants to pay for tax cuts and tobacco kickbacks, would have diminishing returns. The report said this was to be expected based on previous fiscal consolidations like the ones demanded by the coalition and exhausting the funding cuts to low-hanging fruit, leaving little room for growth. When asked for comment, Nicola Willis, seen here imitating Charles Foster Kane from Citizen Kane, said, "Please refer to any past comment I've made blaming Labour for the predictable outcomes of my decision. I stand by those, even though I've been in the job for 2 years now." This week saw crowds descend on Tūranga Waiwai Marae for the first koroneihana of Te Arakanui Queenie Ngāwai Hono e Te Po, with 3 noticeable absences, the leaders of the coalition. Instead, Prime Minister Christopher Luxon chose to attend the announcement of the opening date for IKEA an hour away in Sylvia Park. When asked about the choice, the Prime Minister, seen here showing up for the opening of an envelope, said, "Well, the event down the road is all about building a stronger future together, and I thought, where do you go when you want to find things that you build together? Well, IKEA, of course." 36,000 nurses around the country this week went on a 2-day strike over an almost year-long deadlocked negotiation between the Nurses' Union and Te Whatu Ora, much to the annoyance of Health Minister Simeon Brown, seen here holding all the respect he has for highly skilled, well-cared-for professionals who dedicate their life to improving outcomes for all New Zealanders. He left a note on his office door saying that the strike was unfair as it was disrupting more than 13,000 surgeries and appointments. In response, nurses pointed out that the lowest per-person per capita spend on health in nearly 3 decades, backroom support service cuts, frontline service shrinkage, and increased costs in primary health care that's led to 1 in 6 New Zealanders refusing to see a GP and 45% of New Zealanders refusing to see a dentist due to increased costs, are actually what's putting people at risk. Said Minister Brown, "Yeah, sure, but we gave tobacco companies tax breaks, so what are they complaining about?" Defence Minister Judith Collins undertook a secret visit this week to the Ukraine while the Prime Minister zoomed into a coalition of the willing call to show the country's continued support for the Ukraine in its war against the invading forces of Russia. During the visit, Collins visited sites attacked by Russian missile strikes and war memorials and met with Ukrainian and Polish defence officials. Said the Prime Minister, seen here testing the flavour of his lip gloss of the visit, "This helps cement our unwavering support for the Ukraine against the illegal invasion, and stops Judith from spreading rumours that she's going to roll me as leader." Educators this week claim new curriculum changes were reducing mentions of the Treaty of Waitangi in education documents, a claim firmly rejected by Erica Stanford, the Education Minister, seen here responding to the media asking her why she took millions in funding for teacher improvement courses and Te Reo proficiency to rush through resources for a rushed curriculum spearheaded by a member of a hard-right think tank that wants to erase all signs of Māoridom from the education sector. She said, "We are committed to the treaty, and commitment to the treaty means raising achievement for tamariki Māori. Everything we've done has been to achieve this. But, to save costs, we figured it was easier to remove the Te Reo version of the treaty from curriculum documents, since They're clearly both the same, and there's never been any arguments to say otherwise. It's never caused any issues before, so what's the point of using both? Minister for Disabilities Louise Upston, seen here learning what the phrase "the chickens have come home to roost" means, this week announced the limited return of the scheme her government suddenly cancelled in March last year. The Needs Assessment and Service Coordination Scheme would be standardised across the country, with purchasing guidelines introduced last year abandoned, meaning disabled people would have more control over what they spend on, but with a hard limit on spending. Said Upston on the reversal, this was something we heard really clearly through the consultation process and focus groups on why our government is doing so poorly in the polls, so we knew we had to backtrack far enough out from the next election that people might have forgotten how hard this was on disabled communities and their support networks. Rail Minister Winston Peters, seen here learning who Luke Skywalker's father is, has announced this week that a deal for the much-anticipated new Cook Strait ferries was just months away, as the government confirms it is in the final talks with a preferred shipbuilder. He also pointed out that contracts are yet to be signed, so he wouldn't be naming the builders due to commercial sensitivity reasons. Said Peters, in a few short months we can show the taxpayers exactly how we saved them billions. By spending $671 million on no ferries, that would have seen the first one delivered by now if we hadn't broken the contract by text message, so that we could give tax cuts to the wealthy and tax breaks to tobacco companies. ACT MP Cameron Luxton, seen here not quite getting the ACT Party greeting right, this week accused Western Bay of Plenty District Council of campaigning for the retention of Māori wards in the upcoming referendum, arguing that councils must be seen to be impartial in election and referendum processes. The council itself denies these allegations, pointing out it simply posted fact sheets on how Māori wards work and correcting disinformation spread by people like Western Bay of Plenty councillor and mayoral candidate Margaret Murray-Benge and her partner, the ghost of Don Brash. Said a spokesperson for the council, "We're not shocked to see an ACT MP mistake facts they don't like as a campaign against them. It's not often facts and ACT are on the same page after all." Rotorua Mayor Tanya Tapsell, seen here in Don Brash's idea of a horror film set, has come out criticising Hobson's pledge for using her image and stitching quotes from her from different meetings to create new context in the lobby group's mission to make themselves look as bad as possible around the Māori ward referendum. The group took an unlicensed image from NZME without permission, just weeks after using an image of a kuia used without the correct permissions, and spliced together quotes from speeches given 18 months apart. Tapsell said, "I've never been associated with, and I don't ever intend to be associated with Hobson's pledge. If I wanted to be associated with a group known to twist words, spread dangerous disinformation and mislead the public, I'd spend more time with Rotorua Councillor Robert Lee while he's doing training sessions for Voices for Freedom." The government lauded changes that came into effect this week that will mean classic cars can now get warrant of fitness certification annually instead of every 6 months. Said the Prime Minister, seen here cosplaying as Mr. Bean, "Get in, Luzo, we're driving up the cost of living, and that means we need more roadworthy cars for homeless people to sleep in." Hatohone St. John's Ambulance Service says data shows this winter was their busiest on record, with respiratory-related emergencies soaring, backing up other data that shows community illnesses are being reported at a significantly high level for this time of year. With over 50,000 ambulance call-outs in August alone, the highest ever recorded for the organisation, the service is encouraging the public to make use of a range of tools like 24/7 online GP services, visiting GPs and pharmacies where possible. Said a spokesperson for the service, "These tools are important in helping us from needing to take an extra 350 people a week to our hospitals. It could be lower if the government better funded primary health care and the cost of living crisis meant families don't have to choose between heating and eating and the reintroduced copay on prescriptions, but the other services are a good start." And finally, Christchurch woman Gabrielle Wall this week made international headlines for smashing the world record for the fastest 100-metre sprint over Lego bricks. Wall said she spent 2 months preparing barefoot to build the calluses required to do the attempt, including attending a wedding barefoot. A representative for the Guinness World Records said, "You'll note in the video Wall is wearing sunglasses. This is probably to hide the inevitable tears running down her face at the time." Wall's final time was 24.75 seconds for the 100-metre dash. And that's it for this week's The News. Again, thank you for all the support this week. Live long, prosper, be one with the Force, and we'll catch you all. Coming up on this week's The News, the Prime Minister's favourite ATM is revealed. New Zealand first AGM is normal as you'd expect from the current party. I did everything right, says mega landlord who makes policy on housing and tenancy rights. And the secret to living to 112 revealed. All that and more on this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora. Welcome to this week's The News. I'm Paul, and yes, this is a short episode. No, there aren't enough hours in the day. Yes, I'm aware of the fact that I keep making things even though I'm really, really busy. Teachers have this week rejected the latest pay offer from the government and will be going on strike again next week. While the offer was higher than the initial 1% on the table, it was still below the rate of inflation, while requiring more from teachers. The Post-Primary Teachers Association have said that this sends a clear message to the government that they want an offer that meets teachers' and students' needs. In response, Education Minister Erica Stanford, seen here trying to make force lightning come out of her hands, has said that she is disappointed in the decision to strike, saying, "It's unfair on students that teachers disrupt classes like this. We'd prefer teachers disrupted classes the old-fashioned way, by being overworked, underpaid, and feeling like they're unappreciated instead." After promising to not treat taxpayers like a bottomless ATM, the Prime Minister's helicopter trip to eat pavlova on a ski field with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese for social media clout has been revealed to have cost the taxpayers $44,000. Said the Prime Minister, seen here at the altitude his ego normally sits at, "We don't do bottom feeders, but we do top of mountain feedings. They're much nicer, and there's way less poor people around." Former MP Stuart Nash, seen here wondering if that person looks enough like a woman for his liking, has been listed as a contender for creating the newest word of the year, nashing, to mean being so unaware of your privilege you say offensive things, then get surprised that people find them offensive, forcing you to keep losing your job. Last weekend, New Zealand First held their AGM showcasing the shape of policies it was going to look into taking into the 2026 general election. With an audience full of Voices for Freedom members, local government candidates, and the collective of racist uncles you want to avoid at Christmas, Peter's policy announcements included changes to KiwiSaver, which would see increased government contributions that would cost the country about the same amount as it currently underfunds the health sector with, as well as a pledge for migrants to take about upholding New Zealand values. Giving a sneak peek of his proposed wording, Peter's pledge included vilifying people based on baseless and unsubstantiated Twitter reckons from friends of major party donors, so much so that they receive death threats and have to quit Parliament to keep their whānau safe. Understanding that people with conspiratorial mindsets are the easiest to manipulate into voting for you, selling out public health laws to the highest bidding tobacco company, and flip-flopping on foreign home buyers and ferries, and saying anything in Parliament to grab headlines without repercussions from the Speaker. It was revealed this week that Finance Minister Nicola Willis, seen here all dressed up with no place to go because so many Wellington businesses have shut down because she fired 10,000 civil servants, which were an economic powerhouse for the Wellington CBD, had been given warnings via text of the Reserve Bank Governor Adrian Orr's incoming resignation, or resigned from the role on March 5, with the minister being notified a week earlier of the process occurring. Willis has defended the withholding of the messages, saying, "Since they were related to an employment process matter, it was not appropriate to release them. It's not like I even told the Prime Minister it was happening. He only knows about more important messages, like the one saying your helicopter is ready to take you up a mountain for a photo op." Concerns have been raised after it was revealed Elections NZ, the company responsible for about 70% of the country's local body elections this year, left out information on Māori ward candidates in 3 booklets delivered to voters this week. This has renewed calls from local government insiders to consider using the Electoral Commission to run local body elections, as recommended by the Future for Local Government report, that then Local Government Minister Simeon Brown threw out for being woke. Said Brown, seen here discovering that Bluey is a girl, on this issue, this organisation just made a mistake, but it does highlight that to properly erase Māori from this country, it's going to have to be led by this government and maybe the Taxpayers Union. Questions are being raised as to whether or not Whanganui first-term MP Carl Bates, seen here still traumatised from when his private school teachers would refer to him as master in front of the class, needed to disclose his connection to family trust that manages 25 properties, making the family one of the biggest private rental providers in the region. Bates maintains he moved the rental properties into a trust and stepped away from being involved when he entered Parliament, which is considered the appropriate action by the Registrar of Pecuniary Interests. But in 2023, Labour MP Michael Wood was subjected to an investigation over airport shares, also held in a trust, that led to his removal of a portfolio. At the time, the Privileges Committee suggested more specifics needed to be locked in to further avoid issues like this occurring, which has not happened. Said Bates on the topic, "Look, everyone chastises the Prime Minister for his property portfolio, But I own 5 times the property he does, and no one makes memes about me being the property market. RNZ has come under fire from the country's greatest living actor, Sir Sam Neill, for their cancellation of the shows At the Movies and Matinee Idol as part of a brand refresh. Neill asked on Instagram who was running RNZ, what cloth-eared clowns got that job. Fix this, the country is angry. In response, a spokesperson for RNZ said, "We are still in the feedback period for the proposed changes to how RNZ covers music, arts and culture and will not be responding further. Because this man literally survived dinosaur attacks 3 times on multiple islands, and we don't want to piss him off any more than we have already." And finally, we want to wish Eileen Emily Cars a happy birthday. The Tokomaru local celebrated her 112th birthday today. Cars is officially recognised as the oldest living person in the country and the 51st oldest person in the world. To celebrate, the family created a high tea based on recipe Cars had used, written in her own personal cookbook over the years. In her time, she saw World War II, the assassination of JFK, the reigns of George V, VI, Elizabeth II, and Charles III, the invention of the internet, cell phones, television, the moon landing, and a global pandemic. When asked about the secret to living so long, Cars said, "The trick is to give the Grim Reaper something chewy when he arrives, like a caramel slice, so his mouth is glued shut so he can't say your name and his fingers get all sticky, so it makes it really hard for him to pull out the hourglass and use his scythe." Right, that's it for this week's The News. Thanks very much again for watching, and make sure your enrolment details are all up to date for this year's local body elections, because voting packs should be out with you now. Until next time, look after yourself, live long, prosper, be one with the Force. We'll catch you all later. Coming up on this week's The News, the Prime Minister's favourite ATM is revealed. New Zealand first AGM is normal as you'd expect from the current party. I did everything right, says mega landlord who makes policy on housing and tenancy rights. And the secret to living to 112 revealed. All that and more on this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora. Welcome to this week's The News. I'm Paul, and yes, this is a short episode. No, there aren't enough hours in the day. Yes, I'm aware of the fact that I keep making things even though I'm really, really busy. Teachers have this week rejected the latest pay offer from the government and will be going on strike again next week. While the offer was higher than the initial 1% on the table, it was still below the rate of inflation, while requiring more from teachers. The Post-Primary Teachers Association have said that this sends a clear message to the government that they want an offer that meets teachers' and students' needs. In response, Education Minister Erica Stanford, seen here trying to make force lightning come out of her hands, has said that she is disappointed in the decision to strike, saying, "It's unfair on students that teachers disrupt classes like this. We'd prefer teachers disrupted classes the old-fashioned way, by being overworked, underpaid, and feeling like they're unappreciated instead." After promising to not treat taxpayers like a bottomless ATM, the Prime Minister's helicopter trip to eat pavlova on a ski field with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese for social media clout has been revealed to have cost the taxpayers $44,000. Said the Prime Minister, seen here at the altitude his ego normally sits at, "We don't do bottom feeders, but we do top of mountain feedings. They're much nicer, and there's way less poor people around." Former MP Stuart Nash, seen here wondering if that person looks enough like a woman for his liking, has been listed as a contender for creating the newest word of the year, nashing, to mean being so unaware of your privilege you say offensive things, then get surprised that people find them offensive, forcing you to keep losing your job. Last weekend, New Zealand first held their AGM, showcasing the shape of policies it was going to look into taking into the 2026 general election. With an audience full of Voices for Freedom members, local government candidates, and the collective of racist uncles you want to avoid at Christmas, Peter's policy announcements included changes to KiwiSaver, which would see increased government contributions that would cost the country about the same amount as it currently underfunds the health sector with, as well as a pledge for migrants to take about upholding New Zealand values. Giving a sneak peek of his proposed wording, Peter's pledge included vilifying people based on baseless and unsubstantiated Twitter reckons from friends of major party donors, so much so that they receive death threats and have to quit Parliament to keep their whānau safe. Understanding that people with conspiratorial mindsets are the easiest to manipulate into voting for you, selling out public health laws to the highest bidding tobacco company, and flip-flopping on foreign home buyers and ferries, and saying anything in Parliament to grab headlines without repercussions from the Speaker. It was revealed this week that Finance Minister Nicola Willis, seen here all dressed up with no place to go because so many Wellington businesses have shut down because she fired 10,000 civil servants, which were an economic powerhouse for the Wellington CBD, had been given warnings via text of the Reserve Bank Governor Adrian Orr's incoming resignation. Orr resigned from the role on March 5, with the minister being notified a week earlier of the process occurring. Willis has defended the withholding of the messages, saying, "Since they were related to an employment process matter, it was not appropriate to release them. It's not like I even told the Prime Minister it was happening. He only knows about more important messages, like the one saying your helicopter is ready to take you up a mountain for a photo op." Concerns have been raised after it was revealed Elections NZ, the company responsible for about 70% of the country's local body elections this year, left out information on Māori ward candidates in 3 booklets delivered to voters this week. This has renewed calls from local government insiders to consider using the Electoral Commission to run local body elections, as recommended by the Future for Local Government report, that then local government minister Simeon Brown threw out for being woke. Said Brown, seen here discovering that Bluey is a girl on this issue, this organisation just made a mistake, but it does highlight that to properly erase Māori from this country, it's going to have to be led by this government and maybe the taxpayers' union. Questions are being raised as to whether or not Whanganui first-term MP Carl Bates, seen here still traumatised from when his private school teachers would refer to him as Master in front of the class, needed to disclose his connection to family trust that manages 25 properties, making the family one of the biggest private rental providers in the region. Bates maintains he moved the rental properties into a trust and stepped away from being involved when he entered Parliament, which is considered the appropriate action by the Registrar of Pecuniary Interests. But in 2023, Labour MP Michael Wood was subjected to an investigation over airport shares, also held in a trust, that led to his removal of a portfolio. At the time, the Privileges Committee suggested more specifics needed to be locked in to further avoid issues like this occurring, which has not happened. Said Bates on the topic, "Look, everyone chastises the Prime Minister for his property portfolio, but I own 5 times the property he does, and no one makes memes about me being the property market." RNZ has come under fire from the country's greatest living actor, Sir Sam Neill, for their cancellation of the shows At the Movies and Matinee Idol as part of a brand refresh. Neill asked on Instagram who was running RNZ, what cloth-eared clowns got that job. Fix this. The country is angry. In response, a spokesperson for RNZ said, "We are still in the feedback period for the proposed changes to how RNZ covers music, arts and culture, and will not be responding further. Because this man literally survived dinosaur attacks 3 times on multiple islands, and we don't want to piss him off any more than we have already." And finally, we want to wish Eileen Emily Cars a happy birthday. The Tokomaru local celebrated her 112th birthday today. Cars is officially recognised as the oldest living person in the country and the 51st oldest person in the world. To celebrate, the family created a high tea based on recipe Cars had used, written in her own personal cookbook over the years. In her time, she saw World War II, the assassination of JFK, the reigns of George V, 6th Elizabeth II, and Charles III, the invention of the internet, cell phones, television, the moon landing, and a global pandemic. When asked about the secret to living so long, Cars said, "The trick is to give the Grim Reaper something chewy when he arrives, like a caramel slice, so his mouth is glued shut so he can't say your name, and his fingers get all sticky, so it makes it really hard for him to pull out the hourglass and use his scythe." Right, that's it for this week's The News. Thanks very much again for watching, and make sure your enrolment details are all up to date for this year's local body elections, because voting packs should be out with you now. Until next time, look after yourself, live long, prosper, be one with the Force. We'll catch you all later. In this week's The News, GDP down while costs are up. Willis is apparently doing a bang-up job. What was all that noise about work from home? Will MSD finally be able to access Bebo? And the only butter that we can afford for this is a video of it from the internet. All that and more in this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora, welcome to this week's The News. Ko Pōtoko Wingua, and I'm actually 4 kakapo stuffed into a human suit. We're all doomed. Well, that is the latest economic news after it was revealed GDP had shrunk almost 1% in the quarter to June this year. Finance Minister Nicola Willis, seen here after being asked what 2 plus 2 equals, has blamed global economic turmoil for the downturn, primarily the Trump administration's tariff plans. despite other OECD countries showing growth in their economies with similar tariffs and situations in place. The worse than expected result has seen former Finance Minister Sir Roger Douglas, the New Zealand Herald, and the opposition call for her resignation, while a former Prime Minister currently under investigation for insider trading has defended her. Labour's finance spokesperson Barbara Edmonds, seen here watching the Finance Minister try and answer the question, what does 2 plus 2 equal, said that the government will blame everyone else for their poor numbers, but the country is clearly heading in the wrong direction, with thousands of jobs being lost, businesses struggling to stay afloat, and record numbers of New Zealanders leaving to find work overseas. But to use a line that they kept parroting when it turned out that there was no recession when they took over, it feels like a recession, and that's what's important. Health Minister Simeon Brown, seen here being visited by the ghost of Christmas future, has dusted off his book of cliches to criticise senior doctors and their planned strike action next week from the Association of Salaried Medical Staff over what the organisation has described as sugar-hit lump sum payments that still equate to real-world pay cuts. Brown has said again that they should be putting patients first and that this action is putting patients at risk, while the ASMS have reiterated again that staff shortages and low wage offers that make recruitment much harder to alleviate those pressures is what's really putting patients at risk. So for those keeping record, that's now dentists, doctors, nurses, teachers, priests, people wanting to see the return of pay equity claims, and people wanting the government to sanction Israel over its actions in Palestine, all protesting the government over the past month. After earlier calls from then Public Services Minister Nicola Willis, seen here with Ms. Jennifer Lopez, to end work from home arrangements because she'd fired so many public servants the Wellington CBD was suffering, the Public Service Commission this week announced it would stop tracking if they were working from home. The 2025 Public Service Census showed almost half of all managers said staff working from home increased productivity or had no detrimental impact, while 65% of public servants used some kind of flexible work arrangement, highlighting that the calls were in fact a stunt, according to PSA National Secretary Fleur Fitzsimons, going on to say, who would have expected it? A stunt from this government that re-announced investment into Air New Zealand and from Amazon in the same month that were both previously announced under the previous government. MSD has this week confirmed plans to move ahead with system updates to replace its 30-year-old IT infrastructure, and at a lower cost than expected due to lessons learned from other system upgrades. Cabinet were presented with a number of options, including scrapping the upgrade altogether or create a reduced version with a more limited capability, said Social Development Minister Louise Upston, seen here being approached by the ghost of Christmas present. Given our government's priorities and focus on fiscal sustainability, firing 10,000 civil servants and tanking the economy so thousands more get fired, so our MSD systems get put under immense pressure more often, I directed MSD to reassess the future of the program and continue with the one as planned. Food prices continue to increase based on new data from Stats NZ this week, which saw an increase of almost 5% in costs to the 12 months to August, the second consecutive rise in annual prices, driven by higher prices for milk, cheese and butter. According to Stats NZ, milk had gone up 16%, cheese 12%, and butter a whopping 32%. On top of that, rents had also increased 2.1% in the same period. When asked if this shows he has lost his laser focus on the cost of living crisis, Prime Minister Christopher Luxon, seen here in front of a plane because he used to run an airline, don't you know, said, "Look, we never said what kind of laser it was. Turns out it was the giant planet-destroying one from the Death Star." Green MP Benjamin Doyle has this week delivered their valedictory speech, ending the shortest tenure for an MP in 125 years, amidst continued harassment which put their whānau at risk of violence, fueled by the hard right and former Deputy Prime Minister. In the speech, Doyle called Parliament an environment toxic to anyone not a cis white man with a blue shirt and a briefcase, and detailed sacrifices they were forced to make, like missing whānau events, going out in public, and checking the mailbox because of the heightened risk of violence aimed at them. When asked for comment about his role in the situation, New Zealand First leader Winston Peters, seen here spotting the top shelf at the new Parliament bar, said, "There's no evidence that me calling a press conference, repeating and amplifying the unsubstantiated reckons of hateful online Twitter trolls, refusing to meet with Doyle afterwards and continuing to allude to the imaginary issues that I created, had any impact on their safety at all." And finally, US President Donald Trump, seen here being visited by the ghost of Christmas past, has finished his state visit to the United Kingdom this week after days of trolling he didn't realize was happening. While giant images of Trump and Jeffrey Epstein adorned walls and parks near where he was staying, Trump was also greeted to a military parade where the musicians played the satirical song Yankee Doodle Dandy, written to make fun of American troops during the Civil War. He was presented with a state dinner where hamburgers were off the menu and spent the entire evening wondering where he had seen Prince Andrew before. Right, and that's it for this week's The News. Thank you very much again for watching and supporting. Ka kite anō, we'll catch you all next time. This week, in this week's The News. The reason given for disenfranchising tens of thousands of voters seems to be completely made up. The mood of the boardroom is, well, kind of bored. Changes to sick pay are coming, which will mean more people get sick. And daylight savings is here again, prepared to do absolutely nothing. All that and more in this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora, I'm Paul and welcome to this week's The News. And it's not true that I know what really happened to the Crew murders. That secret died with my grandfather. The Registrar of Pecuniary and Other Special Interests has launched an investigation into mega landlord MP Carl Bates, seen here imitating a scarecrow, to find if he, as a beneficiary of the family trust which owns 25 properties, has breached rules around declaring financial interests. After the MP's portfolio was discovered, he posted a comment clearly meant to be from a fake supporter account trying to defend his actions, which has exacerbated the issue. Said the supporter of Bates, "I don't see what the big deal is. It's not like he makes laws around housing and benefits from those tax cuts that landlords got." The Electoral Commission has this week in Select Committee reported that proposed legislative changes that were justified by the coalition to disenfranchise tens of thousands of voters would not speed up the process as promised. In 2023 general elections, the coalition assumed that the final result would be delivered early instead of exactly when the Electoral Commission had said they would, which was when they were delivered. However, this was used to justify proposed law changes that would stop people from enrolling in the advance voting period. These changes were overwhelmingly rejected by submitters for the negative impact that they would have on democracy. Said Justice Minister Paul Goldsmith, seen here showing the proper technique for holding an imaginary microphone, "If you want to vote, you need to be enrolled, just not always at the time that's convenient to you, especially if you're a student or a busy parent or someone who may be voting for the first time, someone who's just moved house, or poor, because they don't tend to vote for us anyway." In related news, early polling numbers for this year's local body elections seem to be tracking better than the last local election in 2022. Voting is done by postal ballot, and the government has clearly shown that they'll happily make it harder for people to vote. So make sure you get your ballots in the mail as soon as possible. The latest Business Vibes survey released this week delivered a scathing rebuke for the Prime Minister and Finance Minister, with a group of CEOs rating them poorly for performance, placing them 15th and 13th respectively. Criticisms from the boardroom included that the Prime Minister was not engaging enough with them and he did not take constructive feedback well. In response, the Prime Minister, seen here trying to shoo away someone flying coach out of Auckland Airport, said, "We're going through a very difficult economic recovery with the damage that we very easily made to the economy, and they need to remember it's not about the friggin' targets." A revamp to sick leave and holiday entitlements in the Holidays Act will see part-time workers more heavily negatively impacted than full-time workers, as leave entitlements switch to an accrual system based on hours and days worked. Said the Minister of Workplace Relations, Brooke Van Velden, seen here on the staircase from Titanic, which makes her feel like home since both ships and the economy are famous for their sinking. These new changes are fairer on employers, and we all know that when people get sick, viruses and bugs also work part-time, so that won't in any way cause issues for part-time workers and their ability to earn an income. Thousands of people gathered around the country on Saturday, a day after the anniversary of women winning the right to vote, to protest pay equity changes which saw the cancellation of dozens of pending claims and raised the bar for future claims. The surprise change in May has seen several protests occur since the announcement, with Workplace Relations Minister Brooke Van Velden, seen here finding out Labour Party voters in her electorate are considering voting National to make sure she doesn't win her seat at the next election, saying, "All Kiwis have the right to protest, and I support their right to voice their concerns. It doesn't mean I have to listen to them though, and we have landlords and tobacco companies who need those tax breaks." Health Minister Simeon Brown, seen here hiding in the shadows, this week re-announced spending for health infrastructure upgrades that were already put in the most recent budget. The upgrades include increased clinical space in emergency departments, lab refurbishments, and additional car parking. Said Brown of the announcement, every project will make a real difference for patients and staff, whether that means shorter emergency waits, faster cancer treatment, more timely, effective elective surgery, or improved access to services. The only thing that we could do to improve things even more is increase the funding to make up for the $1 billion less that we're spending that our predecessors did, or properly paying for staff to help us retain them, or increase expenditure on primary healthcare to take pressure off hospitals, and follow through on our promises that we've ignored, like lowering the age for bowel cancer treatment. Foreign Affairs Minister Winston Peters, seen here watching the results of the US administration's censorship on television programming, has been making waves in New York after once again downplaying Aotearoa New Zealand's impact on climate change, again missing a dinner with foreign dignitaries for President Trump due to traffic blockages, and once again refusing to commit to recognising the Palestinian state. Said Peters of the United Nations event, "I'm rather brassed off about it. We came here to get nothing done and we've succeeded in that every step of the way. How dare they make me seem ineffective? Next they'll be blaming me for shutting down Trump's escalator, turning off his auto cue and raiding the liquor cabinet I totally didn't find in Antonio Guterres' office." 35 chambers of commerce from around the country this week have asked the government to reconsider its proposed changes to paywave surcharges, saying it's a move that will see banks win as consumers pay more for products to cover increased costs. The proposed law change doesn't stop banks from charging, but does stop retailers from adding surcharges on specific transaction types. Said Consumer Affairs Minister Scott Simpson, "That pesky note or sticker on the payment machine will be a thing of the past because that's clearly really important to Kiwis. And if we were to reverse course and listen to those businesses actually impacted by this, then we'd have nothing to gloat about pretending it's a win on social media." And finally, daylight saving time begins this week with clocks springing forward an hour. Health experts have warned that disrupting our circadian rhythms like this can have detrimental health impacts, including cognitive dissonance issues as our body clock don't match what we become mentally accustomed to. One way experts suggest overcoming this is to plan for earlier bedtimes over the preceding few days to allow the body to adjust. Going on to say, "Look, I know the level of doom we're all getting these days while we do our late night doom scrolling is at top quality levels right now, but we haven't seen in a really long time. But in this case, taking a break from it is good for our brains and our minds." Right, and that's it for this week's The News. Thanks very much for watching and supporting the content throughout the week. Have a great time, live long, prosper. We'll catch you all next time. In this week's The News, detained Kiwis show more spine than the coalition put together. Local election voting is going some way. Power reform coming one day. And a broken watch proves it can be right twice a day. All that and more on this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora, welcome to this week's The News. I'm Paul, and it's not true that I was once the Milky Bar kid. I just did what I did because who doesn't love a cowboy with free chocolate? 3 New Zealanders have been detained by the Israeli government this week after taking part in the Samud flotilla to deliver aid to Gaza. Supporters have been demanding a response from the government, which included a nighttime protest outside the home of Foreign Affairs Minister Winston Peters, while media responses from the Prime Minister have focused on how there was a travel advisory in place for Gaza with little detail on any steps being taken to secure their safe return. Said the Prime Minister, seen here announcing $5 million for a roof on a tennis court while the strike action ramps up around the country from public servants due to lowball pay offers. Look, what I'm saying to you is it's a really complicated situation, and just like we did last week at the United Nations, we have every intention of one day doing the right thing. But in the short term, we're just going to leave things as they are. The Toitu Te Tiriti movement this week has said that they will no longer align themselves with Te Pāti Māori, citing a need for independence, a clash of values and leadership concerns. In response, Te Pāti Māori leadership has promised a reset and support the movement's independence. And because of a lack of fireworks, right-wing mainstream media were forced to question the Labour leader, who seemingly fell for their line of questioning and used that to create drama for headlines, instead of pointing out the comment that he was open to working with Te Pāti Māori, or asking why the coalition is so desperate for attention it's literally putting up a like-for-like post on Facebook. In local body election news, everything is both amazing and terrible, depending on who you ask. As polls close soon and nerves begin to increase, data on Friday showed a consistent increase on past years of voting turnout, driven by a longer voting period and a contentious referendum on Māori wards. Early indications are that more young people seem to be voting this time round, which seems to have rattled right-wing media, who on Friday were running stories about deciding on calling local democracy a failure. in much the same way that central government has decided that the way to win a general election is to stop people from voting. Polls close on Saturday, October the 11th at midday, with the first results due around 7 p.m. For those using snail mail to vote, your ballot needs to be in what archaeologists call a letterbox by Tuesday to ensure that they are received in time to be counted. The finance and energy ministers, seen here impersonating a Seattle pop folk duo on the tour, this week announced what they have touted as surgical but significant changes to the energy sector, which included one day allowing more imported gas, one day helping more energy projects get funded, and asking the energy sector if they had any ideas on what to do, and what critics are calling the political equivalent of a pizza dinner to butter up staff that ultimately means nothing. Said the chair of the Auckland Business Forum, Simon Bridges, seen here crossing his fingers for a Labour win at the next election to help rebuild the economy, this is a missed opportunity. Imagine how much funnier the announcement would have been if I was still the party leader. Prime Minister Christopher Luxon, seen here deciding if poor people should live or die by popular vote Colosseum style, reached out with his hat in hand asking for help from Labour by asking them to pretty please pinky promise not to reverse the coalition government's lifting on oil and gas exploration in areas where no new deposits have been found in 2 decades, before leaking the letter to media in an effort to force Hipkins' hand on the issue. In response, Hipkins said, "It's always nice when the Prime Minister starts a letter with, 'when you win next year.'" It was confirmed this week that 3 officials had received a gift of illegal firearms from FBI Director Kash Patel, seen here realizing that there's a difference between the Epstein and Earhart files and he can't remember which one his boss told him to release, on his recent visit to the country to open an FBI office. The 3D printed replicas were deemed to be illegal because they could be modified to become functional. Said a spokesperson for the New Zealand FBI office, "We understand the reticence of the New Zealand government to accept these most American of gifts, and in hindsight we could have planned this better. However, we understand the officials have handed over the firearms to Minister for Guns Nicole McKee to bury in her backyard until she repeals the laws that make them illegal." Justice Minister Paul Goldsmith, seen here shocked to be discovering he's also the Minister for Arts and Heritage, has warned that the government is preparing to remove tikanga Māori from court rulings, citing a need for international consistency to appeal to potential overseas investors. At a Law Association meeting, Goldsmith said, "I am worried about the extent to which we're going down this bespoke New Zealand view of the world that are hard to understand. And we all know that removing treaty partnership ideas is the best way to sell off everything to foreign buyers, since that pesky document is what's stopping that from happening right now." And finally, Auckland Mayor Wayne Brown, seen here responding to requests to show up at Meet the Candidate events this local election, has told a ratepayer AstroTurf group set up by the Taxpayers Union to fuck off in a fiery text message. The group has been pushing for the mayor to sign their unworkable Taxpayers Union pledge along with other local election candidates. The TPU proxies claimed this signals more rates increases are on the way, while budgets for next financial year have not yet been set, and the organisation was actually one of the lobby groups which argued for removing Auckland's regional fuel tax, which was a significant factor in recent rates increases after partially funded projects still needed to be completed. Said a spokesperson for Wayne Brown's campaign, after receiving over 1,500 emails from the Taxpayer Union, costing ratepayers who knows how much in wasted time for the mayor and staff, the mayor wished to be very unambiguous in his statements. And this is very unambiguous. Right, and that's it for this week's news. Thanks again for all the support this week. You are absolutely amazing. Now, live long, prosper, be one with the force, and until next time, make sure you get your vote in for the local body elections if you haven't done so already. In this week's The News, essential workers show why they're essential. World-leading climate change work undone as country impacted by yet another side effect of climate change. A double standard in Parliament, what a shock, and space fascists beware. All that and more in this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora, welcome to this week's The News. I'm Paul, and tonight the role of Blanche Dubois will be played by a cartoon rabbit. 100,000 essential workers walked off the job on Thursday to strike for fairer working conditions and better pay after months of negotiations continued to stall between unions and the government. While some public rallies had to be cancelled due to safety concerns with extreme weather, at least 50,000 still marched across large parts of the country. After weeks of being vilified by the coalition for wanting to be given a higher priority than tobacco companies, the government responded to the action by saying the unions need to join us at the table. Well, they need to be at the table. We might show up if we're not too busy hanging out with the most extreme hard right elements of the US Republican Party. The Public Services Commissioner isn't on holiday, and we're not far too busy running Facebook ads vilifying them. The cleanup is continuing this weekend after a massive weather event hit the South Island and lower parts of the North Island on Thursday, causing widespread damage. Meteorologists have explained that the severe weather event was exacerbated by climate change, creating a far more violent outcome with more moisture being held in weather systems. Several states of emergency were declared as rivers swelled and trees were uprooted, leaving tens of thousands without power, including Nelson Hospital. Civil Defence Minister Mark Mitchell, seen here finding out he's not being made fun of in this news segment, has said the full resources of the organisation will be made available, while the Climate Change Minister Simon Watts, seen here showing you how to dance the Macarena, has said now's a great time to remind everyone to charge your devices and batteries and forget that we just gutted our world-leading climate change policies and pulled back on our approach to climate change mitigation plans so farmers don't feel bad about cow farts. Parliamentary Speaker Jerry Brownlee, seen here reacting to a hint of tikanga Māori showing up in Parliament, this week has decided to take advice on how to proceed after Te Pāti Māori burned a copy of the Marine and Coastal Area Act on the steps of Parliament inside a metal trash bin in a stand of solidarity with other protesters opposed to the bill, seen by many as being as contentious as the original Foreshore and Seabed bill in the early 2000s. Said Brownlee, "It is the dumbest thing you could possibly do. It's highly arrogant and unacceptably irresponsible. If you wanted to make a point, then you should have driven a Land Rover up the stairs with crowds around after being told explicitly not to by security, which you then ignore." The Labour Party this week unveiled its first raft of election policies to take into 2026. These included a new approach to funding GPs using an independent pricing authority instead of direct government funding, higher subsidies for New Zealand's growing gaming industry, and the creation of a future wealth fund, which would make it almost impossible for future governments to sell off state-owned assets. Said Labour leader Chris Hipkins, seen here as someone brings out another sausage roll for him, Labour is backing a future made in New Zealand, while the Prime Minister responded with, "Look, if Kiwis want a future where everyone is looked after and the economy is more productive, then they should just find ways to knock thousands off their Waiheke Island holiday home rates bill instead of planning for a future that might not come, because we've sold all of the assets before they get a chance to stop us." Former Te Pāti Pākehā President Tim Jago, seen here complaining about people wanting to be victims, is facing even more indecent assault charges while still serving time for sexual abuse convictions on minors. The new charges relate to an incident in 1995. Jago was the beneficiary of a long-standing name suppression order in the lead-up to the 2023 general election because the judge felt naming him would impact ACT's chances in the election. Said Te Pāti Pākehā leader David Seymour, seen here agreeing with the former party president as he talks about how people want to be victims. "No idea who that is, but here's a number for my lawyer, and why not follow me on Snapchat? It's where all the cool teenagers are." New non-financial sanctions were rolled out this week by the Minister of Social Development, Louise Upston, seen here with the only kind of beneficiary she doesn't punch down on, in what she's describing as an alternative to harsher options. Under the new sanctions, some beneficiaries will be required to attend one or more employment-related training courses or show evidence of at least 3 job applications every week. Said Upston, "We want to see people take the steps they're obligated to prepare for work. And the fact that there's 10 times more people unemployed than there are actual jobs available, that's not relevant at all." Aotearoa New Zealand seems to be on the brink of another measles outbreak as a new case has popped up all over the country, including Northland, Manawatu, Nelson and Auckland, and include busy locations of interest, including an inter-island ferry, a Nelson cafe, a supermarket, an overcrowded hospital emergency wait room, and a public toilet. The Ministry of Health has been encouraging people to check both locations of interest and vaccination status, with only 80% of New Zealanders currently immunised against the virus, well below the 95% needed to ensure that there's no widespread outbreak. Said a ministry spokesperson, "Vaccinations are free for those under 18 or those entitled to funded healthcare, and we'd encourage people in areas like Selwyn and Taranaki to get checked," after the local election results showed the influence of anti-vaccine groups clearly within their communities before the entire local infrastructure falls to pieces around them. And finally, this weekend sees the return of Auckland's Armageddon Expo. The Labour Weekend celebration of pop culture is this year celebrating its 30th anniversary at the Auckland Showgrounds Event Centre. Headline guests this year include actors from a film series about destroying the source of power for an industrialised fascist overlord, a time traveller who corrects injustices and stops fascist aliens, defectors who escape space fascists and end up fighting them, and the voice behind a character that's become a subversive meme against the Chinese president. When asked if there was a hidden message in the guest list, one expert in pop culture semiotics said, "Maybe sometimes people need reminding that fascism is bad, because it's surprising how many people are flirting with it these days, enjoying this stuff, and don't see how they're on the side of the space fascists and mutant alien Nazi war machines." And that's it for this week's news. Don't forget, you can nominate Paul the Other One for a Listener's Choice Award at the New Zealand Podcast Awards. Links are in the description below. Thanks again for all the support this week. Live long, prosper, be one with the Force, and we will catch you all next. In this week's the news, election season begins with a bang.
This government are taking New Zealand backwards.
The Emperor's new here? Those that don't learn from history are unsure how the quote ends for some reason. And spooky season costume ideas to scare your coalition-loving friends. All that and more in this week's the news. Hello there, kia ora, welcome to this week's the news. I'm Paul, and for Halloween I'm dressing up as a real newsreader. The Labour Party has launched headfirst into the upcoming general election this week with the launch of a capital gains tax policy, which has shaken its opponents despite being widely rumoured for months. The Monday announcement was brought forward after an apparent leak to Radio New Zealand in what is known as a narrow tax that excludes family homes, personal assets, KiwiSaver and inheritance, and has been generally well received, which has resulted in a tailspin on social media from the current Finance Minister, Nicola Willis, seen here explaining how cutting the government's contributions to KiwiSaver to help pay for her almost $3 billion landlord tax breaks wasn't bad for Kiwi workers. Willis has since argued that it's a slippery slope, that despite carve-outs it will impact businesses and KiwiSaver, and that Labour leader Chris Hipkins is a liar, in a flurry of social media posts reeking of desperation. Said a spokesperson for the Labour Party, "I thought the left was meant to be snowflakes who melted down at the slightest thing. Anyone would think that we were the ones who had the big property portfolios, mega landlords in our ranks, and were making hundreds of thousands in untaxed capital gains like the Prime Minister did," based on her reaction. Prime Minister Christopher Luxon, seen here dressing up as Mini-Me for Halloween, has finally had his first one-on-one meeting with US President Donald Trump. While the details of the meeting specifics are being kept quiet, the topic of tariffs was not apparently raised. But golf courses were. In a photo op, the two joked about the luxurious locks the Prime Minister has, while an invite was extended for the President, currently running raids on innocent American citizens if they look too Mexican, to visit the country. Said Luxon of the meeting, "My job as Prime Minister is to do everything I can to put New Zealand in the best possible place with every world leader I can meet. And if that means ignoring our so-called tough-on-crime stance to let in a 34 times convicted felon to play golf, then so be it." History teachers have expressed disappointment in the new draft history curriculum, citing its overstuffed workload covering Eurocentric topics while downplaying the history of Aotearoa New Zealand. The NZ History Teachers Association have said it, along with other social science topics, contains more content than could be taught in a year. And while the party that has constantly argued against anything Māori unless it's their leader's whakapapa when it's convenient, actors praising the new curriculum, claiming that removing teaching of local histories that were shaped by colonial narratives and power imbalances was the rebalancing of the curriculum and less Marxist. Said Associate Education Minister David Seymour, seen here with someone from his party no longer allowed around children, "I'm proud to say these dismal, divisive and overly political big ideas are all gone." Going on to say, "We prefer to indoctrinate your kids with little ideas and not give them an understanding of procedures or context so they can't understand how the changes we make as politicians will really impact future communities." A stoush has broken out over a potential new charter school as Kelston Boys' School rejected calls from a third party to force the school to become one have been made public. The current charter school setup process and application does not require to come from a school specifically to change its status, which the group Bangers Education and Wellbeing Trust, whose website is pictured here, are currently in the process of applying to do. The charter school program, a pet project of David Seymour's, has already seen schools set up by John Key's business partner and a school set up by Jonathan Ayling, recently departed head of the Free Speech Union, that focuses on Western civilization values. Said Education Minister Erica Stanford, seen here showing that she's still with it by attempting the viral 6-7 craze. Why do so many of my headaches start with David Seymour? And his charter schools. They're his pet project. Why would you expect me as Education Minister to know anything about them? Fonterra is to move ahead with plans to sell its retail brands, including Anchor, Mainland, and Kapiti, as 88% of farmer shareholders have agreed to sell the brands to French dairy giant Lactalis for $4.2 billion, upsetting Foreign Affairs Minister Winston Peters, seen here about to reply to a tweet from the Prime Minister taking sole credit for a trade deal with the single word "we" as a correction. He's called the deal utter madness, economic self-sabotage, and an outrageous, short-sighted sugar hit. And I should know, did you see how we cancelled the ferry project by text just to pay more for smaller boats, gave tobacco companies tax breaks, and rushed through tax cuts we couldn't afford so that the poors get no real benefit from it? If you're wanting short-sighted, mad sugar hit policies, then leave it to the professionals, Sonny Jim. A United Nations-bound report this week warns of a worsening level of racial discrimination in Aotearoa, New Zealand, driven primarily by the coalition government and its anti-Māori policies. Written by the Aotearoa Centre for Indigenous Peoples in the Law, or Te Wai Ariki, the report will be presented in tandem with reports from the New Zealand Law Society and People's Action Plan Against Racism Aotearoa, coming up in November. The reports cite law changes which have a disproportionate impact on Māori outcomes, including the Marine and Coastal Area Act, the Electoral Act Amendment, local government representation laws, 3 strikes laws, the Pai Ora Amendment Act, and the Fast Track Approvals Bill. Said Māori Development Minister Tama Potaka, seen here being forced to listen to anti-Māori policies from his coalition partners. Look, we all have to make sacrifices for the coalition, and the National Party agreed that our sacrifice was Indigenous rights enshrined in Te Tiriti. Police are lauding the success of Operation Black Onyx, an international investigation and crackdown on illegal firearms after 43 people were arrested and 96 illicit weapons seized from around the country. The National Illicit Firearms Working Group, made up of police from across Australia and New Zealand, carried out Operation Black Onyx between October 13 and 19, which saw 110 charges laid, 83 warrants executed, and 34 compliance visits take place. Said the Minister for Guns, Nicole McKee, seen here Googling how to make the US Constitution's Second Amendment apply to New Zealand. I'm really glad to see the intelligence-led approach to this operation. And there's some really nice pieces they've found. I can't wait to give them a try myself. And finally, it's spooky season with Halloween coming up on Friday. So we have some costume ideas to help you really frighten coalition voters that, are a little bit scared of a few things if you need a quick costume idea. You could go as a bike lane, or a road cone, capital gains tax, a unisex bathroom, a speed bump, a woke teacher, someone doing something related to tikanga Māori, as climate change, or just wear a sign that simply says Aotearoa. Other ideas could include the concept of pay equity or even being a member of your local union. These costume ideas are sure to scare a fair few people out there. And that's it for this week's news. Don't forget, you can vote for Paul the Other One at the New Zealand Podcast Award Listeners' Choice nominations. And thanks again for all the support this week. Live long, prosper, be one with the force, and don't forget to spay and neuter your demons this weekend. In this week's The News, the only part of the economy that seems to be growing is the bad part. Who needs experts in the fight against greenhouse gas emissions anyway? Will tourists really flock here because a tyre company says we've got good food? And it's time to try and forget the horrors of the modern world with collectibles and joy. Do you remember joy? Yeah, me either. All that and more on this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora, welcome to this week's The News. I'm Paul, and despite my best efforts of a single Facebook post saying it would be funny if it happened, I won't be the new weekend newsreader at One News, so I guess I'll just keep this up for a while longer and not be bitter about it at all. The latest Stats NZ employment data was released this week, showing an extended period of economic downturn as the highest number of people unemployed since the mid-90s and the highest percentage of unemployed since 2016, increased hardship with slowing wage growth behind the rate of inflation, underemployment increasing and fewer hours being worked. Said economist Craig Rennie, seen here showing the Finance Minister how many 5 is, Unemployment in New Zealand is now well above the OECD average. The UK, Australia, and the US. Working New Zealanders and their families are hurting, and the promised recovery keeps being pushed back. In response, Finance Minister Nicola Willis, seen here not quite grasping how many 5 is, said, "Yeah, but Labour is looking at taxing capital gains, and do you have any idea how taxing previously untaxed income is going to impact the average person renting, unable to make ends meet, or looking to leave for Australia who don't own multiple properties?" No, seriously, I want to know. All I've seen is our TikToks that take comments out of context and manipulates them to try and vilify an idea with generally broad support from voters. The Labour Party has released new policy this week tying into their overall plan to take healthcare into the 2026 general election as a core issue for voters. The new announcement would see free cervical cancer screenings for anyone aged between 25 and 69. 85% of those diagnosed with cervical cancer have never been screened or have missed screenings, and doctors say it is one of the most easily preventable cancers with regular screening and the HPV vaccine. In response, Health Minister Simeon Brown, seen here shocked to discover highly trained and sought after medical professionals should be compensated fairly, said, "Yeah, but did they raise the age of eligibility for bowel cancer screening for Māori and Pacifica men and take funding from Māori programs to pay for it, ignoring ethnicity-based disparities in cancer formation and claiming it would be better because while more Māori and Pacifica men might go undiagnosed, other groups would have slightly earlier access to testing?" Well, did they? The coalition has quietly ended 6 years of cross-party consensus on climate change approaches after unveiling significant changes to the Zero Carbon Act without consultation with opposition parties. The Act itself was crafted over 2018 and 2019 with negotiations between Labour, the Greens, New Zealand First and National to come up with a broad act to work towards reducing greenhouse gas emissions, which was voted unanimously in the House and saw the creation of the Independent Climate Change Commission to provide advice and monitor progress towards 5-yearly carbon budgets. Under the announced changes, the government will no longer get advice from the Commission on how to meet budgets to reduce emissions and can change emissions plans without consultation. There's less public scrutiny on the targets, and the government will no longer have to consult on final decisions for budgets. This follows a decision last week to reduce methane targets and exclude the largest methane producers in the country from said targets. Said Climate Change Minister Simon Watts, seen here trying to get a piece of coal out of his teeth, "We want a future where the remnants of humanity are warm and toasty, and this is how we will achieve that. It'll be a built-in solution for the energy crisis to completely get rid of winter altogether." Minister of Health Simeon Brown, seen here confused to discover that there's a difference between oncology and ophthalmology, has announced the addition of 140 new beds to 4 hospitals, claiming they will ease pressure on emergency departments, support faster admissions and discharges, and improve patient flow across the hospitals. The prefab building models will each have a different role based on the hospital that they're based at and are due to be completed just in time for the government to claim a victory just before the next election. Said Brown of the project, "These new wards will make a real difference for both patients and whatever staff are left after the rest quit due to being underpaid or find better work in Australia that compensates them properly for the hard work that they do." The controversial Regulatory Standards Bill, which saw 98% of submissions oppose it, has passed its second reading in Parliament this week after a fiery debate where critics pointed out it puts ACT Party ideologies front and centre of government decision-making, overriding everything else, including Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Said Regulations Minister David Seymour, seen here with a convicted sexual offender and former party president for ACT, "This bill will make the legislative process more transparent, principled and accountable. Just like us when we find out a senior party official has been accused of a heinous crime against young people and they get name suppression in court because it might harm our chances of being re-elected." The National Party has found a new group to punch down on this week: rough sleepers. Earlier this week, the government confirmed it was considering new measures that could see people living on Auckland's inner city streets forcibly removed, with discussions going on about how to give police the tools to do that. While experts in the field have said that the move would be totally and utterly ineffective, and that the best way to tackle the issue was to deliver proven programs that provide housing, health, and wraparound support. This news came hot on the heels of an announcement from the government that they were now spending $20 million less on emergency housing grants than a year ago. Said Associate Housing Minister Tama Pōtaka, seen here realising one of his co-government ministers has done something race-baity and he has to respond without putting everyone on blast. "Our focus is on helping people into the right housing solution for them, one that supports their stability, independence and their long-term well-being. And sure, we have gutted the amount of kāinga ora houses being done, built and working on, and cut benefits, increased sanctions, and tanked the economy, making it harder to find work. But their long-term well-being is what's important here. In a move supported by a $6.3 million investment from the Tourism Levy and Tourism New Zealand's government funding, the Michelin Guide has been secretly tasting and rating some of the country's best restaurants, according to the Tourism Minister, Louise Upston, seen here with the real reason the government announced plans to encourage more tourism from China. Over the past 12 months, Michelin reviewers have visited Auckland, Wellington, Christchurch and Queenstown, exploring what the guide describes as an exciting gastronomic destination with exceptional restaurants. The funding was justified as helping bolster tourism, with claims from Upston saying the guide will mean more visitors dining in those restaurants. And we had to work bloody hard to make sure no one gave them one of our school lunches or their taste buds would have quit in protest. For some reason, the Finance Minister, Nicola Willis, seen here showing Grant Robertson how she's still going on learning how many is 5, has come out defending the removal of Te Tiriti obligations for schools, claiming its inclusion in 2020 was virtue signalling to make the Labour Party feel good in a recent interview on Radio New Zealand. Willis went on to say it's not made an iota of difference with the kids whose learnings we're focusing on. And sure, it may be out of step with what educators say, experts in Māori learning development say, and parents say, but it keeps our friends at Hobson's Pledge happy, and isn't that the most important thing when it comes to teaching our young people? NetSafe is reporting a significant jump in the number of Kiwis losing money to online scams in October, totaling $6,264 of reported losses, compared to just under $2,000 for September, with the average loss also increasing in October. And they're warning that with Christmas approaching, the public need to be hyper-vigilant on spotting scammers, who ramp up during the holiday sale season. Credit card scams typically involve collecting payment card numbers and using them for other purchases. New scammer tools include using WhatsApp and other instant messaging services, as well as social media ads. These scammers are getting sophisticated and take advantage of when people are looking for deals, and would also suggest not donating to anything linked with Brian Tamaki or the coalition government members. Not because they're exactly scams, but because you could do better, said a spokesperson for NetSafe. Children's Minister Karen Chower, seen here angrily storming out of an interview after denying boot camps would allow for our kids to be physically punished, but before Cabinet agreed to let kids at boot camps be physically punished, has been forced to apologise after seemingly cherry-picking data sets that gave a misleading impression of the level of abuse currently occurring in state care systems. According to Oranga Tamariki's annual report, there were 33 fewer findings of harm in state care residences last year, but across the wider state care system, reports of abuse increased to the highest level on record. Said Chow of the admission of using incorrect statements to paint a better picture of the situation, I would never intentionally mislead victims of abuse in state care. We were very open about gutting funding, cancelling contracts, removing Te Tiriti-focused clauses, ignoring the data that showed these were having incremental positive outcomes, and helping young people so we could give money to tobacco companies and landlord tax breaks. And finally, this weekend sees the return of the Retro event, the biggest family expo celebrating 80s and 90s pop culture nostalgia. With over 300 vendors, retro gaming stations, a curated 80s and 90s music playlist, cosplay competition and more, the event is being held at Event Finder Stadium on Auckland's North Shore and promises to be a celebration of nostalgia. Said organisers of the event, we wanted to celebrate a love of the pop culture that shaped us, and remind us of a simpler time before we discovered that the lack of access to information like we all have in our pockets these days wasn't the reason for so many people seeming to be so ill-informed, unsympathetic of others and lacking empathy. And that's it for this week's The News. Don't forget, there's still time to vote for Paul the Other One for this year's New Zealand Podcast Awards Listener's Choice. Details are in the link tree found on my page or in the description below. Live long, prosper, be one with the Force, and until next time, remember to look out for real spiders hiding in your neighbour's fake cobwebs that they still haven't taken down from Halloween. In this week's The News, the ferry finance fiasco continues. Minister claims the tobacco lobby influence rankings are a total smoke show. Is a 40-minute long call to independent media really a hot mic moment? And the thing that should not be, a city out of room for visitors. All that and more on this week's The News. Hello there, kia ora, and welcome to this week's The News. I'm Paul, and I'm not going to confirm or deny if I'm also secretly Banksy, no matter how much you pay me. Just 2 days after voting for it, Winston Peters, seen here watching as the Ark of the Covenant is opened, has vowed to repeal the controversial Regulatory Standards Bill if re-elected. Peters claimed that they were opposed to it from the start, but were tied to a coalition agreement stating, "We did our best to neutralise its adverse effects and we will campaign at the next election to repeal it. We only have so many cards we can play, and clearly we had to hold on to those to harm targeted minority communities like the trans community, as you can see by how we broke the news of puberty blocker bans first and used all the rage bait dog whistle terms we could to make the announcement." Rail Minister Winston Peters, seen here knowing that he can say or do anything and the rest of the coalition will just have to accept his flip-flops, has announced the estimated final costings of the replacement smaller, not rail-enabled ferries and infrastructure this week, while also ignoring the extra $671 million spent on cancelling and restarting the process, and the estimated $180 million in ongoing extended maintenance of the current fleet of one old ship, and using hypothetical numbers to claim massive cost savings. When the IREX project was cancelled by text message, Finance Minister Nicola Willis claimed that the project cost had risen to almost $3 billion, coincidentally the same amount of money that they gave as tax breaks to landlords, while the Treasury report had said costs would possibly reach $4 billion. The minister's announcement on Wednesday confirmed the smaller, less capable ferries were costing us $45 million more than the previous ones, and claimed the project would be under $2 billion in total, not including the sunk costs with the project that have already paid. Said Peters, "In fact, we've saved the taxpayer $2.3 billion, only most of which were hypothetical numbers we made up to scare people into accepting that we had to cancel the project. And if you ignore the $851 million that we've added to the project through cancellation and ongoing maintenance of that aging asset systems, that would make them practically the same price. So don't do that." Associate Health Minister Casey Costello, seen here being more honest with Australian media than ours on who she really represents, has labelled Aotearoa New Zealand's recent plunge in the rankings of a global index on independence of policy from tobacco lobbyists from 2nd to 53rd as ridiculous and ludicrous. The Dirty Ashtray Award was given to the country earlier this week for major changes the coalition instigated in smoke-free policy, which included duty tax changes, tax kickbacks for tobacco companies, and removing plans to outlaw tobacco sales to people born after a specific date. Said Costello of the award, "It was absolute nonsense. They were comparing us to countries that have 3 times the smoking rate of us, and yet said that we had greater influence from the tobacco industry, and yet our smoking rates were one of the lowest listed because that's what the ranking was for. Smoking rates, and totally not the influence of tobacco companies on our policy like the award says on the tin. Policies which they wrote, which somehow ended up on my desk that I claim not to have known about. That was backed up by a hastily written ChatGPT argument for our decisions. So yeah, totally ludicrous decision. The families of Pike River disaster victims this week, on the 15th anniversary of the disaster, met with Workplace Relations Minister Brooke Van Velden, seen here saying the country put too high a value on human life during the height of the COVID pandemic, to discuss concerns that changes to workplace safety rules could lead to more tragic incidents, and left feeling they'd only been paid lip service. Van Velden, however, rejected concerns of the family, saying, "There are accidents that will happen. What I'm wanting to focus on is how do I improve the overall economy." Senior Minister Chris Bishop, seen here telling his PR team that he really has to drop a Metallica reference into an interview because it's mandated by law in the hut since they're in the country, has been receiving criticism this week after it was revealed that he'd signed off on a plan to shift funding from a Kaingara-Ora-related housing infrastructure project to a foot and cycle bridge his own party cancelled when cutting funding to alternative transport infrastructure. The Cabinet Manual states ministers should exercise careful judgment about possible conflicts between their constituency roles and any ministerial portfolios they hold. When asked if he saw it as a conflict, Bishop said it was a pretty straightforward deal. The council asked for it, we agreed, and since it's not a council run by Wahine Māori Green supporters and it's something that I campaigned for before we cancelled it, Nicola Willis and I signed off on it. Calls for the government to rethink its announcement to remove te tiriti obligations from schools are increasing this week after a grassroots movement started by lawyer Tanya Waikato has gained steam, with almost 1,000 schools now signing on to urge the Education Minister to rethink her position. In reaction to the surging support, Associate Education Minister David Seymour, seen here with a convicted child sex offender and his former party president, said, "What do they know about what's important in education? It's not like they're setting up private charter schools to teach about Western civilization morals or trying a hostile takeover of a public school like real educators that I deal with." Wellington City Councillor Ray Chung, seen here putting the independent into independent together, has come under fire for leaving a phone line open to controversial Wellington social media figure Graham Bloxham, which Bloxham then used to reveal details of the private council training session, which was, ironically, on how to handle media. However, it seems after an apology, Chung will avoid censure for what is being described as a hot mic moment. Chung, who was recently given the committee chair role that reviews CCO performances, made headlines during the recent local election campaign for a sexualised email regarding former Mayor Tory Whānau, described as vile by the Prime Minister. Said Wellington Mayor Andrew Little, seen here demonstrating how to blow on a pie, when you have influential, mysterious millionaire backers, the only appropriate response is clearly to let them fail up and not be so worried about the message that sends to people. New Zealand First this week trumped the Minister of Health's announcement that they don't care about the health needs of trans people, revealing a cabinet decision early that the government intends to stop the new use of puberty blockers for healthcare needs for trans people. The announcement has drawn widespread condemnation from those working in trans health spaces, citing the importance of individualised healthcare needs, industry best practice, and research into the challenges already faced by the trans community. Said Associate Minister for Smoking Casey Costello, seen here staring directly into the sun. Today, Sanity won another battle in the war on woke after years of dangerous ideological experimentation pushed by radical activists. She then went on to say, now, as long as New Zealand First voters don't realise New Zealand First is also the result of years of dangerous ideological experimentation pushed by radical activists that could be banned from Parliament, like the time that Winston was trespassed for taking part in the illegal Wellington occupation, then we won't need to worry about the election either, unless enough people realise that they could vote for other parties in 2026 and kick us out. Auckland Pride has announced it's taking the government to court, filing a judicial review in the High Court over Sport Minister Mark Mitchell, seen here playing pull my finger in Parliament, in his decision to scrap transgender inclusive sports guidelines. The organisation says the document released under OIA shows that he did not consider the Bill of Rights, the Human Rights Act, or Sports NZ's legal obligations when making this decision, and this was especially concerning when the government had also stated that the Human Rights Act and Bill of Rights Act are applied to transgender people. While he wouldn't comment on the specific court case, in August Mitchell did say, I just don't think the government should be meddling and getting into areas that the sports themselves are best placed to know on how to run their code. So clearly a voluntary guide that codes could choose to adopt or use as a guide specific to their own sport had to be scrapped to keep our coalition partners, the ones with the weird obsession against trans people, happy as agreed in our coalition agreement. And finally, the largest economy in the country this week was dealing with a unique issue, the ecstasy of gold, as there's no room for more visitors. Auckland played host this week to both the World Indigenous Peoples Conference in Education and a sold-out one-off Metallica concert, bringing in more than 60,000 people to the city between the two events. The economic benefit of Whipkey was estimated to be close to $9 million, while some estimates put the economic impact of Metallica to between $10 and $15 million. Said one attendee of both events, this is the perfect combo. On one hand, we're here celebrating Indigenous learning in the face of a government working to wipe that out. And on the other, we get to hear music that sounds like it's written about the coalition. Master of Puppets, The Unforgiven, Seek and Destroy, Am I Evil, For Whom the Bell Tolls, and of course, Nothing Else Matters. And that's it for this week's news. Hey, I want to thank everyone for the support, especially those that voted in this year's Listener's Choice category for the New Zealand Podcast Awards. I was truly humbled to place third in the category with your support. It came as a complete shock out of the blue, so thank you all so much for that. Look, until next time, live long, prosper, be one with the Force, and we'll catch you all later.